He is former GB triathlete Helen Jenkins, and of course we have Jonathan Ryle down there on the course as well. We've got a packed day of action here in Swansea with a number of events taking place. We kick things off in about 12 minutes or so with the visually impaired men's race getting underway, followed by the visually impaired women. And then we have the wheelchair event at about 2:20, starting with the men, and then the women. That kicks off at about 2:25. And then we have the categories of the PTS 5 women, followed by the PTS 5 men, and then PTS 2, 3 and 4 women, PTS 4 men, and then the PTS 2 and 3 men's events, all eventually starting at about 4 o'clock. And then the medal ceremonies, of course, coming up at about 5:45 today. And have a look at the course for today. The swim takes place just over the River Towey from the marina here in Swansea. 750-metre swim, just one lap. Then the 19-kilometre bike ride, 4 laps of that circuit. They have to go out from the swim after transition all the way out to that bike circuit that will run eventually along the south coast. And then they come back into transition and head out once more on that side of the river away from the marina for the run. 5 kilometres, 3 laps of that course before finishing down near towards the swim start, and hopefully a gold medal for some of these athletes today. Well, it is a beautiful day in Swansea. There aren't many more picturesque places to be when the sun's out than the Welsh South Coast. And there should be a lot of action on hands for us today. Helen Jenkins, a very good day to you. Thanks for joining me here in the commentary booth. There's a lot to get into this afternoon, and we're going to be going through all of it.
Yeah, we are. There's so many races. We've got all 6 categories are out there racing today. It's going to be some fierce competition. We're missing some of the Olympic champions. So it's a lot of these races are going to be really open.
We hope for some thrills and spills. As I say, the third member of our commentary crew today, Jonathan Ryle, is down on the course as well. He'll be giving us plenty of discussion, interviews, and of course, a little bit of the on-track action coming from him. Let's go over to Johnny now and see what he's got for us to start the day.
Good afternoon and welcome to the beautiful Swansea Bay. The sun has come out, there's a slight breeze in the air, and I'm delighted to welcome you to the first standalone Paratriathlon World Series that has happened on UK soil. We are here at venue to try and bring to life as much of the action from the world's best paratriathletes. Behind me you can see their equipment is racked and ready to go, and we're a few minutes away from starting the visually impaired men and women's race, which is the first race of what will end up being 12 races across the course of today. Just to give a little bit of explanation as to what you're going to see in this race coming up shortly, you have both the men and women, and they're going to compete for 1 gold medal respectively each. However, within their classes, it's called a factored class. We have the blind athletes competing side by side with the visually impaired athletes. Both the men and the women will get a slight time advantage over the visually impaired athletes. So what we will see is the men and women starting roughly 3 minutes ahead of the visually impaired men and women who will start behind them. It's going to be a race of kind of cat and mouse. First across the finishing line will be the athlete to take the medal. So as you're watching it out there, you'll see athletes starting to close down, and like I said, first across the finishing line is where it's at. So a really exciting morning, an afternoon full of races, and I can't wait to see it come to life. So back over to the commentary booth with Helen and Ollie.
Big thanks, Johnny, there. As I say, we will have Johnny dipping in and out of our coverage throughout this afternoon. Of course, giving us some expert analysis from down there on the track and giving us the ins and outs of perhaps some of the more dramatic moments as well, particularly when you get into transition. It's always a place to focus on in any triathlon event. Coming up, as Johnny mentioned, we have to kick things off the men's visually impaired category. There are some big names in this one. And Helen, I think there's one standout favourite that a lot of the local support will want to see do well today.
Dave Ellis, yeah, I mean, he's barely lost any races. He had that huge disappointment at the Tokyo Olympics where him and his guide Luke Pollard, the chain snapped on their tandem bike and he was unable to continue. So he is the king of bouncing back. He's come back from a lot of adversity in his career, and he just come away with the Commonwealth Games gold. So I think he'll be looking to have another good race on home soil today.
It's going to be a competitive group, though, this start list as we take a look there. Dave Ellis, as we say, the favourite, wearing 626, being guided by Luke Pollard. But we have all of the medalists from the Commonwealth Games just a week or so ago in this field, Sam Harding and Jonathan Gorlach. And there will be a lot of people perhaps expecting a bit from the French athlete as well. Thibaut Rigaudot, 13 starts, 9 podiums and 2 victories already. 4th in Tokyo as well. It's a strong field, to say the least.
And I think that 4th in Tokyo is a huge motivation factor. We're not too far away from Paris 2024. It's going to come round so quickly. These athletes will all start that qualifying period next year. So this is a great time to get out there, race. You can almost try different strategies. Just really go for it and see what's going to work for you best once they hit that qualifying period next year.
We saw as well Rhys Jones have a very impressive 4th in the Commonwealth Games, which you got to witness, Helen. And again, that home support, that home venue will perhaps buoy some of the British athletes, not just in this race, but throughout the day as well. Yeah,
that 4th place was a big day for Rhys Jones. He's not been doing it for that long. So really just come into the sport a little bit late at age 42 and only really been competing for the last few years. So he's had a really quick rise. So yeah, I mean, looking forward to seeing him do some more international racing.
And of course, as well, an athlete that suffered certainly at the Commonwealth Games at the hands of a puncture. Oscar Kelly as well did so well to get himself back up towards the front of the pack after that, the Commonwealth Games, and he will be spurred on by that recovery as well.
Yeah, I think so. They were so disappointed, Oscar Kelly and his guide Charlie Harding. They had a really bad luck, 2 punctures, had to change both of them, and they actually had a really fast run, which I think is almost, they know they could have been on the podium if they'd actually ridden really well, if they hadn't had the punctures. So yeah, big motivation for them today to put that race behind them.
As the athlete presentation is just about ready to get underway as we prepare for the swim start then for this first race of the day.
Number 61 from Ireland, Jennifer McCarthy, and his guide, Sean Husband.
And this is a key moment as well, with the Para Series taking centre stage in Swansea today, and these athletes really do get to relish this grand moment, as opposed to perhaps, you know, in the Commonwealth Games it can all get a bit lost with all of the other events that are taking place. This is almost like it feels like a British World Cup for them in some sense.
Yeah, and the only standalone event, that's a big deal for paratriathlon. So yeah, a really good opportunity for these athletes to showcase their abilities, their strengths.
As we just hear Rigaudot being announced, the Frenchman who, as we said, competed so well in Tokyo and will certainly fancy his chances of trying to push Dave Ellis.
Yeah, I mean, Dave Ellis hasn't really lost. I think he had 1 second in 2019 and then his DNF in Tokyo. So he really has had a really good run of races over the last few years, apart from the bad luck at the major championships.
Excellent turnout as well down by the water for the swim start. Plenty of supporters starting to gather.
And that was Sam Harding there. So he's come from an athletics background. He's competed in Tokyo in athletics last year. So a really quick change over to triathlon and come away with that medal at the Commonwealth Games last week.
Yeah, he's certainly making a splash on the scene, to say the least, Sam Harding. It's been very successful as well in some events back on his home continent. In terms of the Oceanic Cup event that he was able to win in Davenport. And the championships as well in March. So, as we mentioned, it will be the swim start followed by the bike and then the run. And obviously with the visually impaired athletes, Helen, there is a great amount of chemistry that is needed between the athlete and the guide, and it's a really interesting method that they have to adapt for each event as well.
Yeah, it is. And some athletes stick with the same guide for long periods, but you do see other athletes that change quite regularly, and they find they quite easy to change. So we're just seeing the women coming in here. So yeah, I mean, Dave Ellis, who is the top, him and his guide Luke Pollard train together, I think between 8 and 9 times a week. So they are really at the top level of that chemistry, that ability to be able to train together. Luke Pollard's in the RAF and has been given time to go and work with Dave Ellis in their preparation for Paris.
You just see there the women's start list just running across the bottom of your screen. It's a start that includes Chloe McComb, the Irish woman, and Jessica Tuamela, the Canadian, both on the podium at the Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, the surprise winner though was the gold medalist, wasn't it? It was Katie Crowhurst though. She was at 18, like no one really expected her to come away with that win. She's got a different guide here today, but yeah, she'll be she must be buzzing with confidence coming off that win just 1 week ago.
Anybody that saw, of course, her interview after the Commonwealth Games success will know just how excited she was and how elated she was. I thought for a moment that she might be bursting into tears, so surprised and shocked and taking it all in, was she?
Yeah, and at only 18, and she's come from a swim background, so you just think her rate of improvement is going to be so quick. Like, just gaining from every race the experience.
Incredible chance to learn from that success so early as well. As the first men are in the water, getting ready and getting set to start our first race of the day.
So this is the B1 category, and then the B2s and B3s are going to go 2 minutes and 46 seconds after them.
As Johnny mentioned down there, a slight head start for the athletes that are totally blind, followed up by the athletes that are partially sighted and less severely partially sighted. But we are underway then here in Swansea.
Yeah, so 1 medal for all of the visually impaired athletes, but though it must feel like a long 2 minutes and 46 seconds waiting and watching to chase them down.
And you have to, I'm sure, stand and wait, and as you say, you know that there are other athletes going out in front of you. I think Johnny put it perfectly. It's a game of cat and mouse, because you know the ground, the time that you need to make up on, and there's obviously the trust as well with the guide to be able to help you close that gap without being too aggressive and getting in the way of other athletes. And the swim we're so used to in triathlon, seeing it getting very clustered, but with the guides for the visually impaired athletes, there's that little bit more space that needs to be taken. They have a big role throughout all of this, the guides, obviously.
Yeah, they're tethered at the leg, most of the guides, and somehow it's up to them how they want to tether, how long. I think the tether has to be about 1.5 meters long, and they can't get so the guide can get a little bit in front, but not too far in front of the athlete.
Just saw there Abel Torreblanca Lopez just on the near side of our screen, stretching all the way out down though. And Craven's just a little closer to that big yellow boy.
Yeah, Owen Craven's only 19, so he's really burst onto the scene lately with some really solid results. Second in Yokohama, had 5 podiums already out of only 9 starts.
Yeah, 4 podiums in this calendar year as well. You could argue that Craven's is one of the informed athletes coming into this event. I think everybody knows just the formidable position that Dave Ellis is in this visually impaired men's event today.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the World Championship from last year, where he bounced back from the disappointment of Tokyo, he had the fastest split in the swim, bike and run. So he really is a long way ahead of the others. But, I mean, that always gives you something to aim for. You know that the standard's that high. You've got to have a race of your life to get close to him.
Yeah, he's won 8 of his last 9 races. Had a DNF in Tokyo, which is frustrating for him. Sure, he will be very focused on Paris in 2 years' time.
Yeah, I think so, especially with not having that medal in Tokyo.
These men have the agonizing weight in the water.
Are you not?
And they are off and underway, and the game of cat and mouse begins then. With the PT, VI2 and 3 athletes in the water and off on their charge.
at the Commonwealth Games, Dave Ellis had actually passed someone in the water, so he caught up that 2 minutes 46 straight away. So, I mean, the Commonwealth Games, there is a big variation in ability. We have, more emerging nations there. So, but yeah, there is the potential that he can catch people in the swim.
But we were talking off air before we got underway today about perhaps there are some nations that we will expect to have a very strong position today just because of the facilities, as we see the PTVI women just getting set and ready in the water. The PTVI 1 athletes getting set for their head start to start the women's event. And strong showings, I think you mentioned, from Team GB, the Americans and the French athletes as well, I think are expected on the cards today.
Yeah, really tough. I mean, here we've got the B1 athletes. There's 2 of them go in, so that's Anouk Kazalat and Jessica Tumala. They're the ones setting off first. See them there giving each other quite a bit of space at the start, which is the luxury you have. They've only got the 4 athletes there in the water, so they've got a bit more room. They're able to get into their swimming really quick. They're not going to be affected by any of the other athletes. You saw in the men, they're a lot more tightly packed, so the start is a little bit tougher for them.
See the French woman, Cousilat, making her way out. Again, another athlete that has been in fine form with 36 starts, 24 of those podiums. The French national champion last September as well.
Yeah, so she's got that third in Tokyo last year. The French woman, French champion. Although she was third at the Europeans, but the Europeans was a duathlon this year, so that was a lot tougher for the athletes who went there. And when they have a really good swim strength, it's always disappointing when you go for a triathlon and end up with a duathlon. But every athlete is adaptable, and you just have to adapt to the conditions that you're given on race day. Whether it wind, snow, hot, cold, whatever it is, you just go for it. Whether it turns into a duathlon, and just go out there and do their best.
Well, it's beautiful weather in Swansea today, that's for sure, but I'm pretty sure that water's still going to be fairly chilly for the athletes when they get in there. And they'll be pleased to be off and getting the starters' orders and underway. As the remainder of the visually impaired women's athletes are in the water, waiting to get ready and going. Just finally on Cousilat, she hasn't finished outside of the top 5 in a race since June 2018, so she will fancy a really strong showing today and be eyeing up certainly the medal positions where possible.
Yeah, and for the home crowd, you've got Alison Peasgood in there, Katie Crowhurst. Alison Peasgood unfortunately crashed at the Commonwealth Games last week, so luckily she's back here racing, hasn't had any severe damage, but a crash can, I think she'll be looking forward to try and have a good race and get over that disappointment. But also at the same time, those crashes can set you back a little bit because you're so motivated to get back into training and get on it. So hopefully she has no ill effects from the crash.
Chloe McComb, you just saw there, wearing the 609 number. Relatively inexperienced compared to some of the others in the field, with this being her 10th start her career. She won the Irish National Championships last September. Again, though, a lot of space for the women as they look forward to getting out there, just getting underway.
So there's I think they've got a 3 minute 19 gap for these women to try and chase down.
But for some of the stronger athletes in this field, that could be caught up very quickly indeed. Is there a timing mark that you perhaps expect to see some of the front runners? We were talking about, of course, Dave Ellis catching some of the other athletes in the swim. I would imagine we're perhaps not going to see that sort of chase on, but second or even the first lap of the bike, things could be changing very dramatically up front.
Yeah, I imagine the bike is where a lot of the passing might happen, and everyone goes at different speeds, having their guide. And yeah, but you do see races come down very close with passes happening on the run. So yeah, it really depends on the strength of the athletes.
So we are all underway then for the visually impaired athletes, as all of the swim starts are underway, and now we just have to have the patient wait to see who will be first out of the water. We will do our best to bring you all of the times, and of course then going through transition as well, always a pivotal part and always big element of who can rise towards the top of the leaderboard if you can nail those transitions correctly. And again, the combination of work between athlete and guide is imperative in those moments.
Yeah, and the guide is able to help them in transition if there's something they can't do. I mean, most of the athletes are able to do everything possible in transition, so but the guide is there, especially for taking off the wetsuit and things like that, to make it go a little bit quicker.
As we can see, the first group of the visually impaired athlete men's event have taken the big corner up by the buoy and are on their way back, coming back towards the mainland.
And the first group of VI1, they look like they're pretty close together, and there's definitely a pack forming back there. There is no drafting on the bike, so when the athletes get out onto the bike, they aren't allowed to use the other athletes around them for an advantage.
But you can see already that some of the second starters from the VI2 and 3 category are certainly closing that gap. It looks a lot less than 2.5 minutes or so that there was the advantage for the first athletes.
Yeah, and just coming up to the last buoys now. And when you're hitting that last buoy, I mean, when you're swimming, you're thinking about the swimming, you're thinking about the course, getting around the buoys as efficiently as possible. And when you hit this last buoy, you've got that last push into the exit ramp, but your mind starts switching forward to transition and thinking about like what you're going to do when you come out, like which order you're going to do things, when you're going to take your wetsuit down, helmet. So these will be things that the athletes rehearse like lots in training, just so they're as smooth as possible. But we know mistakes still happen under pressure, which we often see in so many triathlons.
Just see, it looks like there's a athlete and their guide starting to break away from that front group slightly, as we see the chasing group as well. It's far more erratic, and certainly the water's far more choppy in that chasing group than the leaders, as to be expected with the busier PTVI 2 and 3 start.
Yeah, and we can see that's Dave Ellis at the front of that chase group there. Him and his guide Luke Pollard, they have the same wetsuit. If you've ever watched them videos of them training together in the pool, it's amazing. They're swimming tethered next to each other. They tumble, turn and cross over each other underwater. It's like poetry watching them. So they're very good at swimming together, similar strokes.
And interesting, as they came past that buoy, the yellow buoy just in the foreground, you could see that their arms were perfectly in sync for a large stretch of that push coming down towards this part of the swim. See there again, just on the left-hand side of your screen, it's just slightly out of sync now, but it was pure symmetry in the water, which is so impressive. As we see the leaders starting to make that last push through the water.
It's just this short last distance to the exit ramp now, and a bit of a run into transition.
Is there much communication between the guide at this point? Because obviously you're trying to swim and get to the water's edge.
Well, I've listened to it. I've never done any guiding myself, but listened to a few interviews with athletes who have guided, and said sometimes it'll be a tap on the shoulder near the turn buoy and things like that. So mainly, obviously, in the water, it's communication by touching. Then on the bike, I thought there'd be a bit more communication vocally, but it's actually quite hard wearing the helmets and with, especially if there's noise with the crowd, which they had at Commonwealth Games. So a lot of it is done instinctively and through practice and training.
As we see the first athletes then coming out of the water, and once more you get a real good sight now of Ellis and Pollard, who have made a massive push to try and close that gap. They're not going to jump onto the front three just yet, but you said they were impressive in the Commonwealth Games with being able to take some of the athletes in the water, and Ellis has done his best to do that once again here in Swansea.
Yeah, they've opened up a big gap on the other B2, PTVI 2 and 3s as well.
Now we get into transition, get a real close-up view of Kyle Kuhn and his guide Zach Goodman, and the support that Goodman is allowed to provide his athlete.
Yeah, see Kyle Kuhn coming off a first in Montreal and a first in Yokohama.
Very accomplished skier and rock climber as well is the American.
I'm ready.
He will take his position on the tandem bike as the rest of the men's field starts to come out of the water. and move in towards transition. I suppose as well, when you're working as a tandem like this, it's important for both athlete and guide to just take an intake of breath and try and work in symmetry and have the same repetition of movements that you see and that they've done in training.
Yeah, and I think being calm is one of the biggest things. Both of you calm under pressure, or allowing the other athlete, or actually calming down the other athlete if one of them's getting a bit worked up. Because things can go wrong, can't they, at different points? So it's trying to be as relaxed as possible.
Rigado just preparing with his guide.
And all equipment has to go in the box just to keep that transition area nice and clear and safe.
That looked like a very quick transition indeed from the Frenchman.
Yeah, good swim there from Oscar Kelly. They're kind of heading out onto the bike in about 5th place there, the French athletes.
It's just the last few then of the men about to make their way out of the water. Triathlons certainly aren't won in the swim, but they can certainly not be lost either. There's a lot of racing still to be done, and any of these men can get themselves right back in contention if they can get through transition smoothly and set a good pace out on the tandem bike.
See Harding there from Australia just about to leave. Yeah, and as it's non-drafting on the bike, there's no advantage to being out first and being around other athletes. They can't use each other as they can in a lot of triathlon races. So it's not the worst thing in the world to actually lose a bit of time in the swim, because you do have a good opportunity to gain that back on the bike.
And we get out on the cameras on the motorbike and start following the men around the twists and turns of this bike course as they make their way out towards the circuit that will make up the 4 laps that will run for about the Swansea Museum. They'll head up towards the water, close to where transition is, but never crossing the River Tower, and then going all the way back down towards the beachfront. 4 laps of that, and then back into transition once again. Certainly going to be a scenic route for the athletes, although they're not going to be too fussed about their surroundings. They just want to crack on with either maintaining a lead or closing in on the leaders.
Yeah, and as this is quite a twisty, short section, the athletes have had a bike recce over the last day, so they will have gone around the course, which is, bike recces are so much more important for the visually impaired athletes, so they really get a feel for the course. They can kind of try and memorise where the sections are that are a bit more, bumpy, or where the corners are, or where the lampposts are. So just as they're passing the lampposts, it's massively important to try and get as much information as possible on those bike recces.
Being on the Welsh south coast, the wind can certainly pick up at times, and obviously balance on the bike so important for athlete and guide to be able to make sure that they have that near perfect centre of gravity and there's no lost momentum by dealing with the elements and the balance between 2 athletes on the bike. It is very tight, this in and out section.
Yeah, and we see them here just turning off the coast, and they'll be heading back onto more of the main roads now.
Thankfully for the athletes, it certainly starts to open up a little more.
And we're on the French pair here, so they're down, but Dave Ellis is going to be in front of them.
Yeah, it's Antoine Perrault, the 4th place man at the European Championships earlier this year. And we can go down to Johnny once more on the course, who's down there in the transition area. Johnny, what have you got for us down there up close and personal with the athletes?
Well, we've seen some amazing action already. That is all of the men, visually impaired and blind athletes who've come out of the swim and cleared transition. Just to help explain what you might have seen then, it's exactly the same rules as any triathlon you would have seen. 2 wetsuits need to come off, all of the equipment needs to go in athletes' boxes. No outside assistance is allowed. However, you will have seen the athlete and the guide being able to support each other. So getting wetsuits off, making sure tethers, swim hats are all in their boxes. So you've got 2 people, so twice as many things can go wrong. But it looked like everyone had a really clean transition. So back over to Ollie and Helen for the women.
Thanks very much, Johnny, who we will be dipping back to every so often throughout this afternoon. The women actually just behind Johnny. I think we saw them starting to come into transition, the first women out of the water.
And they're going to be heading out onto the bike in close order.
And thankfully, as Johnny mentioned, everybody speedily through transition when it comes to the men's event.
So we'd expect this to be one of the B1 athletes, so Jessica Tumala or Anouk Kurzela. Tumala, a former swimmer, she's come from that background. Oh, sorry,
Well,
some of them are already in transition.
I was going to say, Tumala is already out
there.
and on the road. I said they were just coming around the corner. Kurzela and Tumala, the French woman and the Canadian, already through transition and starting to go out onto the bikes. Johnny really should have told us that they were coming through when we were down with him. Unbelievable of him not to give us that information. But there is a chasing pack on their heels as the B1 athletes set out to get ready and tackle the bike course.
Fantastic swimmer herself. So is it going to be?
Yeah, these are the chasers then. Got my. It's so hard with the short time gaps in between to figure out where exactly all the athletes are. But great swims there from the first athletes out the water.
But the chasing pack are hot on the heels as well. You can see there Katie Crowhurst making her way out of the water along with her guide Grace Hawthorne.
Another good swim for her. She was a swimmer, loved swimming up until, and then COVID really started her doing, when she couldn't have access to the pool, she started on triathlon then, unable to swim as much as she normally would. Seems to have been a good idea.
She might still be buzzing as well off the adrenaline of course, the Commonwealth Games success a week ago. She moves into transition and she will be hoping that it is as smooth and as prepared a routine as possible. Everything being done fast and efficiently. Quick chance to get some water on and just get off some of the swim water off the face and off the body and get out onto the bike. Again, that looked very fast indeed, and a few round of applause from the spectators watching on. So the chase is on for Crowhurst now.
Yeah, the chase is on. You know those athletes are in front of you, but they're so clear as well of all the other athletes in their category. They didn't even see anyone else coming into transition. So fantastic swim from Katie Crowhurst.
There you see Tuamela, the Canadian, the leader of the women now, just moving away from the coastline and pushing out towards the start of the 4 laps that will take them through the bike course.
She had a silver medal in swimming in the 50-metre sprint back in Sydney in 2000, so a long time ago, and very different from a triathlon, going from about 30 seconds to an hour's worth of exercise.
You could just hear Emma Scoug there on the front of this bike of Tuamela, the guide. You might have just about heard it, her barking out the orders and just saying when to pedal, when to allow her to take control and free flow the bike through the corners perhaps, and then when to get the hammer down once more. It's the kind of information that the visually impaired athletes will rely on so much during this bike ride. Even though they've done the recce on the bike course, it's probably still a very different matter when you're going through it at full pace and you're trying to just maintain that constant contact with your guide, who is obviously taking you through the twists and turns of this bike course as they move what is quite a complex route, the in and out, up towards the lapping circuit. It's not a straight line by any stretch of the imagination.
No, it's a twisty course. It's a flat course, so there's no hills to contend with. But yeah, lots of corners, lots of technical sections.
They look like they're putting a bit of a pace on as well compared to the French pairing, the duo of Anouk Courzilat and Julie Marano. And we see the remainder of the female athletes coming through to try and start their chase down on the bike. Chloe McCumb getting ready through transition and trying to get herself out. Oh, she's just gone down there. I'm not sure if it was a slip or...
Yeah, it looked
what,
like
but
a
she's just-
slip, maybe.
Just an awkward fall, and didn't look to be comfortable while she was on the deck, but
No, just trying to get her bike shoes on there. Now that she's on. Oh, a little bit of a hobble after that fall. Oh, I hope she's going to be okay for the run after this.
certainly struggling through transition there, Chloe McComb.
Must be feeling confident coming into this off that second at the Commonwealth Games, though. Her twin sister Judith isn't racing today, though. She was racing at the Commonwealth Games. I bet she's out there supporting.
Well, we can see a bike split 3. Dave Ellis and his guide have put themselves up into pole position. Antoine Perel.
Yeah, so it's closed down that gap really quickly. Now 6 seconds ahead of Perel.
You can just see in the background there, Perel, the Frenchman. But the way that Ellis has motored through not only the swim, but now has closed up that ground on the leader and already putting a bit of distance between he and the Frenchman, with Kyle Kuhn in third through the bike split 3.
Yeah, these long straight roads, perfect here. They're in a great time trial position, nice and aero. They'll really be trying to make the most of these straights and gain as much time as possible before they hit the technical sections.
Nice and open as well. Certainly not a tight bike course with the dual lanes on either side, which is super beneficial compared to that in and out where we saw there were some of the lampposts and some of the railings just make it a little tighter and perhaps a little slower. Now they can get the hammer down.
Yeah, this is the... I mean, if you're very good technically, they're going to gain time. Athletes are going to gain time on the technical sections. You see they're taking that corner really smoothly. Oh, very close to the motorbike.
Yeah, a little too close, and I'm sure that Ellis and guide Luke Pollard aren't going to be very happy about that at all, and perhaps our camera crew just need to make sure that they're a little faster through the technical sections. You can see the hand raised from Pollard there to say, don't slow us down, we're trying to put in some space, and look at that gap between them and Perel. It's getting bigger and bigger. You can see it opening up.
Yeah, and sometimes the athletes on the bikes are off so much faster than the motorbikes around the corners and roundabouts, so sometimes it can catch everyone a little bit unawares of actually how fast they move through. But this pairing is so good technically as well. They're going to try and gain as much time on these flat straight sections where they've obviously got that power on the bike, but being able to corner and handle the tandem really well is going to keep gaining them time as well.
Once again, they get right on the back of our camera crew and then look to once more push through. Beautiful cobbled streets. Up, down by the Swansea Museum, and then pushing back through once more, getting the power down on the straighter section. It's a long straight section as well that they go back past, up and down this coast.
Yeah, this part of Swansea, no stranger to the big sporting event, the Swansea half marathons down here. They have quite a big event, very well attended. They've had a lot of tries here over the last few years as well.
10 more seconds added on the gap between Ellis and Perel. And now Ellis just looking to enforce the gap and keep the hammer down. And there will be some very pleased people down there from the British camp watching the work of Dave Ellis pushing through in the lead. And we can go down once more to the course and see who Johnny's been able to rustle up for us to have a chat with as we watch the men's leaders pushing through.
Back live in transition, we have Ben Stevenson, who is one of the British coaches here today. So, Ben, how are the British athletes looking after the swim and transition one?
Pretty good from what I've seen. Obviously, you saw Dave and Luke come out of the water first, so making it a factor in the B1 athletes. Good news there. Didn't actually see where Oscar and Charlie were out of transition, but coming out of T1, they were about 50 seconds behind on Dave and Luke. It's obviously good. Have heard on team radio that Rhys James might have a penalty from the swim, TBC. And then, yeah, Katie and Grace came out, I think, 1:40 behind.
So they've made time as well.
So they've made a lot of time on the factor. So
Yeah.
so far so good.
So any other athletes from other nations who stood out this morning?
To be honest, I've only seen flashes. I'm looking forward to seeing the Australian VI pair, Sam Harding.
Yep.
Commonwealth Games. I think he's got a quick run in him. So
Yep.
looking forward to that later.
Excellent. Thanks, Ben.
No worries.
Back to the studio.
Cheers, Johnny. Thank you very much. As always, keep the interviews coming as we start to follow some of the female athletes out on course. And I think all of them are now out on the bike circuit, pushing through the hard graft to try and make up the time on the lead. It's that Katie Crowhurst there that I think we're viewing at this point. She's still back in third, is Crowhurst.
Oh no, we're back on the men here.
Oh, apologies.
So, yeah, sorry. That's I think that's Oscar Kelly and Charlie Harding
Yeah,
there. So working really well. They've actually gained. They've lost time on Dave Ellis, which you'd probably expect being quite young athletes. They're quite new to this. Oscar's only 21. So they're gaining time on some of the other definitely more experienced athletes in front of them. And today, I think they'll just be happy if they don't get any punctures out there on the course today. And they're able to show what they can do, because they just didn't get to do that at the Commonwealth Games.
Thankfully, it's not too bumpy a circuit out there on the bike, and hopefully they can avoid any debris that's down there as well that may cause any punctures. Oscar Kelly up in fifth at the moment with Kyle Kuhn, Thibaut Rigaudot, Antoine Perel and Dave Ellis, the four in front of them. It'll be interesting to see when they come through the fifth split on the bike just how far off they are, the American Kyle Kuhn. Kelly just trying to push through and close that gap. It's very smooth in transition when we saw them going through. Perhaps just a little slower than we saw Ellis taking some of the corners.
Yeah, and I guess that's that experience, isn't it? Especially in the fact that Ellis and Pollard train together, nearly all of the time. But yeah, nice and smooth, no problems, and back down into that position and pushing hard. So just they've got about a minute to close down on the next athlete in front of them, which is Kyle Kuhn from the USA.
Yeah, coming through that split in about 30 minutes 12 according to our timing that we have here. 29:08 was Kyle Kuhn ahead of Oscar Kelly. And there's probably about a 2-minute gap or so on the leader, Dave Ellis, who has built himself a healthy advantage. He's already through the sixth split, timing at 30 minutes and 52 seconds. Such is the pace that he's able to put down at the moment.
And as they're on quite a small course, a small lap, and there's quite a lot of athletes out on the course, the men and the women are racing simultaneously, it's quite good that we've got these wide roads, and they're just going to make passing quite easy for them.
Here we see Ellis wearing the 626.
I think what's great here about Luke Pollard's position, it doesn't change. Same as Dave, they're just solid. They're so still, and that means that all the power then going down through the legs. There's not losing any power in the upper body. There's no rocking or swaying. Just sat in that really solid position. Here we go. They're having to pass other athletes on the course. So here it's an advantage. Here they've got quite a lot of room to do that.
Thibaut Rigaudot, the Frenchman, has already taken his fellow countryman Antoine Perel to move up into second as he tries to perhaps eat into the advantage that Ellis has right now, going through the sixth bike split, 31 minutes 35 seconds, which is about 40 seconds or so behind Dave Ellis. Is there any chance that on the bike, or even on the run, of course, later on as well, that almost Dave Ellis, he goes too fast and he gets into a problem with back markers and people slightly in the way, and once more again that's where the chemistry with Luke Pollard comes into play to make sure they avoid that.
Yeah, I guess that trust, that communication they're going to have between them, they really, obviously they want to go as fast as possible, but they also want to be as safe as possible because they want to get to the finish line. And with the gap that Dave Ellis has already, he's going to be able to back off at certain points if he needs to pass athletes safely.
The top four have gone through that sixth bike split with Oscar Kelly just going through as well. He's just under a minute off fourth place Carl Coon as the British athlete Oscar Kelly. The sun continuing to beat down here in Swansea. It's not a bad day for a bike ride, but as I say, there's no interest in anything on the horizon at all. It's all about what's right in front of them and just keeping up the pace as much as possible.
I think it's probably tough for a lot of the athletes coming into these races against Dave Ellis, but because he wins so much. But I think it's also, you've got to believe that, you know, he's human, stuff can go wrong, he can have a bad day, so it's always for the other athletes, not always putting him first and just think, well, Dave's going to win. You've got to focus on yourself, what you can do, and know that it's a great benchmark to have, isn't it? He's just setting the benchmark in visually impaired.
Hopefully we can have a look at the female leaders out there on the bike. At the moment, it's Jessica Tuamela who is still out in front, out in charge, the Canadian right now. Followed by the French woman, Anouk Couzila. And then Katie Crowhurst as well in third place, still trying to keep the pressure on the French woman in front of her.
Yeah, well, Crowhurst has gained back quite a bit of time over that swim. She pulled back almost a minute and a half, so it'll be interesting to see whether she can pull back a bit more, or will the gap stay the same. Because I guess this is what Johnny said earlier on, that cat and mouse of the timing splits becomes so important. So having a coach or, you know, somebody on course that can give the athletes that information, let them know if they're gaining, slowing down, is so crucial. And I think that's where the big teams here that come here, like there's a big French team here, there's a big British team, they do have an advantage in some way because they've got so many coaches out there and people to help, that it becomes so important with the timing splits.
Back with the male leaders once again of Dave Ellis, just with the female leaders. Cousilat's about just under a minute behind Jessica Tuamela as they went through the fourth split on the bikes, so certainly within touching distance for any push on the run. Katie Crowhurst still hasn't gone through that fourth split just yet. We will keep you up to date with all of the times as they continue to tick through, but Ellis still large and in charge at the moment, with again a gap of around about a minute or so on Rigaudot.
Yeah, a little look back there from Pollard, but they're not going to see anyone within their race close to them.
They might see them coming back down the road when they go through.
I mean, but Dave Ellis, though, he's just got so much resilience. He went to Beijing as a swimmer, so 2008. 2012, London home Paralympics, he just missed out and was devastated. So then made the switch to triathlon. The great triathlete. Then Rio, his category was taken out, so he missed out again. And then in Tokyo, the chain snapping. So he's had although he's had all these great races, he's had some really bad luck through his career. So the fact he keeps coming back and comes back and delivers these great races, I think is a remarkable strength of character.
He is human, and humans have that wonderful twist of luck in any sporting event. And unfortunately for Ellis, sometimes luck just hasn't quite been there in some of the big moments, but right now it is looking smooth sailing, to say the least, for Ellis. Again, it's a 50-second gap between them. Man in second place, Rigaudot.
They're heading back now towards transition, so really quick bike there from them.
Yeah, they've just gone through the 8 split on the bike and now making their way back down the in and out section, back down towards transition as we take a look at the leading women, and Jessica Tuamela, the Canadian, still out in front. Tuamela looking to cement an advantage. Can't see if that is the French woman Cousilat behind her, although I don't imagine it is, considering the gap now between Tuamela and the French athlete is over a minute.
Yeah, she's a long way down, so great ride here from Tuamela. She's having a fantastic one, but just putting in time on the chasers. And Crowhurst would be the next one, but I don't know if she's managed to pull back much time since that initial fast swim where she managed to gain back some time.
They're still yet to go through that 5th bike split as the Canadian, who was second, in Yokohama in May. We've already touched on her impressive bronze at the Commonwealth Games last week. Is perhaps seeing an eye for gold right now. She'll be very happy with that margin of around about 90 seconds or so to start a run.
Yeah, and I think just having the recent good races as well, she's had a really good start to this year. Probably that 5th in Tokyo was a last year in the Paralympics was a fantastic result, but it's got to leave you wanting more, being so close to the podium. So this year has really come out and had a really good string of solid results.
Perhaps there's just been that extra bit of work and persistence inspired by the frustration of Tokyo, who continue to push through and go searching for those golds. And you have to say that the 2nd place in Yokohama in May is certainly a fantastic springboard. Follow them by the big event at the Commonwealth Games to push her through for the rest of 2022.
Yeah, and some athletes do well racing back-to-back weekends as well. Some don't, but some seem to get better and better, like more and more they do. So maybe that's going to be the case today.
I did wonder if that perhaps could be the case with Chloe McComb, the way she was limping through transition at that point. Just wonder if perhaps back-to-back big events just taking their toll slightly on the body. And recovery is so important as well. It's all getting very tight down there on the road circuit.
Yeah, it really is, and it's just a few athletes here at the same time of
It's got the...
Oh yeah, I think they went the wrong side of the cones there, and
leaders to Amela, it's gone off.
I think it was to because there was quite a lot of congestion on the inside. We've got two Irish and Australian athletes all sort of coming together at one time there. I think one of the Australian athletes had finished their 4 laps of the bike and is heading in. So I think she was doing that to the guide there, Emma Scow, was doing that to try and keep them safe and outside of that traffic and avoid being taken off.
Yeah, didn't want to make any sort of contact with Sam Harding, the Australian, as he went down through to transition in the men's event. It was just suddenly got a little awkward because there was a bike coming the other way as well, and that's not necessarily what you want to be dealing with when you're trying to just set the pace. And we can go down to the transition area where the leading men have been going through transition, and once more down with all the action. Johnny is there keeping a close eye on all of it.
So we're live in T2. We've had Dave Ellis and his guide Luke Pollard have made up the time factor. They've caught 2 minutes and 46 seconds. They are the first athletes to head out into transition. You're soon going to see all of the men come in, exactly the same rules as we've talked about before. All of their kit needs to be in their box. Any blind athlete you're going to see will need to be wearing blackout glasses to make sure that they're maintaining their vision throughout. But yes, Brits first out on the course. Back to the commentary team.
No bias from Johnny there at all, as he was distracted seeing Dave Ellis go through transition smoothly and calmly and out onto the run, followed by the French pair of Rigaudot and then Antoine Perel in second and third. Kyle Kuhn, the American, in fourth. Owen Cravens has had a very good bike to pull up and catch Oscar Kelly, as they're all starting to make their way now into the transition area. They have to navigate that very complex in and out section on the bike, as we said, as we're back with the leading women. And Tuamela is in control right now. And Johnny, I believe, is back down in transition once more with another guest for us. So Johnny, with all the men going through transition, who have you got for us?
And we're back live in transition with Rachel, one of the Canadian coaches. Rachel, Jessica and Emma were last leading the women's race. How are things going?
Yeah, they're having an amazing day out there. They raced last week at Commonwealth Games and locked into third place, and they're just really here to compete today. They're working as hard as they can to build a lead up on the bike so they can get out on that run course and hopefully maintain. So
fantastic. How's the journey been from Commonwealth Games last week to today?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a wild ride, but everyone's having a great time. So it's been lovely to see Swansea and up in Birmingham as well. Everyone's been so friendly and welcoming, and we've had a great experience here.
Amazing. Well, thanks for speaking to us, and
Yeah, of course.
best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Thanks very much, Johnny. Yeah, Rachel McAtee just very happy indeed. You can see the smile beaming on her face to see, obviously, her athlete out in front as we've gone back once more to Dave Ellis leading the men out on the run.
Yeah, he's got about a just over 30-second lead on Rigaud coming from behind. So, yeah, it's not huge gaps at this stage. And Rigaud's only been competing since 2019, so not with COVID in that time. So he's not had a chance to get a huge amount of races in.
I just wonder if perhaps Ellis took his foot off the gas slightly, because they were up to about 50 seconds or so on the bike at one point, and then maybe just thought, okay, conserve a bit of the energy as we finish on the bike, go through transition and then get out onto the run. But as you say, it's about 30 seconds or so, and Ellis will want to do the best that he can to try and increase that gap, but he is going to be more than aware that Rigaud is leading the charge, and Rigaud's actually been able to almost drop there Antoine Perrault, who are the second of the French pair that are in second and third right now.
They're Carl Kuhn, so he's out there in fourth position. He's heading out onto the run.
Yeah, through transition, what, about 20-odd, 15-odd seconds, I think it was, behind Perrault. Maybe a bit more than that, in fact, about 25, 30 seconds as he heads out onto the run to start what is a run of 3 laps of the circuit. Gets a little twisty and loops back on itself just on the east side of the river.
Yeah, they're going in the opposite direction now, away from where they started. You see Pollard there checking his watch. Probably that's the first kilometre split, I imagine. Just so they can, they probably, I don't know if they use that data within the race, but afterwards it's always a good sort of learning tool for the athletes. There's Kelly heading out. We've got Cravens just behind. So 2 of the young athletes here. Very close battle between these 2.
Yeah, Oscar Kelly in 5th and Owen Cravens then in 6th. The Brit followed by the American Sam Harding as well is behind Cravens, the Australian, and then McCarthy, the Irishman, in 8th at the moment. The top 10 includes Rhys Jones and then the Spaniard Rafael Cabello Sanchez.
Sam Harding from Australia has head out in 7th position, so he's got a good run. So coming from the athletics background, he'll be looking to try and make up some places on the run portion.
I suppose we really want to see what that first run split is between Rigaud and Ellis, and see if the ground has started to be made up by the Frenchman, and see if perhaps Ellis is just waning slightly after the exertions of the Commonwealth Games or not.
Yeah, he looks pretty relaxed at this point, and so the athlete has to be half a step ahead of the guide, just slightly in front, and then the guide can take the lead around more sort of complicated or dangerous sections, able to use the arm to guide. We'll see there Ellis is just in front of Pollard through this section. Oh, it looks like they're running well. Can't see anyone coming into shot yet. There we go. So, yeah, looks like they've gained a little bit of time already.
There you just see Cyril Vienot just guiding the athlete around through this very tight, twisty, complex section. Just have to slow down. As an athlete in general, when you're running in one of these sorts of sections, is there almost a frustration that you have to slow down slightly for the corners still, and then you have to pick up your momentum again? Or are you able to just, particularly with the help of the guide in the Paratriathlon series, be able to just push around these corners?
Yeah, the corners do slow down, but what they've got here, they are quite wide sweeping corners. They're not like 3 cones at the end, which you almost have to stop and go round. So they are able to keep up a little bit of momentum there, which does make life easier. Says Rhys Jones there, heading out.
Jones out on the run, followed by Ellis, who's starting to lap some of the back markers on the run.
So it's 3 laps for the run, isn't it? That's why we're going to see a little bit more lapping.
Looks like we see the Canadian woman of Jessica Turmella coming through the in-out section of the bike and coming back towards transition. She's gone through that last split with about almost a 2-minute lead on Anu Kuzila.
The great bike handling there. They've handled that tricky section really well. And that's so important. They're not going to be losing any time to the athletes chasing them then.
They've got a very healthy advantage indeed. If it stays around 2 minutes, see again how tight and intricate it gets on that hairpin, particularly on a tandem as well. There's so much bike to maneuver around a tight corner. Over the bridge, over the river.
And hitting the bridge, you know that transition's almost there. You've got to keep focused. They can't switch your head off because you've still got a few corners to do, but they'll be getting ready for the bike now. They'll be shaking out the legs a little bit. Any last-minute nutrition they need to take, they'll be taking it at this point.
And as you say, there's a couple more corners and then they'll come back into transition, and then the organised carnage of transition will begin before getting out on the run. But there isn't another athlete in sight for Tuamela. Just making sure that with the help of her guide, she's got that perfect balance through these last few corners. And now the preparation for transition starts to take place. The shoes are loosened, the speed drops slightly.
I have to be off before that dismount line or there's a penalty, but they're off just in front of it.
Nailed to perfection. And there's only now the 3 laps, the 5-kilometre run to go.
Oh, really? Yeah, it's just topping up the internal. Ah, right, okay.
How smooth is that? Slight stutter just getting the bike set up, but all very cool and calm. The shoes will go on.
Yep, all our other equipment into the box. Just picking up the tether there that they'll have between their arms. There's no specific equipment they use for the tether. They can use whatever they want. And I watched a video with Dave Ellis and Luke Pollard, and they have a couple of like straggly elastic laces tied together. Probably been all over the world with them. Pretty dirty.
Tuamela through transition, just took a slight moment there to get the right shoe on, but with the lead that they have right now, it's going to be a fair bit of time before the French woman Anu Kuzila comes through. Katie Crowhurst is about 2 minutes off second place at the moment, so she's going to have a bit of a job on her hands if she's going to compete for second or, of course, first today. And Heloise Courvoisier is perhaps eyeing up the third place of Crowhurst. Only about 20 to 30 seconds off the back of the Commonwealth Games gold medalist.
So Dave Ellis has gone through run split 2. So we're just waiting to see what Rigaudot is. How far is he going to be behind?
And this is the, well, that was the Frenchman. This is the leader, Ellis, just taking a bit of water.
Just passing the Irish pair.
They're getting through these back markers very quickly indeed, nice and smoothly. Of course, as we mentioned, at this part of the circuit, it's certainly wide enough in. There's no chance for any sort of problems. You don't want to face many of the back markers when you get into that tight railing section with the twists and turns, but
yeah, so it's just choosing a good passing section. That's McCarthy they were passing there, though, 3-time Irish champion.
Ellis has this 1 minute advantage going through run split 2 right now. Rigaudot has just gone through, followed by Perel, who's now gone through the timing split himself. He's about 30 seconds or so off his fellow compatriot. But Ellis a minute ahead of second place, yeah, in a very strong position.
He's put in a good another 20 seconds really over these 2 laps of the run. Just looks so calm and collected.
Looks like we've got a very good battle a little further back for 5th and 6th between Oscar Kelly and Owen Cravens, the American and the Brit. Cravens, the American, at 10 seconds or so off Oscar Kelly, about 15 seconds. Could be a real fight for the top 5 between those two.
Yeah, the first 3 are quite clear at the moment. It's going to take a big run to get onto the podium now from the athletes in 4th, 5th and 6th, Kuhn, Kelly and Cravens. But we also got Sam Harding there, who's definitely got that run speed.
Kyle Kuhn's about 30 seconds ahead of Oscar Kelly in 4th place at this point.
Dave Ellis broke both of his arms over the winter, so he really didn't manage to get that solid winter's training in either this year.
Well, you wouldn't know it by his form.
No, you wouldn't at all. He's just hasn't put a foot wrong so far this race. So a bit of a grimace back there, so you know he's pushing hard. And even with the gap he has, he's the kind of athlete that's going to give it everything and push to the finish and see what he can produce. He's not interested in just winning. I think it's how much can I win by? How fast can we run today?
Well, he continues to set an absolute standard in this discipline. And Ellis has almost been untouchable so far as we see more of the women coming through transition. That is Katie Crowhurst, the Commonwealth Games champion, going into the transition area and just starting to get the shoes on and ready for the run. She's still a fair way back on 2nd place, Anouk Kuzilak.
Yeah, with a good run, Crowhurst may be able to pull it back. Crowhurst, the run at the Commonwealth Games was a really healing. She suffered with a stitch halfway through, and it was her guide, Jessica Fulgard, just talking to her constantly. They kind of got through it, but it was a tough run for her. So this flatter run today, being that inexperienced, she's a little bit younger. The flatter course today, she may find a little bit easier and be able to actually deliver her run performance.
Well, here we see Jessica Tuamela, the Canadian, out in charge. A gap at the start of the run between her and the French woman in 2nd place, 2.5 minutes.
Oh, that's a big gap, isn't it? But it is hard to be that athlete out in front. You're the person everyone's chasing, so you have to really remain mentally tough and not think about what's happening behind you. Like, even if the splits start coming down, you've really got to focus on staying positive, focusing on your own run form and running as well as you can. Focusing on the behind doesn't really help too much, but yeah, it's almost I think it's a bit easier sometimes being the chaser, because you just go all out to try and chase, whereas when you're in front you don't want to go all out in case you blow up, so there's a little bit more to it when you're the athlete out in front.
Talking of athletes out in front, well, it seems unlikely that he's going to push the pace so much that he's going to blow up, shall we say. Dave Ellis knows exactly the pace that he needs to put down, I think, at this point out there on the run. Just gone through the 3rd split as well of the run. And it just feels like this is going to be a comprehensive victory. It's not a bad week, is it? You can pull off an impressive result, of course, at the Commonwealth Games and follow it up a week later in the standalone Para-Tri Series event here in Swansea.
And we still have the World Championships to come as well this year, so that's going to be another big race for the para-athletes. Probably the next really big one, or there is more World Series races to do too.
Not a single sight of anybody else.
Got about a minute 20 lead now, so just extended and extended every lap of this run, keeping on pushing.
And that grimace seems to have gone from Ellis as well. He looks like he's in a bit of a pace. There's a slight strain there on the face, but not too much. And you see Chloe McComb, who was struggling through that first transition. The Irish athlete is off on the road.
She looks all right, doesn't she? She hobbled out of transition, but obviously it was just a shock injury, and she's shaking it off on the bike.
Great to see so many people out to spur on Ellis to the finish line as well. It's going to feel good to have done these both on home soil. There's only a few more meters to go. It's been quite the week for the British athlete, who continues to set the standard in para-triathlon. It is Dave Ellis, the victor in Swansea. Untouched, unbeaten and unmatched here on the Welsh South Coast. An unbelievable achievement from him. A gold a week ago, another gold today. And he's got a chance to take a breather, relax and enjoy this moment, because he's not going to have to talk to any of the other racers for a good minute and a half just yet, because he has been out in front, setting the pace, setting the standard, and nobody else has been able to match it.
You can see he pushed hard there. They really worked hard. I think that maybe that was one of their goals for the race, because when you're winning everything, having the goal of winning probably isn't as motivating for him. But he's maybe they had a goal of a certain time to hit today, because he really pushed that hard. You see how hard he worked to the finish, but a big smile to finish too.
57 minutes and 40 seconds for Dave Ellis' final time as he came through to take gold. Just looks very calm about the whole thing, doesn't he? So we go back to our leading women. The Canadian Tuamela. She's gone through the first run split already, and we are still waiting and waiting for anybody else to come in contact with her.
She had about 2:40, I think, heading out onto the bike. So it'd be interesting to see if anyone's managing to run a little bit back into her.
Yeah, the eyes will be on Kuzila and Crowhurst as we see the second place men coming through. Thibaut Rigaudot, who tried to stay in contention as much as he could, but he was dropped by Dave Ellis very quickly. But Rigaudot will take second place with a time inside the hour, 59 minutes and 19 seconds. Rigaudot, who was second at the European Championships in May, had a podium in June at Besançon as well, but the silver having to be settled for here in Swansea.
I think it's Antoine Perel there. They've managed to keep that third position.
The first of the B1 athletes to come through, Antoine Perel, will take the bronze here in Swansea. So it's a Brit topping the podium with two Frenchmen either side of him. Perel just under the hour, 59 minutes and 59 seconds according to our timing chart.
I think next we've got the Brit Oscar Kelly coming in, who's had a solid run. There was quite a few quite close together at one point, but they seem to, it seems like Kelly has managed to push ahead and just spot the red hair there.
Yeah, Oscar Kelly just having the jump slightly on Carl Coon at the run split 3 of about 13 seconds. So you can see the American in 5th place. Oscar Kelly able to find a 4th place finish as the British fans enjoy Kelly crossing the line. Give him a very big round of applause, and he's straight away looking like he's pushed himself in that one, limping off to go and take on some fluids. As Kyle Kuhn comes through in 5th place. Just wasn't quite his race today. Nobody could really touch Ellis and the French pairing out in front.
He's really hurting, isn't he? That's a tough run for him. Bit of cramp there. Sam Harding here, fantastic run for him. He's moved himself up a place.
I recognise this long hair from last week in Birmingham.
Sam Harding pushing all the way through, a medalist in Birmingham, but no medal today. Takes a top 10 finish though in 6th.
That background in 1500 metre and 800 metre running, and just think, what is he going to be able to do over the next few years when his swim and bike ability comes up a little bit.
And then 7th, the American Owen Cravens.
Our youngest athlete in this category today.
Guided by Colin Riley.
He looks fairly relaxed about the whole thing as well. Looks like he's still perhaps got a little bit left in the tank, although I'd never accuse him of that at all. So our top 7 from the men have gone through, with McCarthy in 8th and Rhys Jones in 9th through the last split. But we're back out at the front of the women's run with Tuamela, and then Kuzilat way behind.
They've still got a very healthy lead, haven't they? With the chasers going out onto the run and trying not to go too hard fast in that first sort of kilometre, even the first lap, just to try and chase. It's really important to go with a pace they think they can maintain, but obviously trying to do everything to claw back a few seconds or get into a good position.
It might have just dropped slightly, that gap. 54.34 was through the run split for Tuamela. And then Kurzelat 55.49. So it looks like the French woman is just starting to try and make up some ground on the leader.
Yeah, she's pulled back about a minute, I think. So it's, it could be very close if these paces stay the same.
So we see more of the men's athletes coming through, take the finishing line. Rebecca McCarthy coming through for Ireland in 8th place.
Put your hands together, welcome home Donica
A 10th
and Sean Husband.
podium, not quite in his grasp, but a victory in a duathlon earlier this year. He's certainly got the run and bike ability in him. Looks like it's a real strain for him though as he crosses the line.
Yeah, these flat courses can be brutal because there's no let-up. Like if you have hills on the bike, you work hard at the hill, there's that slight recovery in the temp. But today, everything's flat, bike run, so you really push to the max for the whole of the time they're out there racing.
Can just see Rhys Jones in the background coming through as the Canadian out in front of the women continues to push on. Doesn't quite look as smooth and fast a running style at the moment. I wonder if it's just a little hard graft at the moment for Tuamela, which is why Kurzelat's able to eat into her advantage right now. Really interested to see when they come through the second split what the gap is between the Canadian and the French woman.
Yeah, you wonder if she had a strategy coming in of if it's going to be going all out or if she's going to try and push on as, you know, build through the run, try and get stronger as it goes on. But she's going to have, we saw the Canadian coach earlier, they're going to be giving them splits. She'll know that gap is coming down. They're just trying to do everything possible to keep in front, but meanwhile staying relaxed, because the more you tense up and get nervous, it's not going to help the running ability.
Just trying to make out if that's Kurzelat in the background that we just saw as the Canadian comes through the twisting technical section. Plenty of the fans on the side of the course enjoying the spectacle.
There's the chasers, they're very close now.
That gap is shrinking. And this is going to be a very interesting push then for Kurzelat and Crowhurst as well. I wonder if she's perhaps able to get herself anywhere near touching distance to perhaps catching Tuamela and finding second, or maybe even better than that. She was about a minute and a half or so away from Kurzelat through the first run split. Tuamela's gone through that second run split now. But we will go down and talk to the victors of the men's race. And Johnny is down there at the finish line for us.
Dave, Luke, another victory on the world circuit. 1 week after Commonwealth Games, how are you guys feeling? How was the race today?
Yeah, it was tough to come back a week after, and yeah, the body's feeling a little bit tired, but yeah, I think a home event, you've got to get up for it, and I think we managed to do that today.
And how was it for you, Luke?
Yeah, like Dave said, it's been a tough week, but it's sort of been riding on the roller coaster of the higher the commies, and then looking forward to this. It's a big target race for us this year, and really glad it paid off.
Excellent. So how did the race pan out, start to finish?
Yeah, I think usual kind of tactics, trying to have a strong swim, and then the bike it's pretty tough, but I think we managed to kind of hold the gap.
Yeah, real quick bike, and yeah, it was quite hard to put any real decent time in, and you know, strong competitors out today, and then yeah, just leave it all out on the run really.
Excellent. Well done.
Cheers.
And have a great celebration afterwards.
Yeah, cheers mate, nice one.
Cheers, Johnny. If anybody deserves a celebration after this week, it is Dave Ellis for sure, the victor of the men's visually impaired Para Tri-Series event today. And that is the overtake for the lead. Kurzelat has taken Tuamela. That gap at the run split was down to 10 seconds. The French woman has put on a real performance on the run, as perhaps Tuamela is just struggling.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything she can do to respond, is there? She's just going that pace, and yeah, she's got no response. She's not able to increase the pace to stay with Kurzelat, so that's a fantastic run from her. She's gained back that time so quickly. We've got Crowhurst, who's also running well.
She knows how to pull off the big moments, does the French woman. She's competed at a very high level at the European Championships, won the European Championships back in 2021. Third, perhaps frustrating for her back in May this year at the European Championships, but she's really done well to make up that gap. 2.5 minutes it was at one point between her and the leader. And now she is starting to leave the Canadian in her wake. Still about a 90-second gap going through run split 2 between Crowhurst and Tuamela, but the way the Canadian is struggling on this run, there is a chance perhaps for Crowhurst, if she can get the hammer down and push, to maybe push herself up into second place. But once more we have Johnny down there at the winning line with the French pairing of Thibaut Rigaudot and Antoine Perel, second and third today. An impressive one for the French duo. Over to Johnny down there with the interview.
Well, what a superb day for the French team. Well done, guys. Starting with Rigaudot, second place today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good in this race. The swim is it's very bad for us, and the bike and the run are very good.
Excellent. From a guide's perspective, how did the race go today?
Can you repeat?
From a guide's racing, how did the race go today?
It was quite like said Thibaut in the swim. It wasn't perfect, but not so bad swim. On the bike, it was technical. We tried to manage to do a good bike. We did some good turns, I think. And then on the beginning of the run, our English mate took the wrong pass. So it was good for us, but they ran too fast. So we try our best, but no, it was complicated to catch them. But we were very happy to see our French teammate just behind us.
Absolutely. Perel, in third place today, how was your race?
Très bien, super course, les conditions parfaites, aussi bien en natation que vélo course à pied. Pour une ville comme Swansea, c'est top, vraiment très content d'avoir participé à la course et faire un podium avec nos amis français Thibaut et Cyril, c'est happy quoi, c'est cool. Merci.
Excellent, well done. And how has Swansea been? How has Swansea been?
Swansea is amazing. The crowd was very fun and cool with us. We tried to push hard all the race, and really happy to finish third, first medal in WPS with Antoine. So very good day for us.
Superb. Well done all. Well done.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Johnny. Thank you very much. I know very little French in my lexicon, but très bien being said there from Antoine Perel straight at the beginning of that interview. Very pleased indeed to pick up third place today, and top work from Johan Lebert as well, his guide, who not only is able to guide his athlete around the course but do a bit of translation as well in the big moments in the interviews. It could be a very good day indeed for the French camp, because Cousilat is out in front for the women that we can see as they come through the technical section. Just see on the right hand side of your screen, they'll just come into shot in a moment, and you can see how quickly they've been able to drop the Canadian Tuamela.
And she did. It's just gone through that run split there, so we'll get a little bit more information soon whether Katie Crowhurst has managed to move up from that third position.
If we end up staying on Tuamela as she comes through this section as well, we may even get a chance to see Crowhurst as she comes through, but it all depends whether she's been able to push and try and increase the pace, or perhaps if behind her Heloise Courvoisier has been able to start trying to close in the gap as well. It was very tight between those two, about 30 seconds separating them at the second run split. So Crowhurst will want to push on to perhaps try and find a medal better than bronze today, but she'll also want to be careful and make sure that she's not under attack from the French woman Heloise Courvoisier as they come through the finish. Run split 3 done and dusted for Cousilat and Tuamela. The gap between these two almost up to a minute already.
Yeah, they've really increased their gap over that last lap. So you can just see how well she's running here and I don't think her run style's changed. Looks really relaxed. Just trying to try and maintain this strong, fast pace now into the finish.
We spoke before we started today about a number of athletes in both the men and the women's field that have been hyper competitive and able to produce big results time and time again. And you look at the French woman here, 36 starts and 24 podiums in those starts is super impressive. She'll be so pleased to come away with top spot on the podium if she can hold on through these last through stretches, which I don't think there's any real doubt that she's going to be stood taking the gold medal in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, and like they said just now in the interview, that the crowd is very friendly. They're supporting all of the athletes out there, regardless of which country they're from. So they're getting some nice cheers and claps as they're coming towards the finish line. Is
that what Antoine Perel said? Have you been hiding some French vocabulary in?
No, unfortunately not.
Katie Crowhurst just a little far back, perhaps. It's almost 30 seconds between her and Tuamela at the final run split 3. Might not be enough time to be able to catch.
She's clawed back a lot of time over the whole run, so it would have to be a big finish. It's got to be a really fast. You've got to, in your head, this is the last kilometre rep I'm doing. So just head down and go as hard as you can.
Well, much like the bike, it's a fairly long way from the looping part of the run circuit back down towards the finish line. Just don't think it's going to be long enough for her. But it can't come quickly enough for this woman out in front. Anouk Kozilak on the final charge.
And looking through the French team, they've all been training together. They've just had a really big training camp recently, so there'll be a lot of team spirit and camaraderie between all of them. So yeah, a great day for them. Great way for them to start this Swansea World Series.
It's going to be a fantastic start for them. The men picking up silver and bronze, and then a gold is just a few seconds away for Anouk Kozilak as she pushes towards the finish as well. You can see a beaming smile both on her face and Julie Morano, and they are through to take the gold medal in Swansea. A Herculean push right at the end, but not even the strain of that sprint finish for themselves is going to wipe the smile off their faces. Wonderful finish for Kozilak, who we were, I have to say, at one point thinking 2.5 minutes, there's no way she can catch the Canadian. But she put the foot down. Tuamela was just struggling in those last bits of the bike and then coming out into transition and on the run. And there you see it's going to be potentially a big finish because Crowhurst and Tuamela are on the final push, and Crowhurst has got the hammer down. And she is pushing for a grandstand finish and a silver medal, and it looks like she's got energy to burn as the Canadian is slightly limping there. This is going to be a huge finish for Crowhurst. Even a few seconds ago, we didn't think this was going to be possible, but Katie Crowhurst, after the gold at the Commonwealth Games, will take silver in Swansea right at the last moment. An incredible run and a superb finish as well. She's left it all on the track, as has Jessica Tuamela, who pushed so hard through the swim and the bike, and you can see how much she's pushed herself on the run. She just didn't have the pace, though, when it mattered on the 3 laps of the roan course across the 5 kilometres. And at least she gets to come away with a bronze. At one point we thought her name was on the gold. As we see Heloise Courvoisier coming through to take 4th, and then Francesca Tarantello, the Italian, looks like she's going to be coming through to take 5th place, rounding out the top 5 of the women's event. What a thrilling finish that was, Helen.
So many of them were close together at the end. They were all finished within a minute of each other. So apart from the leaders, Kozilak, they were really competitive there at the end. But what a finish from Crowhurst. She's got to be so happy with that. And Tuamela was a brave fight. I mean, she can't be disappointed with a bronze medal today off the back of that last bronze medal.
Yeah, it's almost heartache for Jessica Tuamela, but she'll be pleased to at least have maintained a spot on the podium. But the women's event finishes with Anouk Kozilak taking the gold after a magnificent run. Katie Crowhurst 2nd, and Tuamela, the Canadian, finishing up 3rd. Wonderful finish to the visually impaired event. But there is no rest for the wicked here in Swansea as we are getting ready for our PTWC men, the wheelchair athletes, to get into the water for our next event here on the Welsh South Coast. As we see the athletes just starting to come now down towards the water's edge. And we can take a look at the athletes that will be competing in the PTWC men. And Brumgraber is the 1-2-1, the Austrian. 19 starts and 17 podiums, third at the European Championships in May, second in Tokyo. Giovanni Acienza, the Italian, who was third in Tokyo. Another one to look out for on this list. Ahmed Andalusi as well, the Frenchman, in 1-2-4. Fifth in Tokyo, 45 starts, 19 podiums, and a handful of World Cup wins as well. Last World Cup win back in October 2020, though not perhaps in form, but certainly an athlete that can provide. There are some movers and shakers in the men's wheelchair event. These athletes getting ready at the first start of the WC1 men category. Giovanni Acienza just there, waiting in the water, along with his fellow countryman Giuseppe Romele. As I say, Helen, no rest for the wicked, a quick turnaround, and we're straight back into the thrills and spills of the action once more.
Yeah, we are. So we're WC1 first, then 3 minutes, almost 3 minutes, then we get the category 2 and 3 going together. So one medal for the wheelchair athletes.
I think a lot of the focus for the wheelchair athletes in the men's category is on the Austrian Brumgraber and the Italian Acienza, renewing their rivalry from Tokyo.
Yeah, and I think the big, we haven't got Jets Platz and the other Netherlands athlete, Gert Schipper, so they're the two big names. You know, they're the ones that we're missing. Jets Platz has defended his Paralympic champion, so it does leave this field a lot more wide open than we see when Platz is in the race.
We said that there were some absentees from Tokyo in the start list for a number of the events today, but it does open up the opportunity for plenty of medalists.
I mean, Giovanni Acienza, he's had a bronze in Rio and then a bronze in Tokyo, so he's had a really good career so far. He's got to be looking to add another medal to that.
He will just hope that it can be the top step rather than the third step here today in Swansea. It'll be about a 2-minute head start or so between the PTWC 1 men and the PTWC 2 men going out into the water.
The one athlete there has gone quite wide, so taking different lines there towards the boys.
Any reason for taking such a wide line? It just opens up so much more of the course that you have to contend with.
If you're a good swimmer, you may want to get a little bit clear, not let anyone get onto your feet, really take advantage of your advantage, so use it as much as you can. But you really want to take the shortest line possible. But the athletes are able to draft off each other in the swim, so tucking into someone's feet, a faster swimmer, you're going to move a lot faster and save energy. So it's a really good strategy if you are a little bit of a weaker swimmer.
Just see there Manuel Alfonso Betancourt, the 1-2-8 hat. Brumgraber there in 1-2-1, the Austrian. How much gap can he make up perhaps on the leading men who've just gone out about a minute and a half, 2 minutes ago? Then they will obviously come out of the water into transition. And then on to the hand bikes for the bike before the racing chair for the run. We were chatting with Johnny before we got underway today. Perfect example of how they differ. The hand bike is like a bike. It has gears. the racing chair is like your legs. You don't have gears. It's just all one power, one speed in terms of the differences between the hand bike and the chair for the bike and the run event for these wheelchair athletes. I apologise to Johnny if I've just stolen any of his information there.
On your mark.
Nervous moments for the athletes as they hear that heartbeat music. You know it's about time to go, and then they start off on their pursuit of that chain, bringing down that 3-minute gap as quickly as possible.
And we saw that in the visually impaired event there was a bit of space and some gaps, of course, in the water. Is this going to be a little more clustered as they go around the boys with people fighting for the advantage on the inside, do you think?
You would think so, but they've all gone quite different directions here and quite wide. So, but you see two of the athletes there, they're trying to get onto the feet of the athlete in front to really try and save as much energy as possible.
Some clear, lovely strokes happening as they go straight in.
So the second group of the men's wheelchair athletes push out to try and get on the heels of the first group that, as we mentioned, has in it Giovanni Acienza, who we expect a strong performance from today. As for the women's wheelchair start list, there are some big names in this group. Lauren Parker, perhaps one that stands out. Jessica Ferreira as well, the Brazilian. Those first two names on the list.
And then Kendall Gretsch as well down at 106. So Gretsch won Tokyo Paralympics last year by 0.1 of a second from Lauren Parker. So this will be the first race they've... Lauren Parker did beat her earlier on this year, but I think Gretsch has come back from doing the Winter Olympics earlier this year, so is going to be in better form, has really put that focus back more on triathlon than her Winter Olympic sports. So I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup, but Lauren Parker probably slightly more the favourite at this point.
I don't think my heart and my energy levels can take that sort of finish that we saw in Tokyo between those two, especially after what we've just seen in the earlier race of the women's visually impaired event.
See, Parker there decided to go non-wetsuit. So it's an interesting choice. Must be feeling confident in her swim speed to make that decision. It is slightly faster having the wetsuit on.
Does it speed up, though, going through transition? You can gain those seconds back?
Yeah, it is faster. I mean, I'm not sure if you gain back all of the time on transition, but it's probably been weighed up with herself, her coach, her coaching team, and deciding what's going to work best for her.
She's won all three of the Oceania Triathlon para events that she's been in. Lauren Parker in 2022 so far. Anna Victor, of course, in Montreal earlier this year.
Yeah, and that's where Gretsch was second, and she was quite a long way down, actually. So it really, Parker has definitely got the edge so far this year. But Gretsch has been off doing, she's won 3 medals at the Winter Olympics. So she's just had that slight focus on other sports. And a lot of the training crosses over, but when she has her focus on the winter sports, her swim is going to miss out a little bit, as is her run.
Makes it a long year as well if you're going into the winter sports too, and you're basically working all year round. But she is an incredible athlete, Kendall Gretsch, the American. Comes in with 25 podiums in 26 starts. It's still producing results, to say the least.
Yeah, and I listened to an interview with Parker, and that medal, that gold medal, she was massively disappointed with silver. It was meant to be gold last year in Tokyo, and I think people were telling her she should be pleased it's still a silver, but for her, gold was all she wanted. So incredibly focused, and Paris in 2 years' time is going to be, I think, just payback for her. She needs to get that gold medal.
We see a lot of the triathletes, of course, as the second group of the women get ready to get underway. But we see a lot of, obviously, camaraderie between triathletes at times. But when a big event, of course, like the Paralympics, comes down to those mealest of seconds, split seconds, does it just add a bit of animosity and a bit of rivalry, a bit of heat on it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they get on or not. But Gretsch is going now, so she is going slightly after. She's going to be the one chasing down here.
And the 106 in the foreground of these three athletes. Just on the right-hand side of them as they're lined up is the American Kendall Gretsch. It will be a frustrating wait when you see other athletes that you're competing against going out into the water and adding that advantage early on.
Yeah, it would feel like a long wait, but I mean, they have to do it to make it fair. So you know that's how the whole competition is fair. But yeah, still, even knowing that, it feels like a long time to be waiting for the athletes.
Just in case you were unaware, the PTWC1 category athletes are the most impaired wheelchair users. The PTWC2 are the least impaired wheelchair users, which is why we have this slightly staggered start to keep things as fair and equal as possible in terms of the competition. That beating of the drum almost sounds like something from the Hunger Games. Well, Kendall Gretsch is going to be hungry to chase down the leaders straight away as she gets out on the swim.
So they're all into the water now, off started, and we just wait to see who comes out the swim, who's managed to gain that advantage or claw back seconds over the 750-metre swim.
Gretsch just tucking in behind there as well. You mentioned the slipstreaming that's possible in the water. I know obviously no drafting on the bike at the moment, but you can make the most of the opportunities on the run and the swim, I suppose.
Yeah, but see there, she's already come off the feet a little bit, so that's the danger, is you really have to be focused to sit on the feet. And if you lose concentration or slightly deviate from your course, you might lose those feet, and then you're in no man's land. You're just swimming on your own. So
how easy is it to see in the water? And particularly, you'll know these waters, I'm sure, pretty well around Swansea.
Yeah, normally you would, I mean, there's no wave, there's no chop here today, or not very much. So you see there the athlete just raising their head. So you're going to lift your head every sort of 5 to 8 strokes just to check that you're still on course, still working towards that buoy. And yeah, you want to cut into the buoys as tight as possible. You don't want to be swimming any extra meters.
I suppose it's easy as well, 5 to 8 strokes, to suddenly start diverging slightly away, and you've got to deal with whatever currents are in the water in general as well.
Yeah, and these races, because there's not a huge start list, they do end up swimming on their own a little bit more, so really important to be as strong as possible in water. You can't rely on anyone else to drag you around the swim, to rely on those feet to tuck into. See there, just that sighting, just heading towards the exit ramp. That red buoy signifies the last turn.
And we see the leading men, or the leading man, should I say, coming through then to have a look at getting out into transition. I think it's Giuseppe Romele, the Italian, who's had a wonderful start and put some distance between himself and everybody else as he comes through to finish the swim very quickly. We can just see in the top of the screen for a moment there that the chasing pack are coming around the last buoy.
The handlers here getting in place, ready to help through the transition zones.
Romele then out of the water, getting ready to go into transition. Interesting to see if this is Atienza coming through hot on the heels of his fellow countrymen.
A good swim there from Romele. He's only had one race. He's done the Italian Championships, so really not that experienced in triathlon terms, but obviously a very strong swimmer.
And that is his fellow countryman, Giovanni Atienza, who is out of the water and going into transition. So they make their way down to the hand bikes. So 2 Italians leading off out of the water. Team Italy will be very pleased to see that.
Yeah, strong start from the Italians.
think that's the Frenchman, Ahmed Andalusi, who is making his way out to the water and starting to move up towards the transition zone. The athletes being supported by the handlers. Romele giving the hand into the hand bike. Still got the swimming cap and goggles on. Those have got to go into the box as well. Again, when it's a longer transition, it must mean there's more time for things to go wrong, as Atienza appears to have got away quickly through transition, and Romele is just struggling here as he's gone through.
And you see Atienza there, probably that that massive experience he has. Romele's only got one race under his belt so far in the Italian Championships. So, yeah, you see there's that experience, and that's how much it gives that fast transition.
Staying cool, calm and collected in the transition zones, and obviously help from the handlers as well is always important as we wait to see the first of the timings come up on the board to see who has been fastest through these transition zones. Andalusi, who was somebody who a few people were saying was someone to keep an eye on in this event today.
Yeah, I think so. That 5th in Tokyo, he's 5th at the World Championships, but he's had a World Cup podium already this year. You've got to look at like the trend of the athletes are going. If they're getting better, their results are getting better. Some of the athletes seem to stay around the same mark, but he really does seem to be improving.
We're still waiting for the times to come through, but we do know that Giovanni Atienza is the man out in front then on the bike. There's going to be a fair few trying to close in on him, however, as Howie Sambor goes through the transition area, the American. 3rd in Yokohama earlier this year, 5th in Montreal as well. It's been an improved 2022 for the American. He tries to be as smooth and quick as possible through transition. The last buckle just done on that right foot. He goes out on the bike as more come out of the water. Can get very busy indeed in those transition areas too, when you've got handlers as well as the athletes, and the extra size again of the hand bike, and the, of course, racing chairs as well for the run.
Yeah, and when there's so many athletes coming in such a close time as well, because they are coming out now really, really thick and fast.
That's Joshua Lamont just going through transition in the 1:29, 8th in Leeds last year, 7th in the European Championships last year as well. Was able to improve on that this year for a 6th place finish in 2022. He'll be hoping that the home sport, in fact, excuse me, it is Brett Crossley, I apologise, who is going through transition there.
Brett Crossley hasn't raced much since the whole COVID period. This is he's done the British Champs last year, but that's all he's done since COVID. So this is the first big international race back for him. I bet there's a big buzz being back in front of the crowd.
Not just in front of a crowd, but in front of a home crowd as well, and really itching.
Extra big cheers, isn't it? And to see Lauren Parker there, you know it's Lauren from No Wetsuit, so good swim from her.
I think that is the first of the women coming out of the water, is going to be Lauren Parker. We've got some of the times coming up for the men's through the transition and onto the bike start. Giovanni Atienza leads it, followed by Romele Andalusi. So it's the three that we thought we could see, but Florian Brungraber, the Austrian, is on their heels in terms of the timing, as the Australian Lauren Parker comes out of the water, the leading lady in 1:01.
Yeah, Brungraber's managed to gain a minute back on most of the competitors there, but still, he's got a long way to go to catch the Italian. But great swim from Lauren Parker. I don't think there was anyone else in sight at that point.
No wetsuit, no problem for the Australian. Hasn't slowed her down at all.
I suppose the athlete is going to be key, is where Kendall Gretsch comes out, how far she is behind there.
when would Parker have made that sort of decision today? Would that have been a last-minute call? Would that have been done perhaps earlier in the week?
They've been able to swim in the water yesterday, so maybe that was it. She might be more comfortable with not having the wetsuit on, and just change. It's really down to how the athlete feels. If the water is below 20, it can feel quite cold in there. But that might be the way she wants to race. Just finds some people find the wetsuits really restrictive and hard to swim in.
There she is, getting ready to go out on the bike then. She will want this to be as smooth and as quick as possible to ensure she's got a maximum separation.
You see there, she's putting her helmet on as her wetsuits and trousers are being removed, so she's trying to do this as quick as possible. Nice smooth transition there.
Looks very quick indeed, this actually, from the Australian, particularly when compared to the first person that we saw going through transition in terms of Giuseppe Romele. That looks lightning fast from Parker, the first of the women then out on the bike. She will now potentially see an opportunity to start making a big gap between her and the rest of the pack.
Jima from the Netherlands is the next in. She was also WC1. She was first in Yokohama this year. Netherlands champion.
Yeah, the Dutch woman trying to be as quick as possible then.
Yeah, again, another really smooth transition there.
Going straight into the seat. Getting in and getting going. Another very quick, smooth transition, as you say there, Helen.
But Lauren Parker's got a good lead on any of the athletes chasing her at the moment.
There you see her out in front, on her own, over the bridge, over the River Tawe. Then getting out onto the bike course then.
So a good 50-second lead over the chasers so far. Sorry, I got the name wrong there. That was Francis from France. Is that right?
Mona Francis in 1:04. I think we did see, though, the Dutch woman.
I thought it was the Dutch woman, so maybe the timing's slightly wrong there, because she was, Mona Francis was H2, so she would have had an incredible swim to have made up that much time so quickly.
We will try and get that confirmed for you as quickly as possible, as Margaret Dimer is out there on the bike as well, the Dutch woman. We will get an update on the timings. As I say, the main timing to note is that Lauren Parker is the leading lady out in front, however. The men out on the bike and through the first bike split, Achenza, followed by the Frenchman Ahmed Andalusi, who was overtaken Giuseppe Romele after his superb swim. Andalusi has caught the Italian and usurped him into second place and already got about 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, Brungaber is the one who's having to put in the big chase here, isn't he? They started the swim further behind and is really trying to reel in the athletes who are in front of him.
Through that first bike split, Achenza leading Andalusi by a minute. It will be interesting to see if the Italian out in front that we see here is able to maintain that gap on the Frenchman, who's already eaten into the Italian in third, Romele. Then Brungaber, as you say, a little further back. 21:05 he went through, so he's about 90 seconds off the leader, Achenza. So Achenza out in front at the moment in the men's wheelchair event. We, of course, have already had the visually impaired events today for the men and women. Here is the result list for the women. Anu Kuzilat with a wonderful victory. Katie Crowhurst with the frantic finish to take second just at the last few meters from Jessica Tuamela, who just struggled on that run, who was out in front after the swim and the bike, but couldn't hold on to it. And then Helen Courvoisier coming in fourth, Tarantello, the Italian, in fifth, Chloe McComb sixth, and Lindsay Engelbrecht in seventh, the South African. And we've got Johnny down there who is speaking to Anu Kuzilat, the victor from the visually impaired race of the women today.
We are live with Anouk Kurzalat and guide, who have just taken the victory in today's Swansea World Paratriathlon Series race. Anouk, how does it feel to win the race today?
I'm very happy. The win is very important because it's the first in my career in the World Paratriathlon Series. So I'm very happy.
Fantastic. How did the race go today?
Yeah, it's a very good race, a technical race, a lot of segments. So for the guide, we need to speak a lot at the athletes for do everything for the athletes. Yeah.
And what's gone through your mind when you know you've got athletes trying to close down a factor and are chasing you throughout the run? What are you saying?
Yeah, with Anouk, I'm not saying a lot of things. I look, I know, but I don't don't all the information to Anouk. And today it's different. We run with this Canadian girl, and we are near to her. So yeah, it's a good race.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations, both of you. Really well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers, Johnny. Thank you very much. Anu Kurzalat and Julie Morano, her guide there, as we take a look at the visually impaired men's results. Dave Ellis, of course, getting another gold to match the one he got a week ago at the Commonwealth Games. Rigaud tried to push but could never get close enough, about 90 seconds back. Antoine Perel wrapping up the podium positions with second and third for the French team. Oscar Kelly bouncing back from the frustration of the puncture at the Commonwealth Games to finish fourth today. Carl Kuhn wrapping up the top five, the American. Johnny is back down at the start line, and he will be bringing us more interviews with the athletes as we continue through today and bringing us discussion from the trackside as well. We will get back out with the wheelchair men's race with Giovanni Acenza out in front.
Oh, over a minute lead at the moment for him. The athlete we see there, I think, is an athlete he's lapped, but the last split shows him having a minute lead. Andalusi is in second. Brun Grabber has moved up to third, so managed to overtake the other Italian, Romele.
I just wonder if that's perhaps I don't think it's Howie Sanborn who is just lapped there, Acenza, but it looked like it was an American. So we see the Italian taking the corner very smoothly indeed and pushing on, going through bike split 3 already. Rapid time for him at the moment, 26 minutes. This is taking him. Andalusi was a little further back, as you say that. Helen, it'd be interesting to see if he's able to make up any ground at all, and then of course they will go out on to the racing chair for the run section. A little bit of fluid just being taken on from the pouch. Acenza looks like he's really motoring and pushing fairly hard, but you can see just from that camera shot there that way back behind him doesn't look like there's many really in sight.
No, he's a long way clear. I think he's got over a minute on the chasers so far, but he'll want to capitalise on that and get as much time as possible. He knows that Brun Grabber's going to be really trying to catch him at every stage now.
And Florian Brun Grabber has gone up into second place as he's starting to try and close that gap. It's 1 minute and 2 seconds between the Italian and the Austrian as their rivalry continues to push through here. Andalusi looks like has dropped away from third, but he comes through in third position, about 1 minute and 15 seconds off the leader, Giuseppe Romele, who was so quickly out of the swim and just struggled through that first transition period. Looks like he's being dropped by the front three to some extent on the timing charts.
Yeah, the last few times Brungraber and Echenza have competed against each other, it's always Brungraber that comes out slightly ahead. He's always got that edge. So it's a big motivation today, isn't it? So Echenza to try and stay in front, try and keep pushing, and it's a massive motivation for him.
It's interesting, the three that we kind of circled at the beginning of this event have all started to make the pace, and they're all pretty much going in the order that we thought. Andalusi, somebody to watch out for. Echenza and Brungraber, though, the two that perhaps we expected to be battling out for gold today in the men's wheelchair race.
There's a few more unexperienced athletes in the race who haven't got a huge amount of starts, so really coming out here to try. This is going to be some of their first big taste of international racing. We've got Noel from France as well, so he's sat in 5th position at the moment. So he's had a good start to the year. He got 2nd in Besançon, and that's ahead of Andalusi, who's now in 3rd. So that's an athlete we might look forward to be moving through the latter stages of the race.
Yeah, talking of inexperience, Manuel Alfonso Betancourt as well, only his seventh start and 1 podium to his name. That podium came back in November at the Triathlon Championships. Just wonder if perhaps the swim was maybe a little difficult for somebody who's slightly more, as you touched on, inexperienced. He's down in 10th going through that first bike split, but he's well off the leaders for sure. Howie Sanborn in 6th at the moment, Louis Noel, the Frenchman, in 5th, Giuseppe Romele in 4th. About 30 seconds between 4th and 5th. And then 40 odd seconds between 4th and 6th, with Howie Sanborn looking to try and close down the gap. Chenslow already through bike split 4. Still no sign in the rear view mirror just yet of Brungraber, but this split is going to be really telling about how much the Austrian is actually eating into the deficit and how much he's just been working his way through the rest of the field right now.
Yeah, it's the pace of the athletes, isn't it? If they're holding similar pace, this gap's going to stay together. It'll stay the same, but Brungraber, I think, has pulled back a little bit of time so far, so it's whether he can carry on doing that.
Brungraber's just gone through that split, 29.57. He is eating into the advantage of Echenza.
Yeah, he's less than 45, or no, sorry, about 45 seconds. Yeah, so it's coming down. It's coming down at every split now. I'm wondering if he's got that information, or he's probably got the visual when they're passing at the course. They are going round dead turns at one end, so he'll be getting a good look every time he goes past, and it's really motivating.
Well, that is the nice thing about this course, is that the athletes can see where their rivals are coming through. Lauren Parker actually is just on the left-hand side of the screen behind our other bike out on course, as the two leaders of each race are out there in front, almost pace for pace at the moment on the course, although Echenza going past her to lap her at the moment out there on the field.
Yeah, Lauren Parker through bike split 2, but no other athlete is through that split yet, so we're not sure how far ahead she is.
Well, it's a different focus, but the same view of these two.
Yeah, she had a good 40 seconds, I think, didn't she, heading out onto the bike. So whether she's putting in a bit more time, I think she is. I mean, she looks incredibly smooth there.
Kendall Gretsch down in 4th at the moment, starting to make up the ground. Jessica Ferreira in 3rd, as Mona France has just gone through bike split 2. She's around 2.5 seconds, just under 2.5 minutes, excuse me, behind Lauren Parker.
And Lauren Parker had a background in Ironman racing and actually did the Ironman World Championships that were in St George earlier this year. So she's so strong over every distance in triathlon, from this sprint distance all the way up to Ironman.
This will seem like a doddle for her then, won't it?
Yeah, it's going to seem very quick.
She'll be used to being focused in for hours in these sorts of events rather than the hour or so it's going to take them to get through today in Swansea.
So Mona Francis from France is through. Well, I'm not sure if that is Mona Francis. It depends if the timing split was right on Margaret Ejima. But she's got over a 2-minute lead already, 2:15 15.
According to our timing sheet, the Dutch woman is down there in 6th at the moment. As I say, we will do our best to ensure that we get everything accurately brought to you. One thing you can see clearly, Lauren Parker out in front. Jessica Ferreira Kendall Gretsch in third and fourth. Ferreira, the Brazilian, has come through about 3 minutes behind Lauren Parker, who's already through bike split 3, while Kendall Gretsch is about...
I think it was about 3 minutes 19 seconds. So, and Gretsch would have started 3 minutes 42 seconds. So she's managed to claw back 20 seconds, but gosh, there's a long way to go. It's a lot of time to pull back. But like I say, Lauren Parker is in the form of her life at the moment.
She's just making it look very smooth and easy. The arms just rotating round, pushing herself through this bike course. Looks like she's got a nice rhythm. I mean, that's one of the nice things, I suppose, about a flat course as well. On the bikes, you can just get into a rhythm and a pace, and you can judge it quite easily, as opposed to having to build up again when you've gone up a hill, or perhaps slow it down and not overexert yourself when you've come off the bottom of a hill.
Yeah, I mean, it's flat. There's a she's on a slight descent now, but it is not much at all. It's not really giving the athletes any chance to, you know, have a slight sort of use the downhill to recover slightly. It's just a full pace effort. But they say she's been training for the Ironman stuff. This is going to feel very short, a lot more intense than those long Ironman efforts. She's going to be working at a lot higher heart rate, putting out a lot more power.
Using and managing your energy resources and being able to balance it over different distances must be quite a unique skill that some triathletes perhaps would struggle with compared to others.
Yeah, and imagine she might have I don't know if all of the athletes do, but some athletes will have a power meter on there, so she'll have a power meter on the hand bike, so she'll know what power she can hold for certain reps and threshold. I mean, quite often you produce way above that in a race, because the race always brings more out of you, but that is a really good pacing tool, especially when you're out there in front like she is, with, you know, a good couple of minutes ahead.
And she's impressively been able to drop our motorbike. And Parker's still out there, and the bike has finally been able to catch up then. She still looks very smooth and comfortable.
Yeah, and she may be back to the split before anyone's gone through the other end of the bike split. She's so far ahead.
Yeah, we're yet to see Mona Francis come through bike split 3 just yet. It's a long way back with nobody behind her, as the cameras are showing quite clearly.
Yeah, so she's on bike split 3, and we haven't had one more athlete come through that yet, so she may be a full half a lap ahead of the rest of the field at the moment. Might expect to start lapping some of the back markers. So yeah, she's on almost 3 minute gap now. That was 2.5, and she's gained 30 seconds over that split.
Mona Francis just going through, Jessica Ferreira going through as well. The Brazilian still in third. Interesting to see where Kendall Gretsch goes through, as we are back with the leading Italian Giovanni Acchienza leading the men through on this bike. The only person that he's got in his rearview mirror is the leading lady, Lauren Parker, who's already through bike split 4.
And I think Lauren Parker's using him as well. She's not like using it as a big boost, like trying to keep him in sight for as long as possible, not get dropped.
Just in the women's event, Kendall Gretsch has finally gone through bike split 3. She is about 40 seconds down on Mona Francis in second, which means I think that gap between her and Parker has just been extended a little more. Parker through the 4th one already. Kenza in the meantime at bike split 6, ahead of Brungraber, the Austrian.
The gap's still similar, do you think? I'm not sure if it's come down or not. They've doing a good job at trying to hold in that gap. Managed to close down a bit, but now it's holding.
I think Brungraber might be eating into it if that is him just further back. We've got a 35.41 on the timing split at split 6 for Acchienza. And then Brungraber a 35.56.
Oh yeah, that's loads. Yeah, that's him in the distance.
The Austrian
then,
has been absolutely motoring to get on the rear of the Italian. These two very close in terms of their rivalry and their ability, but the Austrian has absolutely motored on the bike. You can see him, the cadence is just that little bit faster than the Italian from the looks of it, at least on the eye.
And Lauren Parker's right back up there now. She's going to pass back past. I think that just shows how strong she is at the moment. She's really competing up there with the men's field. It'd be interesting to see the splits post-race of how close she got to the top men. I mean, she'll definitely be ahead of, I think, most of the men in the field. But the Austrian behind is really reading it. Now in sight, you can see him down this straight, so he's going to really be trying to make the pass at some point, I would suggest, on the maybe one after this turn, the end of the course.
Would you want to make sure it's done as quickly as possible rather than perhaps waiting and seeing what happens through transition or anything like that? I mean, they've got about a lap remaining, of course, on the bike here before they head then back down to transition.
Yeah, I would do it as soon as possible and try, because you've already eaten into that advantage. You might want to pause and just maybe catch your breath a little bit and then go past, but it looks like he's going to come straight up and pass.
Brungrabber on the push, just going past Parker there, the leading lady. Right on the rear wheels of the Italian.
Yeah, deciding to go for the pass straight away.
No messing around.
Oh no,
looking perhaps up the inside of the corner here. Taking it very tight, the Austrian.
Yeah, he had to take it tight. So Akenza got the better line there. He was able to take that corner a bit faster. Brungrabber got stuck on the inside, so he's now he had to slow a bit there, but he's got his momentum back and is going to try and make the pass now.
Oh, he's absolutely decimating him as he goes through. You can just see the additional power that Brungrabber's got here. Akenza is quickly into his wake and perhaps into the dust too. The Austrian going through. At that bike split 7, 38.51. The Italian led, 38.52, the Austrian behind him. And that gap is only going to increase on this last section of the bike before they move back towards transition.
And they're a long way ahead of Andalusi, who's the next man on the course. So it looks like a battle between these two athletes for who's going to be on the run.
Giuseppe Romele down in 6th already. The Italian just keeps dropping through the field. Has been caught by Howie Sanborn, Louis Noel and Ahmed Andalusi. As your 5th, 4th and 3rd place athletes right now. Brungrabber motoring away as we see Akenza still trying to push on. Wonder how much he's on the tail of the Austrian, how much he'll be able to stay on the tail of the Austrian.
And I think like Lauren Parker's split is going to be benefiting from this, because she will have really seen this as a challenge and she's really tried to stay with the men. She's trying to hang on to the back of them, doing a fantastic job. And I bet this has made her extend her lead even more over the rest of the field.
It won't be too much of an extra exertion though, playing that mini game with herself rather than focusing perhaps on the rest of the race behind her. There's not a chance that she could have tried to stay with perhaps Akenza and Brungrabber and pushed a little too hard.
Yeah, I suppose that is a risk, but I think with the lead she's got, she can afford, if she has pushed too hard, she'll probably recover before the end of the bike now and get set for the run section on a racing chair.
Akenza in 2nd then at the moment. Johnny is down there in transition once again, chatting to the Canadian contingent, who I'm sure have got an eye on Leanne Taylor, who's in 6th in the women's race at the moment. Over to you, Johnny.
She was replaced, so I'm just head coach.
We're back down live in transition with Mark, the head coach of the USA team. Mark, the wheelchair racers are out and live. Kendall is on the course, Paralympic champion. How are things going?
Well, it looks pretty good right now. I think she had a very good swim. And we're all waiting here sort of with anticipation to see how the bike goes.
Yeah, so obviously to explain to the viewers, it's a factored race, so she starts a number of minutes behind the H1 athletes.
Correct.
Lauren Parker, probably her main competition.
Yes.
How does Kendall deal with that kind of pressure of having to chase the whole way?
That's a good question. I think the main thing is she has a lot of her race where she's racing her race without knowing necessarily where her main competitor is. So you really just got to go hard, be technically sound on the bike, and then get to her strength, which of course is the run, which she's outstanding at.
So what's your prediction for another 15 minutes time?
You know,
or so?
it's a tough call. I will know when she comes in. I'll have a better idea, but you never count Kendall out. She has the ability to dig deep and pull out amazing performances just like she did at Tokyo last year.
Yeah, perfect. Well, thanks for speaking to us, Mark. I'll let you get back to your day job.
Great.
Back to the studio.
Cheers, Johnny. Thanks a lot, Mark Sortino, Team USA coach. North American. We were in the right ballpark with Canadian and Team USA. And
interesting to hear his views on Kendall Gretsch and knowing that she just needs to get onto that run within a decent time. But Lauren Parker's going to make it tough for her, I think. This is a huge lead she's got.
Parker through split 6 already. Through split 5 only just goes the Brazilian Jessica Ferreira, who's having an excellent bike herself. Mona Francis going through split 5 now, about 10-15 seconds off the second place athlete Ferreira. Kendall Gretsch, we still wait to go through split 5, but she's a split back on this Australian, who is making light work indeed of the bike here in Swansea. Gretsch goes through then, about 20 seconds off third place Mona Francis, and about 35 seconds off Jessica Ferreira in second. Those are catchable for Gretsch. Depends whether she can be in striking distance of Parker for the run. But she has had her own game with the leading men. The men who I'm sure are getting set to start going through transition now. Brungraber leading 41-44 on the 8th bike split. Kenza about 15 seconds behind, 41.58 for him.
They've got 2 minutes then on the rest of the field, so the two men are a long way ahead.
Difficult when you've got perhaps this amount of advantage that Parker has to maintain a focus, or is it easier because you don't have to think about anybody else at all right now?
From listening to the interviews with Parker, no, I don't think it's an issue. She's incredibly focused, incredibly motivated, and this is everything to her. And I don't believe she's going to lose focus. She just looks the same, doesn't she? She's not tired at all. I mean, especially with all that Ironman training, you wouldn't expect it to, but she's gone out hard here. And I think it shows how well she was riding. She was up there with the top men for quite a while. They didn't get away from her quickly.
No, they certainly didn't increase that gap, particularly Akensa.
I think she had the luxury now of she's coming up to her last laps, and she can kind of really focus on the run a little bit earlier, maybe. She's not competing out there with the others, but I think it's just giving... I'd imagine she'd be giving this a full concentration, especially for that last technical section she needs to get through, and then it'll be that switch over in mindset.
That's the tight corner down towards the far western part of the bike, and then, as you mentioned, this course just seems to slope down slightly, going back towards the marina. She will work her way almost right up to the marina, down to the Swansea Museum, where we've got the cobbled street almost round the square there, before then going back down to the in-out section, onto the coastal road, back across the bridge and into transition. It's going to go by pretty quickly for her, I imagine, Lauren Parker, who at split 7 has taken 40 minutes to do that. It's the momentum and the motion of the arms, just the pace hasn't changed at all. Looks like it's been so well disciplined in keeping that cadence, keeping that rhythm. She's only got probably a few kilometres left on this bike before the 5-kilometre run. So Parker in smooth and controlled rhythm, but the leading men are just starting to make their way towards transition now. The bike is over for the Austrian, Florian Brungraber. down there, the first through. We wait to see how Akenza is on his heels or not. Let's go down to Johnny, who's down in transition for the men coming through out on the run.
Okay, we are live back in transition, and behind me we've got Florian Brungraber, the Austrian athlete, Paralympic silver medalist. Quite interesting, we have what's called a stop and go. So at the end of the run, which would normally be the dismount line, wheelchair athletes have to come to a full stop. Florian didn't, so it'll be interesting to see whether he's got a penalty. So just to explain what's happening over my shoulder, the athletes are transitioning from their hand bike to their racing chair. Hand bikes are just like normal bikes, flipped upside down, got gears, got pedals. Racing chair athletes are going to have to push themselves without any assistance for the next 5K. As you can see, athletes are allowed a handler. That's basically somebody to just help through the process, make the process as safe and as quick as possible. But Giovanni Ocenza, Paralympic bronze medalist here, expect really fast times when you head across to the wheelchair. These athletes are going to be finished their 5K in the most 11 or 12 minutes.
Cheers, Johnny. Thank you very much, bringing us some of the live action from the leaders of the men's wheelchair race down in transition. We will wait to see if Florian Brungraber has any sort of penalty after not pausing as he went into transition. That could be huge, although he also seems to have already got himself a fairly sizable lead over the Italian, who was just starting to make his way out onto the run here.
Almost a minute, and I think they were 15 seconds at the last split, so really accelerated over that last portion of the bike. Really must have taken that technical section really well, and because both their transitions look very smooth at a similar pace, similar time. So Brungraber really has had a great start to this run section.
We've heard a number of the athletes from the race earlier for the visually impaired talking about the technical part of the run. It's going to be interesting as well to see how quickly or slowly the athletes in the racing chairs on the run here in the wheelchair event can navigate that really difficult technical section that we've seen time and time again, with the steel railings up that really twists back on itself a couple of times. But the Austrian is out in front with a healthy lead already. In terms of his cadence and rhythm, looks like a very strong start from him out on the run.
Yeah, and Brungraber, Arkenza, they're both a long way ahead of the rest of the other athletes as well. There really is going to be, it feels like these two have got gold and silver sealed up, and is there going to be a fight for the bronze? But then in the earlier races, we saw it all come down, so it closed down so quick. So, yeah, what looks like a big gap very quickly gets whittled down.
It'd be interesting to see if the Italian in second has perhaps pushed a little too much, or is just struggling slightly for energy levels, and the difference between the run start times of Akenza and Andalusi, the third place Frenchman, who has gone past the bike finish. We wait to see what his first clock time is on the run start to see if there's perhaps a gap that he's able to close down. As we see Brungraber working his way back down onto the streets of Swansea, taking the corner very neat and tidy. He'll want to make sure that whatever time penalty he potentially gets, that he's got more than enough distance.
Yeah, and you normally have a choice of when you take it. I mean, he might, just the way this course is laid out, he might have to take it at just before the finish line. But yeah, we'll have to see if he does get a penalty.
Elsewhere, Lauren Parker, we see here, is back navigating the tight technical section on the in-out part of the bike circuit, making her way along the seafront back to transition.
Yeah, I wonder if she must know she's a long way ahead, but I wonder if she's had a split out there to know what her gap is, and not that she's going to relax, but it might mean she takes maybe some of the technical parts. You don't want to risk anything if you're that far ahead, so she may take these a little bit slower than she might ordinarily if she was in a big chase.
Will she be getting any sort of information while she's in transition as well from team coaches?
Yeah, it depends if Team Australia have got any coaches out there. I mean, they've got quite a few athletes here racing in all categories, so it's whether they have actually, got some staff on the ground out there.
Unfortunately for us stuck here in the commentary booth, we haven't been allowed outside onto the streets of Swansea, unlike Johnny, so I couldn't tell you if there's a timing chart or not down there that perhaps some of the athletes can have a look up at as they go through transition.
Oh no, there were probably no timing chart, but normally done on like coaches with a whiteboard. That's really it in triathlon. Just the best way to get the information across. And as most triathlon courses are lapped, it's quite easy to give that information.
Lauren just rounding the last few corners then. Wonderful bit of coastline that they get to navigate through. As I say, it's such a picturesque part of the world, particularly if you go past Swansea and down onto the Gower. I'm sure the athletes will perhaps fancy taking in a bit of the, well, sunshine if it can be maintained over the rest of the weekend.
Lots of nice riding down that area, but this coastal path as well goes all the way down the front to Mumble, so it's a lovely run all the way along the seafront.
But as I say, the beauty features of this course will be slightly lost on the athletes today.
And hometown of Non Stanford as well, the 2013 World Triathlon Champion. She comes from Swansea, so it's got a little bit of triathlon history there.
Bit of pedigree coming from the area. Over the River Towie goes our female leader, Lauren Parker, then. We'll just drop down over the bridge, take a little right-hand turn, and then left and left again into transition. And everything will want to be as smooth as it was when she went from the swim out onto the bike. She was supremely smooth compared to some of the male athletes we saw in transition. There's one left turn, and here will be another one coming up. She'll know behind her is where she wants to be in about 5 kilometers time or so. She will come into T2 then to get ready for the last section, the run. 5 kilometers. Having to do the pause. And then into transition. Let's go down live to the transition area with Johnny, who's down there.
Okay, we're back live on the course for our first female athlete, Lauren Parker from Australia, in that gold handbike, exchanging over to the gold race chair. This is going to be an incredibly tight race. In Tokyo last year, Lauren headed out onto the run first and was caught literally in the last metre. So this race will go absolutely down to the wire. You can see her handler just making sure she's absolutely in her chair. It's tight. She's got her gloves on. The gloves just help to give real good traction to the push rims. You can see her pushing. You never grab the wheel. You're pushing all the way.
And pushing out onto the run goes Lauren. Big thanks, Johnny, there for giving us a little bit of insight down into transition. We will wait to see where Kendall Gretsch is. She's worked her way up to third, taking Mona Francis, who just struggled on the last part of the bike. We can take a look at the leading man out there on the men's run through run split 2 already, Florian Brungraber, with Giovanni Akenta trying to stay in hot pursuit. But the leading Austrian starting to work his way through some of the back markers. Just has to be patient. He takes the tight technical turn right and starts to go just up this hill where we saw our Canadian leading woman earlier today just struggling slightly, but Brungraber is pushing his way up the hill, and that's got to be frustrating to see yourself getting lapped by the leader, and not only that, but him just pushing away with such dominant force.
Yeah, I think it's never great if you're lapped by the leader, but also if you're being lapped by one of the best in the world, I think it's not the worst thing, especially over a 3-lap course. So there's you've got to look at where the athletes are at the different developments, how many races they've done. So a lot of these times it's just for a lot of the athletes who are out here, they've not had many start, they've only maybe done their national champs, and now they're here racing. This is an incredible experience, like just to see these athletes they admire and respect up close, see how they operate. You learn from them at every race.
Once more we see Parker, as Johnny touched on, the gold racing chair.
I saw that gold handbike, gold helmet, gold racing chair. That's a big statement, isn't it?
It's trying to set a tone, but if it gets you in the right mindset, it can't be bad for the job at all. Won't even take silver on her equipment. It's all about the gold for the Australian. Back here with the leading Austrian. 19 starts, 17 podiums, third at the European Championships in May, third in Leeds last year, third at the World Championships last November. 5 years competing for Brungraber. Could be win number 8 if he can hold on to his advantage.
Over 2 minutes now. He's really extended the lead.
He went through run split to 54.54. Akenza, the Italian, went through at 57.35.
He's looking a bit closer behind for that bronze medal position as well. There's a few athletes who are really, they're quite close back there, a couple within a minute. So it's wondering if the third person at the moment is Andalusi and Noel, both of them from France. So a little bit of a battle there for the French. Imagine if the French get another medal. What a day they're having so far already.
Well, Howie Sanborn is about 18 seconds off fourth place Louis Noel. And so he'll be hoping that he can join that battle with Andalusi, perhaps to be on the podium, perhaps pick up a third. Question as well with the Italian Akenza is how those three perhaps are pushing each other on, and whether he can be caught as well on this run, as Brungraber's already through the third run split. Akenza still not through that. As I say, almost 3 minutes the lead for the Austrian right now.
Well, if he has got a penalty, he's got plenty of time to take it.
I don't think he'll want to, but stopping and taking a breather is certainly on the cards for Brungraber if he wants to. Here's the man in third at the moment, Ahmed Andalusi. Taking that tight hairpin in the technical part of the course. And there you can see, just behind him, Louis Noel coming through to take the second run split himself. Akenza through that second run split, 57.35. Andalusi, 59.07. So about a minute and a half or so.
Oh, and it's going to be hard for Andalusi to get back that much time.
Wait to see what the difference is between Andalusi and Louis Noel and Howie Sanborn. We are back with the leader though. Oozing confidence as he motors his way through the streets of Swansea. Starting to push his way towards that finish line.
The motorbike is there. He's heading this way.
Dominant performance from Brungraber, who not only caught the competition but made mincemeat of them. It's a wonderful victory for the Austrian, who's put the power down and looked unstoppable. Gold for Brungraber.
Such a big lead, and I think he only allowed himself the last couple of meters to relax there and freewheel into the finish. What a race.
1 hour, 15 seconds for the Austrian. And there's going to be a fair bit of time to prepare the start-finish line for anybody else, because Giovanni Akenza is way back.
That's Noel. I think he's in fourth currently, trying to get to that third position, but not sure if he's going to get there. It was about 50 seconds at the last time check, so it'd have to be a really big push for him to try and get to that.
I think that gap has just opened up slightly between the French pairing of Andalusi and Louis Noel. I think Andalusi in third's just been able to give himself a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah, the gap's gone out, definitely. And there's Sanborn as well, just coming through for this run split.
So Howie Sanborn, I think, too, has just started to lose a bit of energy, maybe. Just slightly behind Louis Noel as it was previously. The gap up to about 30 seconds or so now. Or should I say 90 seconds between Louis Noel and Howie Sanborn.
That's Akenza there. He's just come through for run split 3. So still a good way clear of that third position. He's definitely got that silver sewn up now, unless something goes disastrously wrong in the last the last section.
I'm sure he'll be frustrated to be beaten by Brungraber, and not just beaten, but handed a bit of a beating as well today.
Yeah, big gaps today.
So we're back with our leading lady, Lauren Parker, out on the run. Gold, as you say, on the helmet, gold on the bike, gold on the racing chair. Is it gold coming her way through run split 1 already? Kendall Gretsch, though, has caught and usurped Jessica Ferreira to take second from the start of this run.
Yeah, Gretsch, I think, is the danger to Parker, but it's such a big gap now. We heard earlier from the American coach how good Gretsch is in the racing chair.
Well, I'm sure it wouldn't make amends for what happened at the Paralympics in Tokyo, being pipped to the post. But Parker will be very pleased if she can have a huge gap between her rival when she finishes this one. Her run split 1 was 55.25. Keep that number in mind to think about when Kendall Gretsch goes through run split 1.
Yeah, Gretsch's medals at Winter Olympics have come from the big events as well, the biathlon, the 12K, cross-country skiing. So she's just an endurance athlete through and through, as is Parker with that Ironman background. So two of the strongest endurance athletes in the world here, just racing against each other. But the Lauren Parker, I mean, it's not going to make amends with Tokyo, but I'm sure these are good stepping stones on the way. Every gold medal she wins now, every race she gets over Gretsch, who is her biggest rival, it's got to be positive.
She will know that perhaps it was a small gap, to say the least, in Tokyo, as we see Giovanni Akenza coming through then to take second in the men's event.
A two-time Paralympic Games bronze medalist.
Fair way behind Florian Brungraber,
Akenza.
but taking the silver today.
4 minutes behind, so wow. I mean, a solid race for him, but for Brungraber, what a performance today.
It's a statement, you feel, from the Austrian, particularly to his rival. And we saw it from the bike section, the speed in which he was able to make up the ground from obviously the delayed start compared to Akenza, and then as well the time perhaps lost slightly in transition, because Giovanni Akenza looked very smooth when he went through that first transition, but Brungraber, it was a couple of minutes off at least at the start of the bike course, made it up, decimated his opposition, and then really put him to the sword on the run as well. As we see Ahmed Andalusi, I believe it is, coming through to finish third.
And it should be Ahmed Andalusi.
So another medal for Team France, and a very respectable performance, to say the least, for a man who had high hopes today and would have really been aiming for a podium, perhaps even more than that. Wasn't able to compete with the Italian or the Austrian in second and first, but Ahmed Andalusi taking the bronze for Team France.
Yeah, but Andalusi is less than a minute behind Akenza, so not a bad performance there. If you're just looking at, I suppose improvements, he's getting closer, I think, which is a good step in the right direction for him.
Certainly making up a bit of ground in that final run, just starting to narrow that gap slightly, but again, it was always a little bit too far, wasn't quite enough for him.
But Lauren Parker's through run split 2 and Gretsch is only just through run split 1, so big difference there.
Well, we did say Katie Crowhurst looked like she wouldn't be able to pip second place after Jessica Tuamela looked like she had that silver medal locked up. Stranger things could happen. It would be engrossing.
I think the gap is almost 5 minutes at this point, so yeah, it would be a really big ask. I mean, Gretsch has the ability to probably pull a bit of that back, but I think Parker's improved again since Tokyo last year.
Look, I'm the optimist who's hoping for the close finish here. It's not close right now. 59.47 through run split 2 for the Australian. Check your watches in about 4.5 minutes time to see where Kendall Gretsch is, and if she's been able to eat in the deficit at all. I mean, she's probably just hoping the American that Lauren Parker is gassed herself out, but she certainly doesn't look like she's done that at the moment. It's that same constant smooth rhythm. But I'm happy to say that down there at the finish line, once more we have our man down on the course, out in the sunshine of Swansea. Johnny's down there and he's chatting with some of the victors from the men's wheelchair race. It will be a big smile for Florian Brungraber. Let's go down and see what the Austrian has to say to Johnny down at the finish line.
Flo, what an absolutely stunning race today, taking the win in World Championship Series Swansea. How did the race go?
Yeah, for sure the race goes quite well, or good, because I crossed the finish line at first, so it's always nice, and for sure it's nicer if it's serious rennen.
Yeah, so strong competition today. You're in the H2, so you're starting a few minutes back. So just tell me what it was like when you made that pass and took into first place.
At the swimming, I know that I can go quite fast and not catch them in the front, but make some time good at the swimming, and that I have already done. So I swim 10:15, go on the bike course on the third place, I guess, and then I drove what I can do on 20 kilometers, so above 200 watt, and try to came closer, especially to the Italian guy. And in the third round, I saw that he can overtook him. And after the U-turn, I go on the inner radius, and then I go straight and overtook him, and drive back to the transition, change over in the racing wheelchair, and then I know it. Okay, that's now my race. I can drive my speed as I feel comfortable, and that I have done.
Well, it looked super strong. Congratulations on taking your win today.
Thank you.
Super strong, to say the least, from Florian Brungraber. We're back with our leader of the ladies event, Lauren Parker. Gone through run split 3 already. She's over a split up on the rest of the field. Even the most optimistic American fan will perhaps realise that Kendall Gretsch is probably going to have to settle for second place today. Still a good battle as well going on between Jessica Ferreira and Melissa Nichols. Are starting to move her way up through the field too, up into fourth now, the British athlete. Kendall Gretsch through run split 2. I think we did say it was about 5 minutes, and it seems to be staying at around about 5 minutes between the leader Lauren Parker and the American, her big rival. But Parker has only one sight in her mind right now, and that's pushing down the home straight.
Yeah,
and cruising towards victory.
I think they're probably at a similar pace at the moment. I think the gap may have dropped a little bit. If my maths are right, I think it was 5:26 and now it's 5:20. So Gretsch has maybe pulled back a few seconds, but it is nothing.
Yeah, Parker's obviously slowed it down so much, as you can tell. She's still just motoring away.
Yeah, she doesn't want an easy ride. She wants to win by the biggest margin possible.
Well, it's a statement, to say the least, to come out decked all in gold. Of course, the Australian will know that the attire for Australia is green and gold, and she has adopted the secondary colour in quite a spectacular fashion for this event.
Yeah, I just checked it. Like the last race in Montreal, she won by just like over 5 minutes as well. So it's another dominant performance here for Lauren Parker.
Absolutely untouchable. The Australian woman, she is just able to cruise towards the finish line. Lauren Parker, absolutely magnificent. She took on some of the men on the bike, and she ruled the roost in the women's course.
The golden chair and the golden racing.
And Lauren Parker takes the top step in Swansea in the gold medal. Streets, literal streets ahead of Kendall Gretsch and the chasing pack that the American currently leads. And fantastic, you imagine, for her own personal confidence and motivation to get a big win over her big rival, the American.
She looked barely out of breath there when she finished as well. Just slowing down for that last few meters to enjoy the finish line.
Well, let's take a look at the classification then of the men's wheelchair event. Florian Brungraba taking it by almost 4 minutes ahead of Giovanni Acchienza, the Italian, with Ahmed Andalusi coming in about 5 minutes behind the leader. Another bronze, though, for the French contingent. Louis Noël perhaps just missing out on the podium. Howie Sanborn, the American, in 5th. Brett Crossley in 6th. Joshua Landman in 7th. And Giuseppe Romele, who was so strong out of the swim, finishing 8th. Well, there's still some athletes going through transition at the moment. Down there on the women's course. That is Ariana Talamona, the Italian, making just her 2nd start. She won the Italian Paratriathlon Championships back in June, a national champion. Just struggling to keep pace perhaps with some of the elites as she's only just setting out on the run here. She is 8th place of this women's field. About 2 laps behind, I think, in terms of the run, just over 2 laps behind, with Mona Francis in 7th, Leanne Taylor in 6th, Margaret Idema in 5th. But for Lauren Parker, well, she's got a long wait, Helen, I imagine. Just stood there, refreshing, taking on some extra fluids, a bit of the electrolytes perhaps, and probably sat looking at her watch just wondering how long everybody else is going to be at this point.
Yeah, probably straight into recovery mode. It depends when her next race is scheduled for, but yeah, I imagine protein shake straight afterwards, quite an easy thing to have near the finish. So something like that, probably drug testing now, and then yeah, it'll be the focus on recovery for the next races. But Kendall Gretsch has now gone through run split 3, so she'll be the next athlete we see in. Further down, we saw Melissa Nichols from Great Britain. So she had no starts on the, in World Triathlon races, but really good. She's been a para-athlete in athletics, so in previous Olympics. So really got a lot of strength now in this run part of the triathlon.
It'll be a really strong performance from her to finish 4th, and depends how close she can be as well to Jessica Ferreira, who's just gone through run split 3 at the moment, about a minute down on Kendall Gretsch, who's left the Brazilian just behind her. But Melissa Nichols, we wait to see if it's about only a few seconds really between Nichols and Ferreira in terms of 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, for Nichols' first race though, I mean, she's 20 seconds down, so what a great race for her first run. Just even if she doesn't get onto the podium, a 4th place in a high standard race today.
And as we said earlier, those last few meters or so can have a very big change in terms of the rank and file of the finishers here. As Katie Crowhurst showed her earlier. And we have some of the athletes getting ready for our next event as we see the finishers coming through for the 2nd place. That's Kendall Gretsch, just the 106 coming down the home straight to take silver behind Lauren Parker. So the American on the left of your screen then making her way across the finish line. 2nd place, nothing to be sniffed at the silver by any stretch of the imagination, but the defeat compared to Lauren Parker's 106.38, 111.20 for Kendall Gretsch might be a bit of a tough pill to swallow.
She was closer than the last race. I suppose that's the one positive there.
She was trying to limit the gap between her and her rival. Never really did enough, and never really had a chance either to do that.
Yeah, you think for Gretsch, who's been focused on her winter sports, she's probably going to improve race on race. So she might reduce that time every race they get with Lauren Parker. But it's going to be a tough ask. She knows the shape Lauren Parker's in.
And just sees the preparation down at the swim start then for the WPTS 5 races that'll be getting underway soon for the men and women, as more of the finishers from the wheelchair event start to cross the line.
Third place.
And Jessica Ferreira has held on for third place, the Brazilian, to take the bronze medal. So a fine finish for Jessica Ferreira. Really well done from her. About a minute off Kendall Gretsch. But Ferreira, who has 16 podiums coming into today, now has 17 to her name. So the PTS 5 category then for the women getting set soon to get underway. Who's considered mild impairments, these athletes. And it is another fairly strong field here in Swansea. Grace Norman, the one to beat the American. As we see some of the men getting ready and down towards the start for the swim as well. Wolfgang Probst just going through to wrap up the men in the PTS 5 category.
In both these categories, PTS 5, the Olympic champion is not here. So that's Lauren Steadman from Great Britain for the women, and Martin Schultz from Germany in Tokyo. So both of those aren't here today. So it is leaving these races quite far open.
It's a small field for the women's PTS 5. But Grace Norman will be trying to lead it against Claire Cashmore, who finished second and third. We've got the winners interview, though, with Lauren Parker down there from the women's wheelchair event. She's down at the finish line with Johnny.
Lauren, absolutely superb race out there today, taking the win. Can you just talk us through your race start to finish?
Yeah, thank you. I'm so happy to take another win here in Swansea. Had a really good start. I felt really good in the swim. My aim was just to get as much lead as I could, and heading out onto the bike. Good transition. It was quite fast, and I felt really good at the start of the bike. And the bike is my strongest leg, so I really wanted to push that as hard as I could and make the most of the technical course. I love a technical course, and I made the most of the U-turns and the cornering and stuff like that. So that's where I make the time up. So I'm really happy with how that panned out. And onto the run, I needed as much lead as I could out on, getting onto the run, with my run being my weakest leg. But it's a very technical run course as well. So I really had to get around it as safe as possible, but as quick as possible. So I'm really happy to take the win I won by 5 minutes, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, astonishing result. Just talk us through that. So for viewers who might not be aware, so you start as an H1 and you get a slight time advantage on some athletes, and we obviously saw in Tokyo how close finishes can be. So what goes through your head when you're out on the run course and kind of not really sure where your chasers are?
Yeah, I mean, I know that Kendall Gretsch is always chasing me down, especially on that run leg, and she starts 3 minutes and 42 seconds after me in the H2 category, and I'm in the H1. But, she's very strong on that run leg, and I always know she's chasing me, but that's why I need to get as much lead as I can off the bike, and that's what I did today. And, it was a very close finish in Tokyo, and I didn't want that to happen again.
Yeah, well, we know how close the races can come, and it's a superb rivalry for us to watch, but today, well done on taking such a convincing victory. Well done.
Thank you.
Big thanks, Johnny. Big thanks, Lauren, as well. Very happy. She says the run is her weakest aspect. Didn't look very weak today, I tell you. It looked wonderfully strong.
No, it didn't. I suppose that's it's not a funny mindset, but it has been a weakness in the past. But she maybe needs to adjust that, as it's not actually weak or not weak anymore.
Interesting that she thought going into that run, though, I need to make sure I've put enough of a distance between myself and Kendall Gretsch. Very interesting. So we can get prepared then for our next litany of races coming out, the PTS5 category. The women, the start list includes second and third in Tokyo. Grace Norman and Claire Cashmore, the American, and the Brit Gladys Lemusu with a sixth place finish in Tokyo. And then the inexperienced, perhaps, Christina Miranda Zambrano, only her 8th start, but 7 of her previous starts, 4 of them have been podiums, 4 of them have been victories. So not to count out the Spanish athlete here. Helen, this is a very intriguing field indeed.
A small field, but yeah, really intriguing. Now, Grace Norman is, she got that second in Tokyo last year, but she seems to be, she's improved so much. If you look back over her results, so races that she's raced twice, like Montreal, Yokohama, the events that come up quite often, she's about 4 or 5 minutes faster than she was when she previously raced there. So she seems to be getting better and better.
Just seeing some of the men come through from the PTS2 category race led by Jules Ribstein there, the French athlete, with Wim de Pape coming through as well. As all of these races, the PTS5 category, women and men, followed by the PTS2, 3, 4 start for the women, followed by the PTS4 start for the men, and the PTS2, 3 start for the men, all taking place inside about 15 minutes or so. So this is going to be a very action-packed section of today with so many races starting in the space of about 15 minutes. We're going to try and do our best to keep you in contact with everything that is going on.
Yeah, apologies if we get a name wrong. Or a category. It's going to be tricky to follow who's doing what, but we know there's going to be some great racing out there and some fantastic competition between the athletes. We've got some really good names racing.
Well, the WPTS 5 women are in the water, ready to go. 4 heads of Grace Norman, Claire Cashmore, Alice Lemusu and Christina Miranda Zambrano, all waiting patiently to get underway in about a minute's time or so, due to kickstart that event at 1/4 to the hour as we move to around about 3:45 local time here in Swansea. It's been an exciting day already. It's been very good for the French team. It's been profitable for Team GB as well. It's been exceptional from Lauren Parker in the women's wheelchair event, and of course from the Austrian Florian Brungraber in the men's event, and not to mention the Commonwealth champion from the men's event earlier on in the visually impaired category, Dave Ellis, taking a victory there, and Anouk Cousilat for France, of course, with the gold in the women's visually impaired category. But there's plenty more action to come then as the women's PTS 5 category gets set to get underway. 4 athletes, high expectations from all of them, and the swim start is underway. And I suppose Claire Cashmore is the one to keep an eye on with this swim, a very impressive swimmer indeed in her past.
Yes, completely from a swim background. Medals at Paralympic swimming. So coming to triathlon, but has done so well since she's moved into triathlon. I mean, she's a world champion. She's 3rd at the Olympics. She's been the European champion 22, 21 and 2019. So yeah, it's been a good switch for her. She was definitely didn't want to do the swimming anymore, and triathlon has been a great option for her.
Yeah, not a bad resume, switching sports for sure, as you mentioned there, picking up medals in Rio, of course, for the swim, and then moving into triathlon. I suppose it's good to get used to transitioning into triathlon quite well, which will benefit her in triathlon events, and picking up 23 podiums in 25 starts. But Grace Norman, there's a lot of expectation around her to perhaps try and put on a show. 2017, 2016 world champ, winner in Montreal and Yokohama. As we take a look at the PTS 5 men's event, Renan Cordeiro, the Brazilian, one that plenty of people will be keeping an eye on. George Peasgood, Stefan Daniel, Chris Hammer finished 2nd, 3rd and 4th in Tokyo, split by just 33 seconds. This could be another really engrossing race.
Yeah, it's a really good start this, and we know that George Peasgood, he's the world time trial champion in his category, which I think is C4. So his strength is going to be on the bike, And some of the others, like Stefan Daniel, is a great runner. So it's really going to come down to these athletes using the strengths when they can to try and get that advantage. But yeah, very hard to predict who's going to cross the line first here today.
Shame that we don't have Chris Hammer in the lineup today. The American unable to be here in Swansea, but the Canadian Stefan Daniel and, as you mentioned, George Peasgood will be two to keep an eye on. He'll be trying to push the Brazilian Cordeiro all the way through. Felipe Marques as well, the Portuguese athlete, one of the slightly younger athletes in the field, along with the Hungarian Bence Moksari, all looking to make a bit of a splash, shall we say, as they get ready for the start of the swim. I suppose by the time we've run through a number of these swim starts for these athletes, the leading women from the women's PTS 5 category will be just about getting ready to come out of the water, and it's going to be a revolving door, if you will, of just action out on track.
Yeah, I can't call this race. This is a really tough one. I mean, Stefan Daniel, he's got third in Tokyo, but he also had a second in Rio. And I don't know if anyone saw the clips of him finishing in Montreal recently. So emotional finish with him winning there with his friends and family close. So I'd definitely be looking to repeat that kind of victory here today.
Didn't participate in the World Championships last year, but since July 2018, he hasn't finished outside of the top 3 in an event. The Canadian, there is, well, pedigree to say the least in terms of his form coming in.
Yeah, and he's only 25. He's just done so much in such a short space of time.
But the Brazilian Cordeiro, second in Yokohama, 5th in Montreal this year. Only 2 wins to his name in 15 starts, but 10 podiums. And as I say, that 5th in Tokyo under his belt as well.
Yeah, I mean, he is the top-ranked athlete, but I'd say some of the athletes that are a bit lower ranked have definitely got they've probably got the better results. So it's just that what Cordeiro has is that consistency, which has put him at the top there today. But George Peasgood was ahead of him in Yokohama early this year.
We'll see if Peasgood, who finished first, Cordeiro finished second. If that's a rivalry, a battle that we're going to see out there on the course. We've seen plenty of these battles that we were talking about building up to the event actually taking place and playing out in front of our eyes.
It's for a deep water start, which is what they're doing now. It's quite hard because everyone just keeps edging forward and forward and forward. No one wants to be the person that actually puts themselves back.
Again, it's that patient wait for the starting orders. Eerily quiet down there.
On your mark.
I wonder if there were a couple that just jumped a little bit early. Some went on your mark.
Yeah, that was. I thought I wasn't sure if that was going to be a full start then, but some of the athletes definitely were a little bit behind there.
They seem to be waiting in the water for so long. 5-minute interval between the start of the women and the start of the men's event in the PTS 5 category. But they are both now underway. Another 5-minute gap or so before we get the women's PTS 2, 3 and 4 categories underway. Again, small fields for these categories, but plenty of quality in them. The PTS 5 men out on the push across the bay. These are the PTS 2 women that are battling then. Haley Dans, Lisa Lija, Neil Ludwig and Anna Francis. Anna Francis, who was initially in the PTS 3 category, but that has been joined up with the PTS 2 category for today, the Australian. Woman that won the Oceania Para Championships in Stockton back in March already. Anu Francis coming into this then. In the PTS 4 category, Elke van Engelen, the German, Kelly Worrell, Kendra Herber, Andrea Migueles Rans and Natalia Nevo making up the 5-woman start list. England, the German, 15 podiums and 16 starts in the WPTS 4 category. Third in Montreal, second at the European Championships last year, third at the World Championships in Abu Dhabi last year as well, the German. Kelly Worrell will be on her heels, though. First in Yokohama, her first win of her paratriathlon career in Yokohama this year. Mainly competes in the almost domestic events in America, though. So this will be interesting, again, athletes having to prepare in different surroundings, other side of the globe sort of situation.
Yeah, and then taking into fact that if you based, mainly in your home country, what's the time difference, the travel, is that going to affect you if you don't do it very often? It's really hard for the athletes to adapt if they mainly race in their home country. But yeah, it's great for them to have the opportunity. Like the French have a really good series with lots of para races, so opportunity to race is really important.
Good to see plenty still out watching and waiting at the start line. The supporters have been superb in urging the athletes around this course on every stretch of it, really. It's been a beautiful day to be outside as well. Very jealous of Johnny down there on the trackside compared to us stuck in the small booth here.
Yeah, they've got a lovely day for it. It's not too hot down there, so but a nice day for the athletes. Nice dry roads as well, especially on the technical course that we have today. It just makes it easier for the athletes, and they're able to really push around the corners. And we saw Lauren Parker talking earlier about how she loved the technical section, and she really enjoyed challenging herself on that today.
And it is a technical course, as we saw at the very beginning of today, as the afternoon sunshine continues to beat down here in South Wales. It's only about 21 degrees down there. It's not baking hot in terms of it's going to be suffocating. It's perhaps warm enough that you're going to warm up from the chilly waters fairly quickly, whether or not you're using a wetsuit, as we saw Lauren Parker not using the wetsuit earlier today.
Yeah, and I guess that also implies that it's feeling warm today. That you'd want to wear your wetsuit if you were feeling chilly, but if you're feeling the sun on your back, you think, yeah, I can do the swim non-wetsuit today.
And it's just a light breeze. You can see just from the flags in the background there is just a gentle breeze coming off the Welsh coastline, which will just cool the athletes slightly as well as they make their way around the bike and the run of this course. We're about a minute away or so then from the start of the PTS 2 and 4 women's events. They too now have to wait patiently for the starters' orders. See there, Ana Miguel Ran's just gone off the right of your screen, waiting. Talia Nevo in there as well. 6th in the Israeli National Championships in the PTS 4 category. And the women are underway.
The PTS 4 has an age range of 17 to 57 in the field today. So you just mentioned there Andrea Miguel Ran. So she's very young, but she's already a 2-time European champion. So really, really impressive from her. She won the World Championships in last year in 2021.
The Spanish National Championship as well in 2021. She the youngest, as you mentioned there in the field. Elke van Egelen, the German, the elder stateswoman, should we say, in this race, as the men are just starting to come out in the men's PTS 5 category, make their way out of the water.
No, it's the women,
not. I was going to say, it's definitely the women that are making their way out of the water. I thought for a second we might have missed the women coming out of the water, but they are there.
Different tactics here. Grace Norman taking her wetsuit off down the bottom here, putting her prosthesis on, whereas Claire Cashmore has headed straight up. She's going to take her wetsuit off at the bike.
So Cashmore first out of the water, but Norman was hot on her heels as they move over towards the bike transition zone. And then Gladys Lemusu and Cristina Miranda Zambrano still in the water. Cashmore now getting out of the wetsuit and getting ready for the bike. You can see that she's worked hard already on that swim, panting already. Shades on, helmet on. And out onto the bike, Cashmore goes.
Don't think she could have been any faster then, could she? That was really smooth. So Norman's just behind her, though. It's going to be a great battle between these two.
These two right on each other's heels as they come out then of the transition zone. And then we have the men's PTS 4 starting in just a few minutes' time. It's the Frenchman Alexis Honkincont, excuse me, who will be perhaps the much fancied man, the man in form as well for this event. Eric McElveny, second in the rankings with 8 podiums and 13 starts, third in Montreal earlier this year. But it is the Frenchman Honkincont who will be the perhaps big favoured of this pack.
Oh, he's the standout, isn't he? So 33 starts and 28 wins. So it's he won the Paralympics by a really big margin.
Hideki Uda, Japanese athlete who finished second in Tokyo, hoping to be in the mix as well, third in Yokohama, but the men are off in the PTS 4 category then. They make their way out on the start of this swim course. Just a reminder, a 750 metre one-lap swim here in the bay in Swansea before they will go out onto the bike. 4 laps making up the 19 kilometres, plus the in and out section towards the 4 laps of the bike, and then the 5 kilometre run at the end as well. As we can check in on the women's transition area then of the women's PTS 5 category. Gladys Lemusu there just getting sorted alongside Cristina Miranda Zambrano.
Great. Here you can actually see it. You can hear how hard the athletes are working. You can hear their breath. It's fantastic because they've got to come in here, sprint like you're going full pelt. You're completely red line. Then you've got to stop and do something fiddly like doing up your helmet, doing stuff with your bike. So it's such a contrast, like to really just stop and bring down the nose. We can still hear how hard they're breathing and how hard their heart is working.
Is that perhaps where it's important to make sure you take those big controlled breaths to just calm the heart rate a bit and calm the body and the mind as you're going through that, so you're not shaky hands fiddling with a strap or something?
I think you go into automatic pilot as well because you've practiced it so much. You just sort of go into that mode. And if you think too much about it, that's when you get panicked. If you're thinking, I've got to be quick, that's when you get panicked and things can go wrong. We just saw George Peasgood coming out there with another athlete. So those two have got away from the rest of the field so far.
And the men's PTS 5 athletes just starting to come out of the water then and make their way through to the transition area. I think it's just saw there in the cluster the Turkish athlete Ogucan Uza. As we go to the start then.
So this is the PTS 3s. Daniel Molina racing with as the top ranked athlete.
We have the PTS 2 start list just running across the bottom of your screen there, but the PTS 3 start list for the men as well, all kicking off at the same time.
Yeah, PTS 2s and PTS 3s all going here. So these are both going to be in the Paralympics for the first time in 2024. So they haven't had this category yet in the Paralympics. So big, it's big for these athletes. It's going to be their first chance next year to start qualifying and trying to get to the Paralympics.
It is only the women's PTS 3 that isn't going to be involved in the Paralympics, isn't it, out of all the categories going into Paris?
Yeah, and those athletes in PTS 3 do have an opportunity. The top 5 of them can then qualify and they can race up in the PTS 4 category.
And there was a big push by Triathlon to have all the categories go into the Paralympics in Paris, as we will do our best to bring you the leaderboards from the PTS 5 men and women as they come through and are going into transition. The men now getting out of the water.
That is the trouble with wetsuits, is you can't see the country colours, so it is harder to pick out even when they're wearing wetsuits for these colder swims.
Just going back to the men's PTS 3 category and the PTS 2 start as well, with Daniel Molina, you mentioned first in the rankings. It's a fairly strong Spanish contingent though in the men's category for those, with Leonel Morales in the men's PTS 2 category, second in the rankings, 41 starts and 26 podiums for him. And then Kini Carrasco as well, the experienced man to say the least, 80 starts, 55 podiums, fourth in Montreal and second in Yokohama this year, showing that the elder statesman has certainly got plenty to compete with the rest of the field.
Yeah, we just see Bryant here from Australia. He's just heading out on the bike. So, and the Brazilians there just with him.
Yeah, David Bryant there going through transition. Another one of the perhaps younger athletes compared to some of them in the field, but it's a fairly young field in general in the men's PTS 5 category for the large part.
Yeah, it is. He got 7th in Tokyo. Only had 13 starts, so yeah, got a lot too much experience, but obviously got that experience of a major games, which really helps. There's Salisbury from the UK.
Just going through the transition zone for him, the British athlete.
So he's only had 4 starts. Random fact, he really likes surfing, so not in a bad area to do some maybe post-race.
He'd have probably wanted the surfboard out there on the swim just to give him a bit of extra push through the water rather than having to do it all himself.
Yeah.
But he got safely through transitions. You see the German Wolfgang Prost going through as well.
Cyprus there, Cuba. It's got a lot of the athletes are in here.
Andreas Dulapas, the Cyprian athlete, and then Jorge Ulises Calzada, the Cuban. Again, a couple of the younger athletes, along with Antonio Francisco Garcia Rubio in this men's PTS 5 category. But they're all safely through transition, although the German just taking a little bit longer than some of the others, and it's costing him a little bit of time.
It really depends. See, some of the others have got their bike shoes already onto their bike. They're clipped in, and some are putting their shoes on already. So it just depends what you do.
Get back out then with the leading ladies, and Claire Cashmore out in front in the women's PTS 5 category.
Cashmore and Norman were very close coming out of the swim. Norman was just a couple of seconds leaving transition.
Yeah, they were identical coming out of the swim, 10:52 and 10:52, Cashmore and Norman. So we'll get an update hopefully on the timing charts with the bike in a few moments' time. In fact, at bike split 1, they've just gone through. Cashmore 17:57, 18:04. Grace Norman, the two leading ladies in this event. And she can look over her shoulder, Cashmore, and see Norman. And Norman has a sighter of something to chase.
Yeah, she has something to chase, or something to, if she's confident in a run at the moment, maybe just I'm just going to stay here and wait for the run. But the way we've seen all the athletes race today, it just doesn't happen. It's just everyone goes as hard as they can, and there's nothing left. So I don't think we're going to see that from Norman. I think if she's feeling good, she's going to try and pass Cashmore. She's not going to want to leave it down to the run.
Just some timings from the men's PTS 5 event on the bike start. George Peasgood leading them out at 10:20, 4 seconds behind Felipe Marquez, the Portuguese athlete. Ronan Cordeiro, 10:51, about 30 seconds behind George Peasgood.
Yeah, good start for Peasgood. There he is. Now, he's a world time trial champion. So you think he's got to be, this is going to be a set. He's going to try and maximise this, extend his position, try and get as much time as possible before the run. So he's going to enjoy these longer straight sections. That's really going to suit. But George is someone who regularly practices all his cornering, his technical things. He's as good as he wants to be, as good as he can be on the bike.
I was going to say he could be just an elite road bike athlete, couldn't he? If he wanted to, not that you would want to, he could drop the other two disciplines in triathlon and focus on that, but he is elite to say the least.
Well, he got a bronze medal in Tokyo in the time trial as well, so he did compete in the 2 sports at Tokyo, so it shows how versatile he is as an athlete.
He's good then, well up about 5 seconds or so ahead of Felipe Marquez. So it must have been actually Marquez who had a good push initially on the bike, and Peasgood has just got into a rhythm then and been able to get back past, because when we joined the leader, he was just going past the Portuguese rider, which wasn't exactly what we were seeing from the bike start times. So I wonder if Marquez just perhaps shot off a little early, and then Peasgood has said, no, I'm going to rein this in and I'm going to take control out here in the saddle. Stefan Daniel, the Canadian, 16:22 through the first bike split, with Cordeiro right on his heels, 6 seconds behind, but it's just under a minute between Peasgood and the Canadian, who sat in third. Peasgood out front. As I say, we will do our best to try and bring you a picture of every single race that is taking place right now. It's going to be a very busy course indeed. He's could just tuck down nice and in tight, as aerodynamic as he can possibly be.
He's good race Yokohama and won, but hasn't done as much racing since. Like a little bit of an underperformance at the Europeans, but I mean, it was a duathlon and the bike was shortened for such bad conditions, so probably not really his race. He had COVID at the start of June, so it's taken him a little while to get over that. But you think probably with the less racing coming into this, like incredibly focused in front of a home crowd to try and get out there and take the win today.
I'm going to say, you think feeling fresher then, more than anything else, and then spurred on again, as you say, by a home crowd?
Yeah, maybe just picking a few big races as his main goals rather than hitting like doing every race in the season. It's just different athletes like to do it different ways. But it feels like for Peasgood this year, he's picked a few big races and they're the ones he's going to focus on and try and do well in.
Alexis Oncancon coming out of the water and getting his way out and on the push in the men's PTS 4 category. Closely followed in hot pursuit then by Michael Taylor, who makes his way out of the water and removes the wetsuit by the water.
Good swim there from Taylor. He's from Bath, so not too far away, trains at the university there, but he's got a lot of his teammates here to support him.
And then that's Lisa Lulia, the Finnish athlete in the women's PTS 2 category, I believe, making her way out towards transition and getting ready to get on the bike.
Yeah, second in Montreal this year, but she was second behind Hayley Dans, who was also in the race today. So it's going to be a bit of a competition here between those two.
See what I mean about how hectic it is with so many athletes in so many different categories coming through all at the same time. Eric McElvenney's just away on the left. So we have Johnny down trackside to bring us another interview. Johnny, who have you got for us here in the commentary booth?
So we're back down live at transition with Lauren Steadman, Paralympic champion in the PTS 5 women's class. The girls have just gone out of transition. Lauren, what are we seeing?
I think that Grace definitely laid that swim down. I could see her arms going fast, and Claire was holding on to that swim. So I think Grace has gone out there hoping to break Claire, is what I would guess she's doing.
Yeah, so you saw Claire coming in a wetsuit and Grace came in without. Yes. Claire's obviously an arm-impaired athlete and Grace has a leg. Just maybe explain a little bit how this might pan out for the rest of the race.
It's an interesting one. So Grace will have got out and been in pre-transition. She would have taken her leg off, put it on, taken the wetsuit off. So then when she ran through, she was not in her wetsuit. Claire would have gone as fast as she could through to transition to try and gain a little bit of time there. Got her wetsuit off, got her helmet on, and I believe there was about 8 to 10 seconds between them as they went out. So I don't know where they're at now, but they're both strong on the bikes. It's going to be really interesting.
It's going to come down to the run, I imagine. How does it feel being on the side watching today?
Definitely an odd one. I look at it and I'm like, where would I be right now if I was there? But yeah, I would be out on the bike and I would be working as hard as I could. But those girls are incredible, and I'd like to think that they're pushing the standard of PTS 5 on. So incredible racing. The whole of today has been fantastic. So yeah, I'm so happy to be here, even on the other side.
Amazing. Well, thanks for your insight, Lauren, and have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Johnny. Cheers, Lauren, giving us some fantastic insight into these two competitors out of the front of the women's PTS 5 category, Grace Norman and Claire Cashmore. I can tell you that Grace Norman has taken the advantage over Claire Cashmore at the bike split 3. It was only about 3 or 4 seconds between those two. Interesting to hear Lauren talking about her two adversaries normally that she would be competing with on track, and using the phrase break another athlete. Shows the it's all smiles at the finishing line and everybody's home, but there is a mental side of wanting to destroy the competition when possible.
Yeah, I think, and a lot of these athletes are friends because they do a lot of training together. I know Lauren's been over and trained with Grace. They're really good friends. But when it comes down to competing, you want to do everything possible to try and get the edge over your competitor. And yeah, that means making them hurt, making them work, pushing them at times you know they're not very comfortable. So Claire Cashmore not too far behind. I think it says she's only about 3 seconds down. But we can't see Grace Norman in the picture at the moment.
Well, Grace Norman may have gone through already and might be adding to the gap because she was behind Claire Cashmore, although Bike Split 4 says that Claire Cashmore is up and in the lead here as we go through, so I can't see Grace Norman anywhere in the rear of the picture at the moment. I wonder if there's a problem for the American.
Yeah, we did show on Bike Split 3 that Norman was ahead, but now on 4 it is showing, and we are on Claire Cashmere, so I presume she is the leader. She has, look, a good advantage over Norman at this point.
And in one split, there is suddenly nowhere to be seen Grace Norman. Just hearing that perhaps there has been an incident down on the track. And you hope that that hasn't been Grace Norman and that hasn't perhaps put paid to her push to try and get at Claire Cashmore, and for these two to have another addition to their rivalry in going for gold here in Swansea. It's good news if it has been the case for Claire Cashmore, although I'm sure she wouldn't have wanted to perhaps have a victory in that sort of manner.
No, I think Claire would have wanted the true victory. It's always good to have the win, but if you've had a win because somebody else has had some misfortune, it's not quite the same. But Claire won't do it. She'll just keep pushing now. I think she'll just go as hard as she can. She's a two-time world champion. She has so much experience. She knows how to push herself hard when she's working on her own like this.
So still no sign of Grace Norman going through Bike Split 4. We wait to see if the French athlete will be the next through Bike Split 4.
Just got Adam Pop here, PTS 2 on camera. So he's just come out the swim. He is the America's champ. He does a lot of ultra running as well. He's really done a 100-mile run race before. So really this sprint triathlon is going to seem quite short for him, I imagine.
Does very well at the America's Championships, as once again we're out with the PTS 5 men's leader, which is George Peasgood, who's gone through Bike Split 4 at 23:37. Filipe Marques, the Portuguese athlete, 24:04 at the last split, measuring those two. So about a 30-second gap that Peasgood was putting between himself and the Portuguese athlete after the end of the second lap of 4 laps on this 19-kilometre circuit before it loops back in towards the transition area for the run. Peasgood looks like he's got a healthy distance, much like his fellow countrywoman out in front of the PTS 5 men's category.
Yeah, Stefan Daniel just gone through that split, so Peasgood has a minute over Daniel, which I'm sure he'd be happy with at this point. Still got 2 more laps to ride.
Just saw a bike going the wrong way down the men's road route there, just gone past through. Seen a couple of the bikes perhaps take an alternative route every so often when needed, and a bit of extra space is needed, but Peasgood completely unfazed by that, as he is just locked in, staying in that nice tight aero position, pushing forward on a course that, as you touched on earlier, Helen, he will be relishing being out on right now on that bike.
Yeah, and I think he's just wanting to get as much time as possible over someone like Stefan Daniel, who he knows has probably got the edge over him on the run.
Yeah, Ronan Cordeiro, the Brazilian's only just gone through Bike Split 4, so there's a fair bit of space for Peasgood, and it seems to be being added to. He is looking comfortable as we've got Johnny down in the transition area once again. Once more chatting up with the good and the great from the triathlon world. Johnny, who have you got down there for us to chat with?
So we're live with Baz, the head coach of the Dutch Federation. Always a strong team. Baz, how's your team looking today?
It's a bit different than usual. 2 of our athletes are doing a hand cycle race. So we have one female wheelchair race and one other guy, and they're doing okay. They always want to do better, but it's not that we're always at number 1 and 2, but we have some other positions now. But it's good. We had some points, and it's a perfect race, and it's very well organized. So we're happy to be here.
Brilliant. So in the UK, we always look to you guys as the absolute experts when it comes to the hand cycle and the wheelchair races. As you said, you've got athletes who are racing hand cycle world champs, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit more of an open wheelchair race today. What was your reflections on the hand cycle, the wheelchair race?
Well, it was interesting, especially with the women. The men also. You see that apart from our two athletes, there are normally 1 and 2, but that doesn't say about them. But you see that the field is coming together now behind it. It's a stronger field, more wide, a lot of new faces. The number 4 British athlete with the female, where did she come from? That's what we want. We need new athletes and we need high-level athletes, and this is what it shows. It promises a lot for the future.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us, and best of luck with the rest of the season, Bas.
Okay, thank you.
Bas de Bruin there, the Dutch head coach, just keeping us and Johnny entertained, giving some insight into the Dutch team, and perhaps the slightly frustrated he sounded that perhaps particularly the wheelchair race didn't quite provide enough for the Dutch team as possible.
Yeah, and I think his Dutch athletes, he's got 2 of the best in the world, the Jets Plaatgut, Schipper, so maybe he's looking at that high standard as well, and they're just not at that standard yet today. And if we'd seen them here, maybe some of those other athletes would have been a little bit exposed. So he seemed really glad that the standard is coming up, though. I think that's always exciting to see.
You can only ask for improvements in any athlete when you're pushing through, as we see more coming through transition. I think that's, that is Maurits Morsink, another one of the Dutch contingent then, going through.
PTS 2.
3rd in the overall rankings in the men's PTS2 category with 21 podiums in his 30 starts, the European champion last year, and 2nd in Leeds and Yokohama, for a 5th in Montreal in 2022.
I thought what was interesting about his World Championship result was he had the fastest run, so his run is definitely his strength. So if he's able to keep himself in a good position through the swim bike, he's always quite dangerous because he has that run. And I think Grace Norman is out. She's not gone through the next bike split, so it's just Claire Cashmore out there on her own now.
As you say, it's a slight anticlimax for perhaps the viewers, also for Cashmore herself, I'm sure, who would have wanted to see what she can do against fully fit and pushing Grace Norman. It was almost like the curse of the commentator, if you will, when we bounced down to Johnny down in the transition zone, talking to Lauren Stedman, who was talking and bigging up the rivalry between those two and what we were going to see today. And as soon as we bounced back, Cashmore's all alone, and Grace Norman yet to still go through split 4, as you say, and that may be the end of her afternoon. We will try and get an update from the track as quickly as we can regarding Grace Norman and what's taken place for her.
Well, hopefully it's a crash with nothing serious wrong. She's still got quite a lot of big events this year, so you really don't want to have something that's going to take you out of training for a long period at this point in August. And Cashmore, she's just got to keep pushing hard now and see what she can get out of the race herself, because she's quite a long way ahead already. So just pushing hard, and I think she'll be disappointed she's not getting the chance to challenge herself against Grace Norman, because she knows what great form Grace Norman's in. But yeah, just use it today as a good race, a good hit out, and see what she can produce out there on her own.
Just needs to keep it neat and tidy now. There's Claire Cashmore.
Yeah, and you saw then there's a lot of athletes on the course, so you really have to just keep her head about it. All the athletes have to be super aware, pretty vocal as well about when they're passing athletes, shouting if you're coming up on their left or their right, really trying to let them know so there's no accidents out there on course.
Well, she's already through split 6, and she was through split 6 a minute ahead of Gladys Lemousseau, the French athlete, in 2nd place in the women's PTS 5 category. In terms of the French athlete going through split 5 a minute after Cashmore had gone through split 6. Now she's well over half a lap up on the rest of the pack in this small but what we thought was going to be powerful women's PTS 5 category. I'll look behind. There's nobody there, Claire.
No one she's competing against anyway.
Not going to be anybody there for a long bit of time. She will see perhaps Lemousseau and Zambrano coming down the other way. I'm sure she'll have noted by now that Grace Norman is nowhere to be seen. Be interested to see or find out how close she was to the incident that whatever has taken place for Grace Norman.
Yeah, well, at that turnaround before, we didn't see Norman come up again. I think Cashmore was just a couple of seconds behind. So, yeah, I bet she had a full view of what happened to Norman. But a great position again, like, she's not changing position. She's chosen to go for, she hasn't got an aero helmet on. That's just personal choice. It's a little bit cooler to have a normal bike helmet on. But the aero helmet does save you those extra watts. But maybe it's worth saving those extra watts for the big competitions. You know, use those for the big ones.
Well, the nice thing, I suppose, for her as well is that she doesn't need to exert a huge amount of energy in terms of she doesn't have to be at her best today. She can save some energy rather than completely draining the legs. All she has to do is make sure that she gets around and maintains the extensive gap that she has over the rest of the field in this race, and perhaps just start already thinking about on to the next one. And she gets to enjoy what should be a comfortable victory on home soil, which is something that is, I imagine, a bit of a rarity in triathlon.
It is, yeah, and you don't want anything to go wrong. I guess that's the only thing. So just taking over the care, especially when there's all the athletes on the course here, being cautious on the turns, just making sure that she gets through this whole race safely.
It's about a 3-minute 30 gap on the French woman, who's just gone through split 6, as Cashmore's already through split 7, with under half of the final loop remaining on the bike. Out in the PTS 5 category with George Peasgood.
He's got a minute lead now, so over a minute on the second place, Filipe Marques from Portugal, and then you've got Stefan Daniel, who's in third.
They're all through split 7 of 8 before they loop back towards the run course. This men's field could get quite tasty out on the run, depending if anybody behind Peasgood really starts to push the pace quickly. There we see Cashmore once more. The only thing that's getting away from her right now is our bike with the camera on it. Everything else, she is inching further and further away from behind her. She makes that turn. Just over the, I guess, top end of this bike course now. This is near the Swansea Museum and the cobbled streets that are away to the most eastern part of the bike. She'll make her way about halfway back down one of the long straights before taking the left turn up towards the coastal route. Weave her way back through the technical section of the bike course before going into transition. And she was so fast and clean, Claire Cashmore, through transition 1. And in this sort of mood, in this confidence, you expect the exact same thing to happen again.
Yeah, you would expect it to. And she's just got the last sort of technical section to contend with. She'll be coming in a similar time to George Peasgood, I'd imagine. They're both kind of going through those splits at a similar time. They're training partners, training the British Triathlon Performance Centres based in Loughborough. So most of the athletes are up there. Got great help, great support.
It's an area at Loughborough synonymous with sporting achievement. No surprise that British Triathlon is there. As we've got news on what happened to the American Grace Norman, thankfully it doesn't sound like what we're hearing from trackside, that it was any sort of crash or anything like that, a mechanical problem. We've been told is what was the reason for her dropping out of this event. Folks down on the track suspecting that it's a puncture. So frustrating for the American. Just something tiny like that, the tiniest bobble, and the tyre goes, and that's her race over, unfortunately.
I think what's so frustrating is that she would have put a lot of effort into there. She'd done a big training block before it, had a taper, travelled all the way here, and then it's over so quickly. Quite often when that happens to athletes, you see them out later doing a hard run or something, just to almost get rid of that aggression and anger that you felt from missing out, which is something which is out of your control.
You said it's a lovely coastal run down here on the coast of South Wales, down here in Swansea, and run across the beach as well in the sand will certainly help drain the legs of any leftover energy for Grace Norman. The woman taking advantage of the ill fortune of the American. It's making her way now along the coast. She will work her way round then to the bridge that goes over the River Tawick. Drags all the way along this in front of the houses. It's a nice viewing area for the spectators there that can just lean out of their front garden and urge the athletes on, then take a sharp left turn before a 90-degree right turn that takes them across the bridge. One of the most perfectly pleasant days down here for triathlon competition. We drew the short straw of being stuck inside in the commentary booth. It is certainly a ride that Cashmore will be enduring and enjoying as she works her way through to transition.
And I think she's being really sensible here. She's not pushing as hard as we saw her out on there. She knows she's got a good lead by now, so it's being really careful on the corners. Not overly careful, but she's still very competent, but just not taking any unnecessary risks.
You think as well, this part of the course, you can see some of the sand that gets blown up off the beach. That just adds another slight slip to this area, which, as you're making the twists and turns, just is another slightly problematic part. And Cashmore just making sure that she's nice and safe, as you say, through it all.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, as you can see a little bit of sand there. So, yeah, important to be really cautious on those sections.
And I suppose it's worse for the athletes that are later on in the day in these events, because more and more gets blown up off the beach, depending obviously which way the wind is blowing, but more and more will get blown up off from the beach and onto this part of the course. It's right where you don't necessarily want the tight twists and turns. Perhaps inspiring some of the younger generation in Swansea as well, as she goes past the playground and makes that left turn up the river before the right over the bridge.
Yes, we've been pushing hard now for a solo, well, almost 20 kilometres, so it'll be nice to start thinking about transition, getting that, maybe having that last drink before she dismounts onto the 5k run. Her partner Dave Ellis competed obviously earlier and won the race, so it'll be a happy day in their household if Claire manages to bring home a gold too.
They'll be comparing times and distance won by.
I imagine they would. Not that they're competitive, I'm sure.
No, I'm sure.
Outside of triathlon.
I'm sure they're not competitive at all. As we see more of the athletes coming through transition here.
And that's Peasgood's in, yeah.
First off the bike in the PTS 5 men's event. Into transition. Quick check, almost put it in the Brazilians box of, let's run on Cordeiro's little station there.
Oh, really quick. Really quick there from George.
Textbook stuff in transition.
And we talked about this earlier, how hard it is to be the athletes going out in front. All those athletes just go hard as you can, chase, but he's got to go out there. And quite often the case with Peasgood, he's often out with his strong swim bike. He's often out first, so really tough mentally.
As Claire Cashmore then comes through. Not fancying a glance behind her, just to have a look at the finish line.
No,
round into transition.
You don't want to be thinking about that till you're actually on that last stretch of blue carpet, and you won't see the athletes relax or smile till they hit that section. Although maybe here, if she's got some home crowd support, she might do a little bit of celebrating before the line, but...
Well, it doesn't look like it's going to happen at the moment. She makes her way through transition, bike locked in, helmet off. Slightly slow with the left shoe. Could hear her saying the shoe's not going on, but it's on now. And she is a lone horse out there at the front. There's not another female athlete in sight as we see Stefan Daniel, who was second finishing the bikes, just gone through transition. He'll be hot on the heels of George Peasgood. Felipe Marquez is third, the Portuguese athlete. Hot on the heels of the Canadian. A good solid bike that from Daniel. But now how much time can Peasgood put between him and the Canadian? 39.30 he began the run. Daniel 40.48. Just over a minute. The Brit has the advantage. He'll have the home support as well. Whether he can put it together on the run, 5 kilometres separate him and a gold medal.
Yeah, he's got to just focus on what he can do, his pace, and knowing that he's got people chasing him down. That's all. But it's a normal position for him. He's probably trained it. If he works with the sports psych, he's probably talked about what he needs to think about at this point, what he should be focusing on. Bryant there from Australia coming in.
Well done.
David Bryant through into transition in 4th place at the moment in the PTS 5 event. A little way back from 3rd place from Felipe Marquez. So you see Stefan Daniel out on the charge then, the Canadian. Looking to lock in on Peasgood. Is it better if you're chasing an athlete like Daniel is, about a minute or so off, if you can get a point on the road where you can see the athlete in front? Is that what gives you a little more motivation, even if the distance is staying the same? If you can actually see and lock in, does that help you kick on a bit more?
I don't know. I mean, I think he'll be running like a strong pace, and it might be just like it's like almost like yeah, I'm doing it, yeah, I'm getting there. But you want to, but also there's that pacing. You can't go out so hard because you're chasing. You've got to still go out at a pace you think you're going to be able to hold. And also, if he catches Peasgood, what's he going to do? Is he going to stay? Is he going to sit in behind? Will Peasgood be able to up his pace, which quite often happens, that the athlete in front is able to kind of lift their pace a bit and hang on. But Peasgood leading into this was almost 1 minute 20, so it's going to be, it's probably going to be close.
We'll see what headway that Stefan Daniel can make in on Peasgood's lead. The top 5 of the men in PTS 5 are through and onto the run start through that bike transition. Ronan Cordero, you just saw leaving transition in 5th. Fellow countryman Carlos Rafael Viana is there as well. He's currently down in 8th with Antoine Besset, the Frenchman, in 7th, just ahead of him. Already out on the run, the Frenchman. That was Pense Moksari coming through, the Hungarian in transition as well. 9th place in this field of the PTS 5 men's event. This is Claire Cashmore. Just confirmation, 100% that Grace Norman is out of the race with a mechanical issue. He pulled into a wheel stop, but they couldn't fix anything, unfortunately, for the American, so she is no longer competing in the PTS 5 women's event. So the field of 4 is down to 3. And Cashmore out in front, leading them at the moment. And nobody else has even started the run yet out of the remaining 2 athletes.
She's got such a big gap at this point. It's really, yeah, she doesn't have to run that hard. So I'm wondering, she could even run hard for a lap and then sort of cruise it, maybe just run a strong, steady pace. Just depends on how she's feeling. I mean, if she was feeling like she's not having the best day, she's certainly got the option of not pushing that hard.
There's nothing nicer than a stroll through the Welsh countryside, so she can take the pace off a little bit and enjoy the moment for sure. This is Peasgood coming through the railed off section.
When Peasgood and Daniel raced in Tokyo, so George in Tokyo Paralympics last year, Peasgood was 2nd and Daniel was 3rd, but Stefan Daniel ran almost 2 minutes faster than Peasgood, so that minute 20 might not be enough.
And you can see there the Canadian's just starting to make his way into this technical area. Run split 1's going to be really interesting then to see, as Peasgood's already gone through with a 44.57. And the Canadian isn't going to be too far behind at all. Certainly, that's what I mean about being able to see the athlete, perhaps, as it twists and turns. He just gets a sight of Peasgood. Daniel through that run split, 45.36.
Yeah, he's pulled back a lot of time already. He's running fantastically well. Like we said, that race he had recently in Montreal in front of home, his family, his friends, and just maybe that massively motivational to him.
Wonderful moment when he crossed the finish line, and the emotion that radiated off him in Montreal. He was so happy to do it in front of home support. He will be desperate to deny George Peasgood that same feeling for sure. Peasgood just looking to continue that pace and rhythm. Nothing's really changed in terms of his motion right now. Felipe Marquez coming through to go through run split 1 as well, the Portuguese athlete. There is the leading lady, Cashmore. Marquez a 46.22. Going to take something impressive indeed if he's to catch the front two. It would take something almost impressive to stop Claire Cashmore at this point. She's through the first run split. To give you a comparison of the gap, Cashmore through the first run split after 51.37. Lemoussu, the French athlete, was about 50 minutes and 51 seconds starting the run.
And look, just in the background there, I think we see Daniel. We just saw Daniel come into the picture. So there's Sato.
Keiichi Sato, the Japanese athlete, driving hard in the Welsh sunshine.
He's another athlete that's also competed at Winter Games and a lot of para skiing. He decided to do some triathlon as well.
There's the Australian, David Bryant.
So he's chasing down Marquez for that third position, but he's got a good 50 seconds. But Bryant does look like he's moving well. Got Cordero there as well, so he's a fantastic runner. He looks like he's moving well. Maybe he's got the ability there to pull back a few positions. I mean, the podium's a long way in front, but does look like he's moving all right.
Not sure if it was a grimace or a smile as he comes round through this section. Looks like a combination of both almost, but Renan Cordero on the push.
Yeah, it's over 2 minutes. Well, no, sorry, minute 40. So quite a way to the podium. With CP's Goods breathing hard there. Trying to stay relaxed. Upper body still nice and relaxed.
But you can see Stefan Daniel.
Yeah. He's close.
Stefan Daniel, excuse me, is just lingering in the background. And the attack is on from the Canadian. It's not just close. He's almost, Peasgood, able to take some of the draft off Daniel as he closes in on him. Don't think there's going to be any hanging around either from the Canadian. I think he's just going to blow straight past him.
I think so. He may put in a bit of a surge just to make sure there's a gap. Yeah, and he's gone wide here to try and avoid sort of Peasgood jumping straight onto the back of him behind. So that's what Peasgood's going to do. But because Daniel went wide and has really almost put in a bit of a surge, Peasgood hasn't got any answer to it.
Just keeping that momentum, taking the outside of the corner, and the Canadian takes the lead then. You can see how Peasgood just doesn't look like he's got that same power in his strides as the Canadian. Oh, that's a bit of a wrong move, just caught on the pavement, which is going to slow down the Canadian's rhythm.
Yeah, he just went the wrong side of the barrier there.
I wonder if it was because maybe the marshal, we just saw the marshal pointing to the right to instruct them to head down the way that Daniel was meant to go. But I just wonder if he perhaps got slightly confused with pointing to the right and decided to go to the right side of the barrier, which is, the wrong side.
Yeah, we just saw there Alexis Honky Quank coming in. So I think he's quite a long way ahead of the rest of the field at this point.
Yeah, the Frenchman in the PTS 4 category coming through on Cancon. He's got Michael Taylor, the British athlete, who is the next closest behind him. Eric McIlvenny as well is there. So we apologise just for the temporary pause in the pictures. We will do our best to get back on that. We will do our best to keep you abreast of everything that's taking place out there on the course at the moment. Our main focus so far has been on the PTS 5 men and women's event, and at run split 2, Stefan Daniel, the Canadian, 49.52, George Peasgood, 50.01. So he is trying to put a nice bit of distance, is Stefan Daniel, between he and Peasgood. Interesting to see where the Portuguese athlete as well, Felipe Marques, compared to Peasgood, and if that is perhaps a possibility for the Portuguese man to push in front.
It looked like Cordero was running really well too, so there's definitely, I don't know if he's got enough time to get up to that podium position, but he was probably one of the fastest, apart from Daniel, probably one of the fastest movers there on the course.
In the women's PTS 4 event, a bike split 8, it's Andrea Migueles Ranz, who is leading the pack at the moment through bike split 8. She had a bit of an advantage over Elke van Engelen, who was 2 seconds back going through bike split 7, so a nice bit of distance for the Spanish rider from the German, and Kendra Herber as well, who's staying with Elke van Engelen in that 3rd spot. As we show you the most technical part of the run.
That's Salisbury. So he's in the PT S5. Not got many starts, only 4, so I'm not sure where he's finished. I think Claire Cashman was passing other athletes there. I think that's the athletes from her category as well.
So Lemusu, the French athlete, and she's lapping.
So yeah, she's so far ahead of the field. She's on a run split 2, and they're only hitting a run split 1 at this point.
In the meantime, in the PTS 5 men's event, Stefan Daniel is looking in firm control as he's on the 3rd loop of this run course. You can see Peasgood in the background. You can just about make him out. He's very much out of focus right now. And Daniel's focus, you imagine, is just what's in front of him and keeping up his pace. Looking like it's tough for him at the moment, just on this little climb that there is.
Just see that gap that Daniel's opened up, though. It's absolutely huge. You'll see athletes there dismounting there from the categories that started a little later than the PTS 5. So nearly all the athletes are going to be off the bike soon.
Yeah, in the PTS 2 women's event, Hayley Dan's just gone through bike split 8 already of America. Lisa Lilia, the Finnish athlete, yet to go through bike split 8, and probably about a split behind Hayley Dans, who looks like she's leaving the competition in that category. Slightly in her wake, shall we say.
Oh, Daniel's opened up a massive gap now. Won't get this technical section wrong again, I'm sure. There we go, no, right side of the barriers that time.
He knows the route this time.
Yeah.
And he's just gone through as well the section where he took the lead off George Peasgood on the last lap. He just has to follow the route home now.
Yeah, he knows he's not far from home now. He's going to keep pushing. I think we might see him slow down by the blue carpet, maybe enjoy that last little stretch. But he's been completely in control on this run today.
So many times a strong run could pull you right back into contention as he goes through run split 3. Nobody else around him. Don't think he's even seen Peasgood just yet. A little look to his right. I wonder if he's just noted that.
So that's a lapped athlete. That's Prost from Germany. There's Peasgood just entering that technical section there.
That's a long way back.
Yeah, there's other athletes around him, but I think they're from different categories. I don't think he's being caught by anyone. He's still got a good buffer to that 3rd position.
But this man is on the last route home. A few more corners and then he's getting proper instruction to make sure he goes the right way to make it down towards the final long curve before the finish straight. Peasgood through split 3. Can't see any sign of Felipe Marquez in the background. David Bryant still in 4th as well at run split 2. A few more weaves for Daniel, and on the push now. And pushing for home. Spurred on by the supporters out there lining the Swansea streets. Spurred on perhaps by that awesome victory in Montreal in front of a home crowd. Peasgood completely lost behind him.
He's a 4-time world champion as well. You've got to think, in this kind of form, you'd be looking to add another world championship to that this year.
Well, he's certainly in the right form and the frame of mind, considering what we've seen recently in 2022. Peasgood making that last push as well, with a quick look over his shoulder just to check where Felipe Marquez is. Daniel's on the final stretch. Peasgood had a 55.09 through the split. 56 was Felipe Marquez. So about 50 seconds or so for George Peasgood just to hold on and keep that advantage to have the silver medal. But look at Stefan Daniel there. He is loving his moment once again. A victor in Montreal in 2022. Now a victor in Swansea. Fist pumps all round. And he is very, very pleased with his hard day's work on the Welsh coast today to take gold in the men's PTS 5 category. That looked like it was a real emotional finish for him. Barely a smile as he pushed through. Claire Cashmore just going through the technical section here on the run through the last split already. Almost looks like a replay of what we saw a lap ago. She's staying on the back of the French athlete who's in second at the moment in her category. Cashmore still a lap almost ahead of everybody else in the women's PTS 5.
See there, Taylor, so he's in the PTS 4 category. I think he's currently in 4th position.
An impressive finish for Michael Taylor. As we see George Peasgood coming through.
Triathlon silver medalist, world para cycling time trial champion.
A silver in Swansea for George Peasgood. Couldn't quite do enough on the bike to leave the Canadian behind, and a hard push on the run, but he'll be pleased at least to take the second step of the podium.
Nice little clap there for the crowd, that appreciation for all the cheers he's had out there today.
Shake of the head, perhaps some frustration.
Yeah, I don't think we saw the best of George Peasgood on the run today, and so we do know he's recently had COVID, and I know he's had a bit of an ankle problem, but and had to have an injection recently, so maybe just not in the run shape he wants to be in yet.
We've had a fine performances.
Almost a minute and a half behind Stefan Daniel. Felipe Marquez, the Portuguese athlete, couldn't be tested by David Bryant behind him. Felipe Marquez gets the bronze medal here in Swansea.
Solid performance from him. I think that was really good. I mean, he was 5th at the World Champs last year, so I think that's definitely an improvement today.
Just a 6th podium for him in his triathlon career. Goes with the 3rd in Montreal. David Bryant taking 4th then in the men's PTS 5.
Oh, another 4th for Bryant. He had 4th in Yokohama as well, so yeah, he'll be wanting to get onto the podium at some point.
There's going to be a nice cheer for this woman as well as she continues her push towards the final straight. She's not too far off the 4th place male, David Bryant. All on her own.
Lots of claps from the supporters, and I think she's smiling there, though. I don't think that's a grimace.
Well, she hasn't needed to push herself hard enough to grimace once the unfortunate mechanical problem for Grace Norman put paid to her perhaps closest rival in this women's PTS 5 category. But Claire Cashmore will just enjoy this as she makes her way down the home straight. Ronan Condero just in front of her, the Brazilian, to finish 5th in the men's PTS 5 category. But Claire Cashmore is just a few meters away, so close to some of the male athletes that they have to scramble across to pick up the finishing line tape. But a GB flag held in her hand. Claire Cashmore crosses the line to take gold in Swansea. I think she wants to walk off with the finishing line tape as well.
They didn't want us to have that tape, did they? I guess it has to go back over for the next finisher, but yeah, you don't get the standard finish line picture with the tape in the air. She might not win against that official there.
She'll have at least the GB flag draped across her. She's going to have a long wait as well for the rest of the athletes to come through. But she is the victor here on the south coast of Wales. Antoine Bessette coming through to take the 6th spot in the men's PTS 5 category, the Frenchman. The Brazilian behind, Carlos Rafael Viana, will surely hold on here for 7th, despite Ugchan Uza hot on his heels. The Turkish athlete is making a big push just right at the end, and you see these last two coming through. But there is just too much of a gap between the Brazilian and the Turkish athlete. Another Brazilian in the top 8, though, in the men's PTS 5 category. A strong performance. Strong as well from the Turkish athlete, 10th at the World Championships last year. His goal is to get the Paralympic Games in Paris. Qualification secured. This will give him, certainly buoy his confidence in pushing towards that goal. Elsewhere, Eric McIlvenny, we just see coming through, the American in the men's PTS 4 event.
Currently in 3rd position.
Alexis Oncancon is cruising through. Michael Salisbury just coming through to take a strong finish in the men's PTS 5 category. Finishing 9th in the end for Michael Salisbury.
And not too far behind Michael. It's the experienced athlete Jairo Rui Lopez. Raced many
And the Spaniard Jairo Rui Lopez going through to complete the top 10 in the men's PTS 5. Well, in the men's PTS 4 category, they're just through the second run split. Not quite, they're just finishing the 3rd lap.
It's close on the PTS 4 between for 3rd and 4th at the moment. Currently only 15 seconds separated. Actually, from 2nd to 4th, there's a little bit of a battle going on.
Alexis Oncancon is holding a commanding lead, though, in that event.
And we see here the women's leader of the PTS 4, Migueles from Spain. So the young athlete here really taking it out.
She looks like she's got a very healthy lead as well. Well, she did going into the run. We'll wait to see where Elke van Engelen, the German athlete who started the run in 2nd, is compared to her.
Yeah, so that's her just through run split 1, so still 2 more laps of her to go. Just a hand on a hip there, so maybe feeling a little bit of a stitch. The Belgian athlete there.
That's Wim de Pijp.
3rd last year at the World Championships.
We'll try and get you up to date with the men's PTS 2 event. And Wim de Pijp is in 2nd at the moment behind Jules Ribstein. The French athlete out in front with about a 50-second gap or so, 40-second gap ahead of the Belgian athlete, with Leonel Morales in 3rd as more of the finishers from the men's PTS 5 continue to come through.
There's our leader from the PTS 4 women.
Jeremy Migueles.
And representing Cyprus, Andrea.
A big deep breath there. I think she's had a bit of a stitch. You saw that hands on the hip, but she's still got 2 more laps to go. So really important for her to almost, if she can, stretch it out a little bit. Try and stay relaxed and just keep her pace going. She's got a good lead.
I was going to say, Elke van Engelen yet to go through run split 1 just yet. So, and we saw Migueles, well, at least 30 seconds ago, I'd imagine, going through run split 1. So there's a bit of time just yet.
Hayley Dan's there. I think she's leading.
The American going through Hayley Dans to complete the first run split in an hour or so in the PTS 2 category.
She's got a good lead too.
Here is the runner-up in the women's PTS 5 category. Gladys Lemusu, the French athlete, crosses the line. A silver medal for France, who've got a tidy medal haul after today in Swansea. Their triathlon pedigree continues to rise and be on show at so many events in 2022.
And you think with Paris, isn't it, 2 years away, it's such a driving force.
3rd in Montreal, 2nd now in Swansea for the French woman.
Hayley Dans, 2 silver medals so far at the Paralympics. You know she really wants to get that gold.
She certainly wants to hold on to her lead. It's a lead that is a lengthy one as well. As the men's PTS4 leader comes through, the Frenchman. It's a superb victory. Alexis Oncancon through the finishing tape and through to take another gold. We said he was the man to beat in this category today. It's now 34 starts, 29 wins, 31 podiums for the Frenchman. It's an incredible record in this event. He's won every event that he's competed in since August 2019. Oncancon, all smiles. Finally, we see a happy face going across the finishing lane when it comes to the men.
I know, we haven't seen too many today, have we? Oh, Stefan Daniel, that was really happy. There should be another French athlete coming over in silver medal position as well in the PTS4. But we're back here, Taylor and Jakes. Finley Jakes a little bit further down this field.
Michael Taylor running in 5th at the moment. Jeremy Peacock just ahead of him, the Australian. Eric McElveny in 3rd right now. Pierre-Antoine Bayle is in 2nd. Could be gold and silver for France here if they can hold on to the 2nd place position. At about 35 seconds between Pierre-Antoine Bayle and Eric McElveny, the American. I think that's Mark Rodriguez we just saw there going through the technical section of the men's PTS 4 category. McElveny pushing right to the end in 3rd place, the American.
McElveny.
Jeremy Peacock right on his heels. This is going to be a fine finish indeed from the Australian and the American for that bronze medal.
Peacock wants that bronze medal. I mean, he won in Montreal and he was so pleased. He was, he was really happy to get his first win under his belt.
Let's get back to the finishing straight. I want to see who's going to be taking that bronze then. So we see more coming through in the PTS 5 category.
There's
Antonio
from Germany as well.
Antonio Francisco Garcia going through in 14th. Wolfgang Prost going through in 15th.
Now this is going to be the silver
Our 2nd place finisher here.
And it is Pierre-Antoine Bayle going through to take 2nd place in the PTS 4 category.
So Pierre-Antoine continues his run in
But it's the race behind that we just cut away from. Eric McElveny and Jeremy Peacock coming down the home straight looking for bronze. The battle between 3rd and 4th, you just saw it in the background. And the American trying to hold on, and Peacock looks like he's just given up, doesn't quite have it. McElveny able to hold on and get bronze then, and he's used every last ounce of energy that he had, as did Jeremy Peacock. Nothing really to separate those two. 3 seconds splitting them officially. Herculean effort from both of them.
What a finish from McElveny. He just collapsed over that finish line. He gave that everything, but what a finish. He managed to hold off Peacock right to the end.
When we saw them going around that corner and we cut away, it just looked like Peacock thought perhaps he had him going into that last turn, but that straight coming down here, the American just put the gas on.
Next up, it's Michael Taylor.
Both needing assistance at the end of this event. Michael Taylor coming through in 5th for the men's PTS 4 category. An excellent finish for him.
Yeah, that's a really solid race for him. This is his first race this year, so a good start to the season for him. There's Melina.
Heading this way.
PTS 3 men.
Paralympic Games, a silver at the World Champs. Not going to match that today, but we are going to.
At the moment, we have Nico van der Berg, who is in run split 2 in the lead of the men's PTS 3. So we will try and keep you up to date with everything that's going on track. We've got Johnny, who's down there at the finishing line, with the victors from this afternoon's races. Johnny, who have you got with you there, down at the finish line?
It's a new ceremony for paratriathlon?
This is live. A video.
Good idea. But it's not good news for me. I work my English.
Alexis, you've taken the victory today for the first World Series in Swansea. How was your race?
Yeah, merci. Je suis vraiment content d'avoir gagné aujourd'hui. C'est une très belle course. La bonne nouvelle, c'est que Swansea est une nouvelle course au programme pour 3 ans. Donc c'est vraiment cool. Ça permet de prendre des bons repères ici. Rien à dire. Les conditions étaient parfaites aujourd'hui pour faire une belle course. Donc voilà, je suis content de moi.
And Alexis, we've got Paralympic Games in 2 years' time. How are you feeling for the Paralympics?
Ouais, bah c'est sûr que j'ai été super content de gagner Tokyo. Maintenant, je vais pas me cacher, je vais forcément essayer de gagner Paris. J'ai beaucoup d'ambition pour ça, donc voilà. Aujourd'hui, c'est une étape supplémentaire pour continuer la préparation en vue de Paris 2024. Donc merci beaucoup pour toutes ces belles conditions. Triathlon England a vraiment bien travaillé pour Swansea et franchement, c'est une bonne chose pour le paratriathlon en général. Donc merci à tous et vive le paratriathlon.
Thank you very much and well done today.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
A very happy Alexis Oncancon there talking to Johnny. Still wondering how much French Johnny knows, but I definitely think Alexis probably knows more English than I certainly know French, that's for sure. Never seen a kung fu kick across the line either. That was impressive to say the least, particularly having that energy left in you after what was pretty much, it looked like a canter for him in that category.
Yeah, I think that might be a signature move, but yeah, he won really easily there, really big timing gaps, as we've come to expect from him every race he does.
Well, we are down with Johnny once again down at the finish line as they continue to come through. Johnny, who have you got down there at the finishing line for us?
Claire, well done today on taking the victory at the first Paratriathlon World Series in Swansea. How was the race?
Thank you. Yeah, super special to take the win here. Obviously, it is bittersweet. Grace out there. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what happened, but mechanical, and it was quite sad to see go past her and know she wasn't going to be able to finish the race. So, but yeah, amazing to have all my friends and family out in the crowd and see them on the finishing line, especially as I didn't get it in Tokyo. It was quite emotional, really. It was really special.
Nice. Just talk me through the race. How did the race feel for you?
A little bit weird, to be honest. The swim was good. Had a really good position behind Grace, and she carried me through to the pontoon. The jellyfish were obviously interesting. Grabbing a few of them along the way. I was like, oh, little squeal, and then onto the bike. It was a little bit messy actually. I kind of something fell off of my bike, and I got a little bit distracted by that. But no, it was good. It was technical, quite a hard course, a lot more than I expected, and then by the time I got onto the run, a little bit of stitch, which wasn't fun. So it was just like, right, I need to get around these 3 laps. And Gladys caught up with me, so I was running alongside her, which was actually really good.
And when can we see you next?
Alhandra. Yeah.
Well done again, Claire.
Thank
it's great
you.
to see you take the victory.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Yeah, bittersweet. I think the order of the day for Claire Cashmore. Very happy to be a victor in front of her home crowd, but frustrating perhaps that she couldn't test herself against Grace Norman after that mechanical problem took her out of the bike. Maybe she can ask kindly, she can get the start-finish banner at the end of the day and maybe get that picture resorted as the sun sets in Swansea. We've got plenty more athletes coming through. The run split of the PTS4 women, run split 3 has just been passed through by Andrea Migueles, who will be coming round then not too distant future to what looks like take the victory in that category ahead of the German Elke van Engelen and Kendra Herber, the American, in 2nd and 3rd. There's quite a big gap between those two, and 4th place Kelly Worrell in that category. And we just saw as well a few moments ago Natalia Nevo, the Israeli athlete, just going through out on the run. As we have another grand finale coming up as the men's PTS2 category. Jules Rifstein goes through, and very early finish indeed for the Frenchman, who adds to the litany of medals that the French team have been able to take today. 1 hour and 6 minutes 30 seconds for the Frenchman. And a very impressive day indeed for France. Man who adds to, of course, the World Championship in 2021 and 2019, second in the European Championships this year, but first in Swansea to take the gold medal.
What a day for France. I mean, they've all been on a training camp together. It's obviously worked. I think they'll be practicing that for future. If you think that the Olympics are going to be in 2 years around this time as well, so every season now is going to be peaking for this kind of time. It's a really good practice, see if those training camps pay off and work. And for the French, what they've been doing has obviously been working.
I know what you're doing. You're going on the Evian as soon as you get home after this today. That's what it is. There's something in the water for those French triathletes right now. Andrea Migueles, we just saw there after she's gone through the run split, just starting to make her way down towards the finishing straight. The Spanish athlete who is leading the PTS4 women's category at the moment. The PTS3 men's category, Nico van der Burgt, the Dutchman, has just gone through the final split before making his way down towards the finishing line as he looks to outdo Daniel Molina and Michael Herter in second and third in that category. We will hopefully bring you his finish on the way through. I think that's him just coming down now, Nico van der Burgt. They need to get the tape out for him. They've got to be quick. And they're just about quick enough in Swansea as the Dutchman takes the gold in the men's PTS3 category. Nico van der Burgt doing the business on the south coast of Wales. Had that frustrating disqualification in Montreal this year. He was third in the World Championships last year, but a gold medal finally to his name in 2022 here in Swansea.
Oh, I think they're going to have to get that finish tape back out again. There's Hayley Dan's come in as well, but I think in the PTS4 we've got the winner approaching the line.
Andrea Migueles is on her way through. You've got to be on point, and they are here in Swansea as the Spaniard. She takes some high fives on her way through, beaming bright, and what a bright star she looks like she's gonna be on the triathlon stage. An absolutely awesome victory for Andrea Migueles, taking it in 1 hour 14 minutes and 7 seconds, and loving crossing the line to take the gold medal.
Yeah, lots of time for her there to give the crowd a high five. Oh, big smile. She's so happy with that.
7 in 7. It's perfection for Migueles. Just a nod to the camera as she takes the acclaim from those around at the finish line, as Johnny is just gathering up all of the victors and athletes down there on the finishing line. And once more, Johnny hanging out with the gold and silver and bronze medal crew. Johnny, who have you got for us?
Such a good race. You took the win in the men's PTS2 category. How was your race today?
Thank you. Yes, it was a really good race, really good weather, not too hot, and it was a pleasure for me. I take a little bit time less in the water on whim, and it was just a few seconds in advance. And I try to close the gap on the bike. And once I put the bike first, I know my run is good, so it will be a win.
Fantastic. You've obviously got the Paralympic Games in Paris in 2 years' time, and the men's PTS2 category is now in. How are you feeling ahead of Paris?
Yeah, I feel good. More sponsor first. And it's really good news, and it will be a pleasure to me to be in Paris and represent France well.
Well done again today. Such a superb race.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, they're going to have to get the start-finish line prepared once again. A big thanks to Johnny and Jules Rifstein down there, the winner of the men's PTS2 category. The women's PTS2 category, Hayley Dans, we've seen her intermittently throughout this afternoon and throughout the broadcast, but as she's gone through run split 3 already and is starting to make her way towards the finish line. As you just see there, Kendra Herbert getting ready to complete and finish up in what looks like it's going to be third place, although I've not seen Elke van Engelen yet, the German athlete who was in second at run split 3, so we'll try and get a confirmation of that as Kendra Herber makes her way through. Elke van Engelen has gone through the final split before that finishing straight. The German is in second right now, the American in third, as Herber is saluting some of the crowd as she went down that finishing straight, or down towards the finishing straight, should I say. Hayley Dans has just gone through the last time split as well to what looks like take gold in the women's PTS2 category. And it looks like it's going to be by some way as well, because none of her other competitors have gone through the run split just yet. And Dans has got a race on to try and make sure that she takes this instead of the silver medalist in the PTS4 category. Dans is going to take it and be given, though, the finishing tape by the German. Dans takes the gold in Swansea. And she's taken it by what looks like it's going to be around about a lap or so, possibly, maybe a bit less than that. But the American with a fine finish, 1 hour, 17 minutes and 34 seconds for Dans.
That was a great race from Dan. She's got such a big lead straight over there. I think she's with her support team over there, so big hugs for her at the finish.
She can add that to her gold in Montreal, taking perhaps a leaf out of the Canadians' book. Stefan Daniel with a gold in Montreal and then a gold here as well. You just saw there the German athlete, female, going through to take second, Elke van Engelen.
Yeah, it was Elke van Engelen. She was getting second in the PTS4, so a strong result from her. Another good performance with a silver medal.
You can just see Kendra Herber, the American, just in the background, I think there in the slightly pinkier top with the dark shorts on the running suit, just coming through to take what will be the bronze for her in the women's PTS4 category.
We just had finished from the Netherlands.
Strong from the US women today in the PTS4, 2 of them on the podium.
Daniel Molina's just taken second in the PTS3 category as Herber takes the bronze. Molina with the silver medal then, with Michael Herter set in third at the moment, the Frenchman. It looks like it's going to be another medal for the French team in PTS3 with the men at the moment, with Michael Herter and Cedric Denouzier in third and fourth respectively, and the German Max Geller a long way back compared to those two. So either way, it's going to be another medal for France.
Yeah, but I mean, the performance from Nico van der Vet for the win, Molina was 5 minutes behind him, so it was a really big margin today for in the PTS3 there.
Something at least for the Dutch team to smile about after we spoke with Bas de Bruin, who didn't seem too happy initially with what had happened for the Dutch team earlier on in the day, but he'll be very happy with that, to have seen them pick up a gold medal in the men's PTS3 category.
So lots of Spanish athletes here today.
The Italian Gianluca Valori coming through in the men's PTS2 category. We get to go down to Johnny in just a moment here. Who's he got at the start-finish line? Johnny, who have you got for us?
He just crossed the finishing line in first place. Hayley, so you've just crossed the finishing line in first place at the Swansea World Series. Tell me how your race was. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm coming fresh, your seconds off of it. But it was a great day. It's always fun to race in a new venue. This new venue in Swansea was awesome. Course had a lot of character, fun, technical bike course through the cobbles. Yeah, super fun run course out there.
Nice. You've obviously come off the back of an amazing year last year, medaling at Paralympic Games. Paralympic Games is now only 2 years away, so
yeah.
What's the rest of your season look like? How are you feeling?
Yeah, so we have a little bit of a hiatus before our World Championships in Abu Dhabi in November. And so I'm going to have a little bit of fun these next couple months, do some fun races locally, and just continue the training build towards Worlds.
Amazing. Well done again today. It's
Thanks
fantastic
so much.
to see.
Thank you.
Hayley Dans there, the winner in the women's PTS2 category. Anu Francis, the Australian, has just gone through to take the silver medal in that category, just as we were finishing up there with Hayley Dans, who I'm sure she's looking forward to a bit of time off going in some time off with a gold medal around her neck. That's not a bad way to have a little bit of a hiatus.
No, well, I read about Dan. She took a little bit of downtime after Tokyo, but she didn't take too much. She just missed it. She really thrives on having like the routine, the structure, and really working towards a goal. So I bet her bit of downtime doesn't last for long now. I think she'll be straight back into it with those big goals of trying to win World Championships this year.
At the moment in that category as well, on the run split, Lisa Lilja, the Finnish athlete, just finished the third run split. Haven't seen Nela Ludwig since the first run split. Hope that she hasn't been forced to drop out for any reason, and it's just perhaps been a tough afternoon in Swansea here at the Volvo World Triathlon Para Series here on the Welsh South Coast.
Trying to keep all of the, what do you call it, the virtual judges.
As we are just wrapping up the best of the action, we have the medal positions sorted in the women's PTS4 category. Andrea Migueles first, Elke van Engelen second, and Kendra Herber third. The PTS5 category was won at a canter by Claire Cashmore in the end after Grace Norman was forced to drop out on the bike due to a mechanical problem. A big shame for her. Hayley Dance and Anu France have taken gold and silver in the PTS2 women's category, with the Finnish athlete Lisa Lilja getting set to make her way down towards the finish line. Here she is, working her way towards a bronze medal. And a fine finish for her as well. A little bit off the pace of the other two, certainly of Hayley Dance, who certainly seemed to leave everybody else behind. But there's not long left now for Lilja to push on towards that finish line. Just wrapping up the men's categories here this afternoon. The PTS5 category, Stefan Daniel, the Canadian, taking gold ahead of George Peasgood in second with the silver, and Felipe Marquez in third, the Portuguese athlete taking the bronze. Alexis Oncancon taking gold in the PTS4 category, with fellow Frenchman Pierre-Antoine Bela finishing second, and Eric McElveny finishing third for the USA. In the PTS3 men's, Nico van der Burgt finishing first, Daniel Molina second, and Michael Herter third to complete the medals in PTS3. And in PTS2, Jules Ripstein of France, Wim de Pep of Belgium, and Lionel Morales taking gold, silver and bronze respectively in the PTS2. And I think Johnny is down there with another victor down at the finishing line. Johnny, who else have you got for us dripping in gold?
Stefan took the victory today, World Series Swansea, with an incredible run. So just tell me how the race went.
Yeah, no, that was tough. I just kind of wanted to see today where I was relative to some of my competition, and just World's a long way away, so just kind of gauge and see where I'm at, and really happy. That was as good of a swim as I've had in a very, very long time. I wasn't too far behind the leaders. Bike was tough. I think everyone had a tough day on the bike, just trying to get into a groove, so I think I just tried to stay as relaxed as possible and focus on what I was doing versus what other guys were doing, and then get into a rhythm on the run. It's been a while since I felt pretty good on the run, and I'm happy it's coming back at the right time.
Yeah, well, you certainly look pretty good today. You've obviously got World Champs, which is quite late this year. What's your plans between now and then?
Yeah, so I guess I have a bit of a break from World Series racing, but I'm planning to do my first half Ironman in Santa Cruz in September, just to try it. No expectations, just see what it's like. And after that, not really any plans to race until Abu Dhabi. We'll do some training camps, but that's about it.
Yeah. Well, it was fantastic to see you looking so good out there. It makes for an exciting end of the year, but well done.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
PTS5 men's victor Stefan Daniel talking to Johnny down there, just trying a Ironman distance, see how it feels. I think us mere mortals look at that and think, what on earth is going on there?
Well, his dad does a lot of Ironman, so I think there's probably that link there. His dad's like, come on, go give it. And I think, did he say half? So, not that that's, well, it is a bit easier, but still a big jump from this sprint distance. But it'll be great training for him, obviously, in his prep for World Championships over that longer distance.
Big congratulations coming across to take the bronze medal from the Finnish athlete Lisa Lilja. Able to take the bronze then in the PTS2 women's category. Johnny is still down there with more of the victors at the finish line. Can't get enough of him. Who else has he got, Johnny?
Just finished in front of Lisa there. Kinney was third at the European Champs in Austin.
Nico, you've taken the win today in Swansea World Series. How does it feel to be the winner today?
Oh, very great. Yes, feel very good. Want in Besançon, my first game, I was sick. I cannot start. Montreal, I had a disqualification about a cap, and people say that's not possible for walk. En toen een disqualification, I was number 1, and now I start. I want number 1, and it is possible. Dus it feels great.
It sounds like an incredible story to then get here. Just talk us through your race today, swim, bike and run. How did you feel?
Oh, nice. Yes, the water was very good and a little windy. Dus the water parcours was very nice, and the transition was also from swim to the transition was a little walk. Dus and then on the bike was a nice parcours, and my muscles feel the little windy when it was a little up, and I feel good power in my legs, and then the run, and yes, I feel stronger, and I think yes, the last round, and that's the finish, and I want to go. And
you've got men's PTS 3 is now a category
yes.
for Paris.
Yes.
How excited are you about that?
Oh, very great. A lot of people. You see, normal we start with 5 people, and now 10. Dus I like how better. Then feel more I can compete. Dus I want how better. Dus if you want to PTS 3, you must come.
Well done again today. Amazing results, and we'll see you next time.
Oh, thank you.
Big thanks, Johnny, once again. I want to hear more of Nico van der Berg talking, to be honest.
No, that was a lovely interview, and I love how positive he was. Like, he loves it. They're in for the next, his category's in for the next Paralympics. The standards already going up, the fields are getting bigger, and he just wants more. I love that.
Bring on the challenge, I think, for the Dutchman who took gold in the men's PTS 3 category today. As the athletes continue to drip through the finishing line here.
That's Kim from Korea. So he just finished 8th in the PTS 3.
Hwang Tae Kim, all the way from South Korea, competing here in Wales. As Johnny once more is aligning himself with the great and the good in the triathlon world down there. Johnny, who else have you got for us?
Andrea, well done on taking the victory today at WPS Swansea. How does it feel to take the victory?
Muchas gracias. Bueno, pues la verdad es que he tenido una muy buena carrera, una natación que me ha hecho salir en primer lugar y bueno, muy contenta con la natación. La bici tenía que mantener un poco para que mis rivales no me pillasen, pero bueno, lo he sabido mantener y ya en la carrera poder disfrutarlo, seguir corriendo. Ha sido una buena carrera, la he llevado muy bien, he entrenado mucho para esto también, o sea que estoy muy contenta y bueno, jolines, llegar hasta un primer puesto yo creo que siempre gusta.
And Paris is only 2 years away, the Paralympics. The women's PTS 4 category is now in the Games. How are you feeling about the Paralympic Games in 2 years' time?
Bueno, sí, este es mi segundo año como paratriatleta y que me hayan cambiado de categoría a PTS 4, la verdad es que es un punto muy a favor mía, porque la categoría anterior no estaba en los Juegos, entonces poder llegar a unos Juegos creo que es el sueño de todo deportista y bueno, súper contenta, con muchas ganas de llegar y nada, hay que seguir entrenando y a por ello.
Well done again for taking today's win. Superb result.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Johnny. Gracias, Andrea Migueles, their victor in the women's PTS 4 category today. Definitely could understand a few patches of that. Very happy with her performance today, although she didn't need to say anything because the smile that's been on her face since he crossed the finishing line all the way up to talking to Johnny puts a smile on everybody's face, but she was extremely elated with how Swansea has played out for her today, and you could see it written all over her.
I think what's so impressive is she's so young, she's only just come into the sport and she's winning everything with that para category in the Paralympics in 2 years' time. She could be the next big name, the one that's winning everything, because she hasn't put a foot wrong so far.
I mean, 7 in 7, as we touched on earlier. It is pure perfection at the moment for Andrea Migueles right now in the early part of what could be a wonderfully promising paratriathlon career. And a wonderfully promising day today has been as well for Paratriathlon having this standalone event in the Para Series here in Swansea. The Volvo World Triathlon Para Series Swansea 2022, I think we can certainly say, has been a wonderful hit. We've been blessed with glorious weather. We've been blessed with some fine finishes in terms of excitement and with dominating performance from some key athletes as well. We've seen some of the best from the world of paratriathlon out here on show today.
Yeah, really, some really exciting races, and like we said, missing a few of the big names, a few of the big Olympic champions, but that really did open things up today. And unfortunately, we didn't see a few of the battles we thought we would, like with Grace Norman having that mechanical. But we've seen some other great races, like Stefan Daniel just overtaking George Peasgood. So, yeah, it's a really interesting day.
I mean, you think it seems a long time ago now that we had Dave Ellis waltzing through the men's visually impaired race. And you think as well, of course, that we had Katie Crowhurst with that incredible finish as well. There's been some positive smiles for Team GB to look on, which will be promising, of course, from the point of it being Britain's first ever standalone World Triathlon Para Series event, which always looks good on the resume when you're thinking back and, yeah, we need to keep this going. We need to keep the ball rolling and keep momentum and move on to the Paralympics in Paris and keep adding to the world of triathlon that we have in the UK, which is already a flourishing scene in general.
Yeah, I think they've done a really good job today in Swansea for the first standalone event, and hopefully, yeah, it'll be an event that continues. There has been para races down here before, but this is the first big one with the big TV coverage, with lots of cameras down here, with lots more support. I hope the athletes have really enjoyed the whole experience, and hopefully that will lead to more events.
Well, it's only big TV coverage when you get the likes of Helen Jenkins and Johnny Ryle going through and watching and interacting with the athletes, as Johnny has done down there on the start-finish line, as plenty more of them continue to come through. Natalia Nevo finishing up in the women's PTS4 category. The Israeli athlete coming in fifth then of the small field, but finishing is certainly something that many of us would never be able to do. And of course, these are athletes and they are always hunting for bigger and better things, but a fine performance from Natalia Nevo in the PTS4 women's category. I think there is still a handful of athletes out there on the course getting through. Nila Ludwig has gone through run split 2, I believe. The German athlete in the PTS2 women's category, still pushing away. In the men's PTS2 category, we are all finished up, I believe, with Gianluca Valori finishing 6th, Mautis Monsink, the Dutchman, finishing 5th, and Adam Popp of the USA finishing 4th. As we said earlier, Lionel Morales and Wim de Paap taking 3rd and 2nd behind the Frenchman Jules Ripstein. And the men's PTS3 category, Daniel Weiss is still out there on the course, as is Bjorn Maas. And I think that's him just coming down the finishing line now, the German, who's been pushing himself through the back end of this competition today. And he's making sure that he's able to at least cross this finishing line and wrap up his day in Swansea.
Yeah, I don't think not finishing is an option for, you know, any elite athlete out there. You just want to get out there, compete, and just do the best you can.
And that is Bjorn Maas coming through to finish then in 9th place in the PTS 3 men's category. And there's still plenty of fans down there at the finishing line to spur on the athletes at the end. Looks like he's put in a hard day's graft down there at the finishing line.
Yeah, he's the German champion last year. Not got many starts, so maybe this is maybe this is a start. Maybe there's going to be more now, building up towards 2024.
I know Johnny is continuing to hang around with the glitz and the glamour of the finishing line and all of the medal winners. We've heard from every single gold medalist today already here on our coverage of the Volvo World Triathlon Para Series Swansea 2022. Johnny is down there once again hanging out with a few members from the French team, I believe. France have had a very good day today here in Swansea. They have a strong medal haul, to say the least, including some gold, let alone silver and bronze that they've been able to collect on the podium today. And it's going to be a very enjoyable journey away from the Welsh south coast for this French team as they push towards Paris in 2024. Johnny, once more hanging out with some beaming members of the French crew. Who have you got, Johnny?
So we're joined by Nicolas Becker, head coach, team leader for the French team. As always, Nicolas, French team have had a great day today. Tell me how the team's done.
I'm very happy about what we have done today because it's first time of the year we bring the whole team together. It was quite challenging to go in Yokohama. Even in Montreal, we decided not to send the team because we were in training camp. So we counted a lot on Swansea to do our best and with 18 athletes on the field. So it's a new course for us, but we arrived way before to make sure we know the course, and it was very well organized. So with 8 podium and 3 wins, I'm quite happy as a manager.
Fantastic. You've obviously got the Paris Paralympics only in 2 years' time. You've got such a strong team. Is there any performances today that really stand out?
One side I have a standard result. I was expecting for some wins, for example, Alexis to keep on going for every win on every race, and also Jules Ripstein. They are our leaders. But I was expecting for a good surprise for the tandem, and I'm happy about this. 2 boys on the podium, the win for Anouk. So it's okay. We know some categories had issues, but we were there. We did a good job. So I'm happy with that. And for us this year, it was not really the result who counts. It's the way we do it. It's a year of working because the World Champ is at the end of the year, and then it's very close to Paris test event next year with a lot of pressure in our country. It's like supposed to be a home advantage, but wow, it's under pressure. So this year we wanted to work a lot, and if we get results, we're happy for that. So athletes keep on going, working.
Yeah, so you mentioned the Paralympics, the home advantage, but the home pressure. How excited are you about having a Paralympic Games on your home soil?
It's unique. Nobody knows. Nobody knows except maybe you can say it because you experienced the thing 10 years ago. But for our side, we want to try our best. Make no mistake. I guess the last year is going to be under control because people will ask a lot from the athletes. So this year we wanted to work. Next year we want results to make sure they know how to win, they know how to go to the podium. And maybe the last season we don't take risk. We just want to be focused on the event.
Yeah. Well, Nicolas, again, well done today. An amazing set of performances, and it's always a pleasure to watch. Well done, mate.
Okay, thanks a lot. And I want to say a big thanks to the crew, the local crew, and British Triathlon and World Triathlon to have this kind of event. Also the conference at the beginning of the week, the Para conference is something new, and we want to repeat this. The sport is really going bigger and faster. Also, we saw some very good athletes today, so we love it.
That's really kind of you to say, Nicolas. Thank you.
Thanks.
Nicolas Becker giving us some love for the event here in Swansea, as we seem to have given out a lot of gold medals and silver and bronze medals to Team France. A very happy team manager indeed. Here's the results of the PTS5 men's results. Stefan Daniel pipping George Peasgood on the run to first place. The Canadian adding to the gold in Montreal. Peasgood finishing second in the end. Felipe Marquez finishing third. David Bryant wasn't able to push hard enough in the end to get a medal position, but finishes in the top 5. And Ronan Cordero wrapping up the top 5. The Brazilian, who had high expectations and couldn't find himself inside the medal positions as well.
Just about to get on to
the PTS5 women, Claire Cashmore, a convincing victor in the end ahead of Gladys Lemoussoux. The French women picking up a silver for Team France. Cristina Miranda Zambrano finishing third. The Spanish woman, unfortunately, we were denied the battle between Claire Cashmore and Grace Norman after the Americans suffered a mechanical fault on the bike, having to pull to the side of the road. Even Cashmore herself said she was frustrated not being able to compete against Norman today. In the women's PTS4 category, it's a perfect 7 in 7 for Andrea Migueles, who took the category by storm, 3.5 minutes ahead of Elke van Engelen, the German runner-up, taking the silver medal, before Kendra Herber finishing third for the Americans, who had a pretty solid day as well here in Swansea across all of the events. Kelly Worrell finishing fourth, and Natalia Nevo, the Israeli athlete, finishing fifth in the PTS4, but a fine performance from the Spanish winner. In the PTS4 men, it's one man to be beaten. Alexis Onkenkon, the Frenchman, leaps ahead of his teammate Pierre-Antoine Bell, who finishes a 1-2 for France, first and second gold and silver. Eric McElveny, another medal for the Americans, in third today, just pipping Jeremy Peacock in that sprint finish. The Australian just didn't have enough at the end to find himself on the podium, but a fine fourth indeed for him. An impressive outing as well for Michael Taylor, the British athlete on home soil, able to finish in the top 5 today. An impressive performance for him. But the man to beat at the moment is the Frenchman Onkenkon, who continues to dominate the PTS4 category.
The beautiful sunshine and blue skies of this Volvo World Triathlon Paris.
In the PTS2 women, the American Hayley Dans was well ahead of Anu Francis, the Australian, in second place, with Lisa Lidia, the Finnish athlete, 8.5 minutes behind the American in third. Nila Ludwig able to come home in fourth today, but Hayley Dans was well ahead of the rest and with a fine gold medal for the American.
Around where the podium area and the athlete collection area is, we'll hopefully...
PTS2 men, Jules Ripstein, the Frenchman, another gold for France, another medal for them. You can just keep adding the numbers up. Wim de Paap finishing second, the Belgian athlete, 1:42 behind the Frenchman, who, as we just heard from team manager Nicolas Becker, continues to be one of the spearheads of this French paratriathlon team. Lionel Morales finishing third for Spain, 4 minutes and 16 behind the winner. Adam Pop finishing fourth. Mauritius Monsink finishing fifth, and Gianluca Valori, the Italian, finishing sixth. In the PTS3 men's event, well, a beaming Nico van der Burg finishing first for the Netherlands, 5.5 minutes ahead of the Spanish athlete Daniel Molina. Michael Herter, another bronze for France, another medal for France, pipping Cedric Danouzier, the other French athlete, in fourth. Max Geller finishing up the top 5, the German, in fifth. But let's go back down once again to the finish line. Johnny, who have you been able to gather up for us? Who are you pestering down there?
So we're joined by Tom Hodgkinson, the head of the paratriathlon program here in GB. Tom, home race, first time we've had a home race here in Swansea at a World Series level. How's your day been?
It's been a great day. I think you've got to separate the two things. The first one is the first, like you said, first home Paraseries event through World Triathlon. Swansea has turned up. You know, the event organisers through British Triathlon and the local council have really put on a great event. And this is the first of 3, with the aim of it being a showcase for para sport and para triathlon, and that's what it's been. Everyone's been really excited about it and really encouraged about what could happen in the next year and the year after that, especially around the conference as well. And then with the performances, we've had our podium group and programme group that have had some great performances today. I'm really interested in the next gen group, that group that's coming through that was in seconds, fourths, fifths. You know, that's exciting for Paris. And then we've had that talent group this morning through the British Triathlon Para Series. 30 athletes turned up and had a super sprint event, and the guys Bucco, Emma and Alistair have done a great job this morning with that. So it's been a massive showcase for para tri and para sport.
Fantastic. Tom, you and I know each other really well. First season in triathlon, having come across as a podium coach from British Cycling. What's your feelings around being at a triathlon like this in your first season there?
I'm just really grateful. I inherited a great programme, great organisation, got a great performance director in Mike Cavendish, and the great team behind me. So Becky, Bex, all of the coaches, all the support team. I'm really lucky. I'm in a fortunate position to pick up a great team. So it's a thank you, mate, for leaving that to me. and I've come in at 5 weeks. I've been to Montreal, I've been looking at the holding camp venue, I've been up to Stirling, London, all around the UK over the last 5 weeks, just trying to get to know the people, get to know the sport, and everyone's been so welcoming. Just want to say sorry to my wife. I've not seen her for a good couple of weeks now, and I will be back. But it's been a great start. So I'm really thankful and grateful for everyone's welcomed me so well into the triathlon community.
Perfect. Well, mate, I think there's big things to come. Well done on today, and I'll look forward to seeing how you get on in the next year or two leading into the Paralympic Games.
Brilliant. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Tom.
Tom Hodgkinson there then chatting with Johnny Ryle, who's been down there working so hard on the side of the course, down at the finishing line in transition as well, taking us through some of the ins and outs of what has been a superb day at the Volvo World Triathlon Para Series Swansea 2022. Of course, we will have the medal ceremonies coming up as well in a few minutes' time. Helen Jenkins has had to sit alongside me here in the commentary booth as we've watched all of the action take place. And I think Tom there looked very almost humbled by everything that he's experienced coming into the sport and by the success of today's event as well. It does feel like quite a landmark moment for Paratri in Great Britain.
Yeah, and you mentioned there, actually the French coach mentioned the Paratri conference they had at the start of this week. So no, Johnny Ryle's been down there talking as well. We saw Lauren Steadmiller, she's been down there talking, explaining her journey. So I think it's a really positive movement. And I forgot as well, they had the Para Super Series this morning as well. So for athletes that aren't at this level yet, but it's a really great way to talent ID and almost draw more people into the sport.
Well, Johnny can't be stopped with finding people to chat with down at the finish line, to say the least. So let's go and find out who else he's been able to drag in front of a microphone and have a chat with. Johnny, over to you, my man.
We're joined here by Kyle Burns, the head of the paratriathlon program in Australia. Always a super strong nation, Kyle. You've had some great performances today. What's your initial reflections?
I think, really good. What we're trying to build is a group that comes through together towards the next couple of cycles, and we're seeing that. So I think the thing to reflect on is we had some great runs, just picked on the line for fourth, but to us, that's the group coming through. And then obviously had a new one in Anu Francis, which was a highlight. So first international race, and that's been a long journey to get her here. So good day. We're happy. And obviously Lauren with gold keeps on keeping on. So we're wrapped.
Yeah, just expand on Lauren's race today. Obviously, always a close race with Kendall, but actually today, just 5 minutes ahead.
Yeah.
Fantastic day.
Yeah, she's been doing some pretty solid work. And she came past me near the finish, calling for splits, and still wasn't done. So the bigger the margin she can build, and she'll do that right from the start. Credit to her, she's just driven. And she's in a good rich vein of form at the moment. So let's hope it continues.
Yeah, so you talked about the prep for your team over the next couple of years into the Games. What does the back end of this year look like for Team Australia?
Yeah, obviously Worlds. And we want to, same thing, focus as a group and perform on the day when it matters, and Worlds is when it matters. Nice, fast, exciting course, hot course. So we've got to prepare, and there's a fair gap to sort of get across how we do that. But we'll be ready. We'll be ready to go. And, I look at who's not here, who's been racing, and we've built a solid group, so we'll continue to do that.
Well, Kyle, it's always a pleasure, genuinely, to watch you and your guys do your thing. You're a great team, so well done and good luck with the rest of the year.
Cheers. Thanks, Johnny.
Yeah, the Australians have had a pretty good day as well when you look at Lauren Parker and how she was able to never let Kendall Gresh get anywhere near her in the women's wheelchair category. Absolute dominant performance. We talked about how she was looking confident, all in gold. I love the idea of her asking for splits towards the end, when somebody just needs to say, don't worry about it at that point, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, you say that she said, the run's my weakest leg. I thought I was going to be caught, or I could be caught. But, I mean, so I think she's got to look back at these splits and realise that she has improved a lot. She's up there. She's doing so well. So really try and take confidence from that, and don't cast yourself in that. Let's say that's my weak leg. I mean, she was so strong over all three legs today.
Although if you decide that that's your weakest aspect of your triathlon game, then surely that inspires you to keep pushing and pushing. And if you think that that's the weakest, then you will continue to try and build on it. Although hopefully you don't neglect the other two aspects as well.
Yeah, I think I don't think she's neglecting the other two aspects, but she's definitely improved over that leg. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what's to come over the next 2 years, leading towards Paris, and whether Kendall Gretsch could see this and see she's obviously not gaining that time back on Lauren Parker that she used to, and is she going to use that as motivation to improve over the next 2 years? We could end up with another great battle between those two athletes, but there's plenty of time for others to come into the. We saw Melissa Stockwell, didn't we, finish in 4th, kind of coming from nowhere. So there's definitely room. Oh, sorry, Melissa Nichols. Sorry, she came from quite far back, had a great run, and really came through towards the end. So is she going to feature? Yeah, hard to tell, but I think Lauren Parker is going to be one of the ones up there for the next few years.
It certainly looked so on today's performance and her record. And as we touched on, a former Ironman competitor, and she can do those iron length distances as well. So this sort of distance for her, she looked like she was completely focused on, as we touched on during the race, her ability to control the power outage and perhaps up it, obviously from those iron distances, those longer triathlon distances, and take the field by storm today. I want to touch on as well, I know Frances, who we were talking about because she was down to be the only athlete in the women's PTS3 category, got moved into the PTS2 category, obviously for today, which was a small category, only 3 athletes were already in it, and then I knew Frances making it a 4-woman event, but to still come away with a bronze medal, she'll be very pleased with the performance, particularly as we heard there, racing away from home. She's certainly a newbie to the field, if you will. It's a confidence-boosting afternoon.
Yeah, and really new. I mean, she's only done the Oceania Champs. She's got a background in badminton and rowing, and then talent ID'd into triathlon. So this really is I bet she feels a bit. She's gone into triathlon, and suddenly she's over the other side of the world competing in Wales. So it probably feels a bit strange, but she did fantastically well today, and I guess she's going to try and build on that and become one of those qualifiers for Paris.
As we all know, the real Gold Coast is down on the Gower rather than in Australia, isn't it? Helen, you be able to back that one up?
Yeah, less high-rise probably in Swansea.
We are just getting ready for the medal ceremonies to get underway. We have to go all the way back to the early part of the day, as we mentioned, for the visually impaired athletes who have been hanging around, I'm sure. I wonder how they've been spending their time around the event. Watching some of the athletes come in, I'm sure, perhaps sneaking off for a little refreshment or two before the medals, perhaps?
Yeah, it depends how far away their hotel was. They might have been able to sneak back, but Dave Ellis, I'm sure, would have stayed down to watch his partner Claire Cashmore take her gold as well. So 2 golds for them to go home with today. But yeah, it does depend on the hotel and whether the athletes have had to do drug testing, which can take quite a bit of time. But yeah, maybe just sit back and enjoy the sun and the races.
I would certainly be doing exactly that. You can see that Swansea is still bathed in beautiful sunshine today here at the Volvo World Triathlon Para Series. As I said earlier, the first ever standalone World Triathlon Para Series event to take place in Great Britain, which is, as we've already touched on, a superb achievement. The great thing as well is that all of the athletes have said it's a really good technical course, that they enjoyed the complexity parts of it as well as the ability to get the power down and the speed on, which is promising, of course, for this event to continue in Swansea and continue to build.
And a lot of people just said how well organised, they're really happy with the course. Yeah, very interesting to see what they thought about it.
And impressive for the guys on the finish line to be able to get that tape out in last second moments. I mean, as quick as you have to be on a triathlon, the quick reactions of the supporters and the marshals down there have been superb.
I would have liked to have seen the heart rate monitors on those officials getting it out and back, maybe even higher than the athletes finishing.
We aren't privy to the radio messages that go around, of course, an event like this, but I imagine there were a few choice words being said about, let's get the tape ready, they're coming through. As we see there, the podium where our medal ceremonies are going to be taking place in just a few minutes' time. The last few preparations getting ready and sorted for it. They're probably working out how they're going to fit all of the medals for the French team into one case to get back home to France later on, either today or tomorrow, whenever they're making their way away from Swansea. What's the wait like around these sorts of ceremonies? Do you want to just get the medal ceremony kind of out of the way, or are you wanting it to last for as long as possible and kind of enjoy and take in the moment?
Say from finishing a race to being on the podium, normally it's quite quick. If you're like one of the, if you're the last race to finish, it's not actually a long time. So, yeah, I think it's definitely enjoying being up there. I think is when the realisation sinks in, when you actually, and maybe not for the visually impaired athletes, they've had quite a bit of time, but you've still got the adrenaline of the race when you finish, and then you're up on the podium. You actually have to stand still, and you get to watch your flag go at the national anthem, and it really sinks in. Your achievement. So I think it's a really nice moment for the athletes. But the visually impaired athletes, they would have finished racing a good few hours ago now, so they've had plenty of time for that to sink in by now. But I'm sure they're still going to enjoy the podium celebrations.
Yeah, you just wonder if either Dave Ellis or Rigaudot or Antoine Perel, that energy, that excitement has just dropped off now, perhaps, and it will be a slightly staggered walk up to the podium, up to the steps, to be able to take their medals. See, you can hear there's a little bit of hustle and bustle taking place around the podium as the medal ceremonies are prepared. We will be starting with the visually impaired women, followed by the visually impaired men, followed by the wheelchair athletes for the women, followed by the men, and then the PTS 5 women, followed by the PTS 5 men, PTS 4 women by them, and then the men, PTS 3 men, and then the PTS 2 women, followed by the PTS 2 men. So those that finish last will have to wait last, but still have probably the shortest wait of most of the athletes waiting to get up there onto the podium and enjoy and bask in the celebrations.
Now, they have a bit of time now, because this is Swansea. You can see up there the calendar. They've had Yokohama, Montreal, Swansea, now Abu Dhabi. So they've got a good bit of time. Abu Dhabi's not till the end of November. So we saw Claire Cashmore, heard Claire Cashmore mention she had Alejandra. But for the athletes based over in the US, Canada, they might not make that trip. So it is that bit. It's a good bit of time now to prepare. And also it means tonight there is probably able to relax a little bit and really celebrate if they want to, because there isn't another race around the corner. Well, not the big one, not the big World Championships race.
We've heard already from some of the athletes, thanks to Johnny's interviews, that perhaps there's going to be a bit of enjoyment and a bit of downtime. Depends how much enjoyment you want to take, I suppose, but I'm sure there'll be certainly some enjoyment this evening around the city of Swansea. It's always partial to a few people having a drop of brains, I believe, is the local tipple.
I don't know if it is anymore. I think they might have gone out of business.
Other beverages are available if you are wondering, and I'm sure Swansea is in no short supply of it. It's always a good time down there on the south coast of Wales, and a good time has been had by all today here at the Volvo World Triathlon Para Series in Swansea. As I say, it's been a superb event. But we play the patient waiting game. As you mentioned, Helen, Abu Dhabi is not exactly round the corner. There's plenty, of course, of competitions away from the World Triathlon Para Series to keep people in shape and keep in trim and in fit, ready for Abu Dhabi, and of course the big finish in November. And then I suppose next year is when the grind really starts for the Paralympics and Paris as well.
Yeah, because that's when the qualification starts. They have to make sure they're one of the top athletes in that, in the top 10. I think it's up to 12, however many athletes are going to go. So every race becomes really important then. I see like Grace Norman having a mechanical today. You just don't want to have anything like that go wrong once you get into that qualification period.
Does that affect things like confidence then? If it's recent in the last 12 months or so, particularly at what is a big event like this, it's just in the back of your mind that you're never 100% sure, never 100% certain.
I don't know about mechanical, but I think if you've crashed on the bike, that's something that with the confidence is really important. Or if you've had a bad experience in the swim, really got beaten up in the swim, or, just had a poor swim, that confidence. But yeah, so those can be a little bit tougher, but a mechanical is just genuinely frustrating, and it's just, there's not, especially with punctures, if you're nowhere near a wheel station, there's not too much you can do about it. So, really annoying.
As we heard, was an opportunity for Grace Norman to pull into one of the wheel stops, but they couldn't fix anything, unfortunately, on her bike out there on the course, which led to her early retirement and the convincing victory in the end for Claire Cashmore. As I've been told that we are missing 3 athletes. Now, I don't know where they would go or what they're doing and why they're not here ready to collect their medals.
Back to the hotel, like we just said. They're already out celebrating.
At least we know that if they're far away, they're pretty quick at getting here because they are the victors from today. So we know that they should be here in good time. So we take a look at this small section of the South Wales coast. Not the university housing, perhaps, is it? Or is it just one of the new housing blocks and new developments on here?
No, I think the university is further back up the road.
I'll tell you what, we are waiting to find these missing athletes. So what we will do is we will... Well, it looks like we found them. In fact, we were just waiting, about to dive out of the commentary booth and go hunting ourselves, but we do have the medal presentations starting to get underway then. And it will be a French national anthem that we'll be hearing first today from the women's visually impaired race, and a wonderful victory for Anouk Kurzilzat, excuse me, Kurzilzat, who put on a fine performance on the run to catch Jessica Tuamela, the Canadian.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Canada, Jessica Tuamela, guided by Emma Scow.
Smiles for the Canadian. She was in such a strong position when came out of the swim and got off the bike, and it was just the run in the end that let her down, as both Crowhurst and Kurzilak was able to catch her in the end. Third in the Commonwealth Games, third here today.
Been a good week away from home for the pair.
Definitely not bad at all. Emma Scow, her guide, alongside her on the podium then. You can't have a trip to Swansea without a Welsh Red Dragon as well. Available, I'm sure, at all good gift shops down there on the south coast.
In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing Great Britain, Katie Crowhurst, guided by Grace Hawthorne.
Katie Crowhurst then takes the silver, had that fine sprint finish to be able to land herself second on the podium with Grace Hawthorne. She was guided by Jessica Fulliger in the Commonwealth Games, so a change of guide and a slight change of the medal colour, but she will not be disappointed, I'm sure, by the silver medal draped around her neck today. Set the tone for the exciting finishes for today as well, didn't it?
Yeah, I think actually that was the best one. I said that was an awesome sprint there.
In first place,
I enjoyed the latter one as well, with Peacock just being denied the fourth place, being denied the bronze medal and finishing in fourth. As Anouk Kurzilzat takes the top step then for the visually impaired category. Julie Morano, her guide, alongside her. Big smiles for those two. Gold glasses as well for Kurzilzat. Some strong statements being made with the attire about the medals that are wanted for sure. Though I can't remember if she had gold on the course or not. Might be a fresh pair for the podium.
Yeah, I think get those out your bag in case you win. My winning glasses. Good to be prepared.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Our women's PTVI medal podium here.
So the podium is complete then of the women's visually impaired event today. We wait for the men then for the visually impaired podium ceremony to start to gather. There'll be a man stood atop it who is getting very much used to being stood atop podiums right now.
Our men's PTVI
Dave Ellis, Thibaut Rigaudot, and Antoine Pirel.
In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing France, Antoine Pirel, guided by...
Antoine Pirel then takes the third step. Johan Leberet, the guide for him today, helping to guide him through to that bronze medal. Get used to seeing these colours on the podium as well for France. As we've said, it's been a very impressive day indeed for their team.
Winner of the silver medal, representing France, Thibaut
Rigaudot,
guided by Cyril Vigneault.
taking the second place position, could never really eat into Dave Ellison, his guide Luke Pollard. Cyril Vigneault, his guide alongside him in the second place position along the podium. Second in the European Championships in May, a second today as well for the Frenchman.
I think it must be tough going into these races knowing when Dave Ellis is racing for these other athletes.
The Volvo World Triathlon Para Series Swansea, representing Great Britain, Dave Ellis, guided by...
What a good week it's been for Dave Ellis, guided by Luke Pollard. He's already out of the racing attire, shorts and tracksuit topper on. And a gold medal once again added to the gold at the Commonwealth Games. Tough to beat that sort of week, particularly when you win by that sort of margin here on your home turf as well. Confirmation of the podium there for the visually impaired male athletes.
World Triathlon Para Series Swansea 2022.
Once more, Dave Ellis enjoying his moment in the sunshine. Probably more to come as well, considering the form he's in right now.
Yeah, I would think so. I would guess the Alejandro World Cup coming up, and then all focus will be on the World Championships in Abu Dhabi.
Our next medal ceremony will be for our women's PTWC division.
If you want to talk about gold attire, then the woman who's going to be atop the podium here, Lauren Parker, certainly tempted fate, but it paid off quite impressively indeed. Before Lauren Parker takes the top step, the Brazilian Jessica Ferreira taking bronze today in the women's wheelchair event.
Yeah, another really strong result for her, isn't it?
Adding to her third in Yokohama earlier this year, the frustration of the disqualification in Montreal, but you can see how much that means to her. She's elated to be on the podium once again this year.
She was fourth in Tokyo last year, so you just got to be thinking, just want to get that. That's why the medals mean so much. She just wants to get further up, get onto that podium.
Kendall Gretsch, the American. We wondered if there was going to be a fight in her that would pull her closer to the eventual winner. It didn't come to fruition. Second in Montreal, second here in Swansea. Not bad for 2022. 2 races, 2 silvers though for Kendall Gretsch. As you say, and been busy with winter competitions as well. There'll be a big smile on this woman's face to have got one over her adversary, over her rival, and an impressive one at that.
Representing Australia, Lauren Parker.
Lauren Parker gold helmet, gold handbike, gold racing chair, gold medal for the green and gold of Australia. Was even keeping up with some of the men at some point as well on the handbike. It was incredibly impressive.
It was incredibly. I actually want to go back and look at the splits later and see what her split was, because I think it was so fast, and I think she really used the men like as a challenge to try and stay with them as long as possible.
Congratulations to our women's PT.
Well, when you're that far ahead, you've got to entertain yourself somehow out on the course, and that's exactly what she did. She certainly entertained us as well. Not perhaps the frantic finish that we were expecting from the ladies that finished first and second. A comprehensive victory for the Australian, though.
Our next medal ceremony
Makes the long flight back to Australia a lot more bearable as well, I imagine, when you've got a gold medal. Probably gives you a free upgrade, I'd have thought.
I think that long flight and also the reflection now, but all her hard work has paid off. She's winning these races by a big margin now. So you've got to think that's really positive for her moving forward, looking at what she's going to work on her build towards Paris 2024.
Just see Giovanni Akensa, the Italian, making his way towards the left side as we look at it of the podium. Another medal for France, so in the bronze medal position, Ahmed Andalusi.
So 2 fifths. I mean, 5th at the Paralympics, 5th in the World Championships last year. So I wonder if this bronze medal is going to be a bit of a confidence boost. Maybe he's got more to give. Maybe he can get onto the podium at the World Championships.
Well, the talk around him coming into today was that he was feeling in some of his best form of late, and he was out of our almost top 4 runners in this event today, considered somebody who should have been pushing for a podium. He's reached that mark, and I suppose now the pressure is to go one better and one better. He's going to have to work hard to take on the 2 men ahead of him. Giovanni Akensa, the man who set a real pace early on in the swim, was quick out of the water, had a very smooth transition. It was just though on the bike where he was caught in the end by the man who is on the top step of the podium today. But the Italian will take silver. Could have been at thought at one moment with Giuseppe Romele doing so well initially in today's race. Thought the Italians were going to have a superb day indeed, but just one of the Italians making the podium today, although he's very happy about his achievement, as you can see there from that smile.
2022 Volvo World Triathlon Paris Series Swansea, representing Austria,
But Florian Grungraber was imperious, the Austrian.
Oh, such a big lead, and he just took off on the run. He gained so much time, and he's only been doing the sport since 2017.
Mightily impressive. Everybody else was left behind. It was wonderfully efficient to watch.
Yeah, almost 4-minute lead, and I think he got most of that on the run portion.
Yeah, the power that he showed out there on the course. And taking gold then for Austria.
your 3 medalists today here in Swansea, men's PTWC category.
Lovely picture. Great camaraderie between all the athletes.
And I'm glad one of the dragons made it into the picture as well. As we get to our next podium ceremony, the women's PTS 5 category. This was the one with a lot of the pomp around it. We were expecting grand things from Claire Cashmore and Grace Norman. We certainly had a very impressive performance from the British athlete. A frustrating one for the American. So we have a change of the medal presentation.
Always bring out the mayor when there's a medal to be presented. The previous person given the medals was Bill James, who's the chair of the board of British Triathlon. I don't know if we mentioned that earlier.
So he gets arguably the highest honour, and then the mayor is further down, or which way are we ordering this? Either way, as I say, it should be the PTS5 women up next on the podium. Unless these are our missing athletes from earlier. Claire Cashmore has done a runner. Although Dave Ellis is still about, so you'd have thought they would be going home together with their gold medals.
Yeah, you would have thought so. Send Dave up to get it for her. She's gone missing.
No one's looking nervous down there, so I don't think we've got anybody too far away.
You realise when you see this how much behind the scenes stuff there is to a race. Obviously, all the organisation that goes into this, and I think that's why we see so many of the coaches reflecting on how good the organisation has been today and how well looked after the athletes have been.
And there is Claire Cashmore, Gladys Lemousou and Cristiana Miranda Zambrano just making their way up to the podium now. So Cashmore winning at a canter.
Winner of the bronze medal, representing Spain, Cristina Miranda.
Cristina Miranda Zambrano will have been probably one of the few here that probably enjoyed Grace Norman's misfortune in terms of it provided her with a real chance then to be on the podium. Just had to finish in this category and a chance to take a bronze medal.
And she's the World Duathlon champion from last year, so adding another medal to her collection. And a dragon, of course.
Obviously, the most prized possession coming out of Swansea.
Place, winner of the silver medal
Gladys
today
Lemousou.
in Swansea, representing France, Gladys Lemousou.
Taking the second step. Thought for a moment, I think, that she was going to be lapped at one point by Claire Cashmore. Avoided that. Was able to come through second.
In first place, winner of the gold medal at the 2022 Volvo World Triathlon Para Series Swansea, representing Great Britain, Claire Cashmore.
But a 5.5 minute victory for Claire Cashmore. Didn't have to push herself. Did look like at times that she wasn't necessarily taking it easy, but certainly just steadied her pace slightly. Didn't have to do too much.
Yeah, it was interesting that she lost something, fell off on her bike, and it did distract her. So I think it's a good learning point from her there. I'm sure that's something she'll be working on in the future, not to get distracted by, I suppose, the other things going on around you. And the run, she said she was able to, not run too hard. And Musu came past her, and she ended up running with her then for the rest of the run. So I think if Claire had really pushed herself, she might have managed to get another 30 seconds or so there, but wasn't really challenged today due to the unfortunate mechanical that Grace Norman suffered.
So Cashmore departing Swansea, a gold medalist, the PTS5 men's category then. And this gave us an entertaining run, to say the least, just because it was perhaps so impressive. The Canadian Stéphane Daniel, after a victory in Montreal, an emotional victory, as we touched on already, in front of his home supporters. And there was emotion again at the finish line for him, but it looked like pent-up emotion. He wasn't necessarily smiling when he crossed the finish line. He just almost aggression as Felipe Marquez takes the third spot on the podium, the Portuguese athlete.
I think with Daniel, I think he said the first time he felt good running, so maybe it's just like the yes, I'm back. This is me feeling good, and it was a great run today.
Big release of energy from him as he crossed the line. Fists were pumping as he went down the winning straight. He knew that George Peasgood, unfortunately for George, was in the distance in the rearview mirror.
Silver medal, representing Great Britain, George Peasgood.
Good in the swim. good on the bike, not quite good enough on the run today.
Maybe the bike course as well, with the technical sections, just didn't suit him enough. Like, he wasn't able to use those long straights just to get that advantage today. The technical sections, they were all much of a similar time, so wasn't able to use his bike strength. But still a solid result from him, a silver today. Still plenty of time before the World Championships if he wants to improve on that result.
I suppose that is the benefit of the long gap between now and November. There's plenty more training to be done. The form that Stefan Daniel's in, though, in 2022 makes him a hard man to contend with, to say the least. The Canadian on the top step once again this year. And it was all about that run, a powerful run. The moment that he had Peasgood in his sights, Peasgood was merely his prey. There's the smile that we wanted to see as he crossed the finishing line.
So as they get their photographs, one final round of applause, please, for your men's PTS 5 podium.
So the Canadian departs Swansea, the big victor in the men's PTS 5 category.
The next ceremony will be for our women's PTS 4.
The PTS 4 category for the women is up next, and a woman who you certainly need to keep your eye on in terms of Andrea Migueles Rans. You want to go by the full title. And I tell you what, if you don't keep your eye on her, she's going to be off into the distance ahead of you, because she's got some real speed in her.
Biggest smile today, I think. She wins that one too.
Don't think there's a medal for that, but thankfully we did see somebody beaming as they crossed the finish line, and beaming when they talked to Johnny as well down there.
USA, Kendra Herbert.
Kendra Herbert, 4th podium in 4 starts for the American. 3rd in the national championships last year for the USA, 3rd in the America Series in March. 2nd at Besançon in June as well this year. She continues to impress, perhaps slightly more under the radar thanks to the Spaniard who is on the top of the podium. But it's consistency to say the least. Elke van Engelen, 3rd in the World Championships last year in November, 3rd in Montreal this year. Gets silver and 2nd here in Swansea today. I think she's very pleased with her handiwork.
And in first place, winner of the gold medal, the 2022 Volvo World Triathlon Paris Series, Swansea, representing Spain, Andrea Migueles.
Andrea Migueles, and then takes the top step. She's almost trying to hold in that smile. Still kind of coming out. Unbelievably impressive in this category. 7 starts, 7 wins. World champion last year, 2-time European champion, Spanish national champion last year as well. Victor in Swansea today.
Final podium pictures, they're all on the top step.
And there must be many women in this category that are thinking, fear the young Spanish athlete.
With this category's inclusion in Paris as well, we might see the category getting stronger and more athletes moving into it too.
Our next medal presentation will be for our men's PTS 4 division.
For the PTS 4 men's category coming up. Definitely the best name to say, I think, on the podium, Alexis Oncancon. He will be on the top step of the podium.
Third place, winner
Eric
of the
McIlvenny.
bronze medal, representing the USA, Eric McIlvenny.
Taking the bronze, as he did in Montreal earlier this year. 2nd in the overall paratriathlon standings, behind the man who is on the top of the podium, and once more he finds himself behind him on the podium.
I'm glad to see him back up after that finish. He completely fell over at the finish line, he gave it everything, didn't he, to hold on to that bronze medal position. So glad to see he's recovered from that big effort he put in.
Had to work hard as well to keep Jeremy Peacock at bay, the Australian who missed out on a medal by 3 seconds. Pierre-Antoine Bayle able to come home for another medal for France. And it is a French 1-2 in the men's PTS 4 category.
And in first place, winner of the gold medal at the 2022 Volvo World Triathlon Paris Series Swansea, representing France.
And important, I think, for Pierre-Antoine to get the silver, because he must look at his teammate Alexis Onquecon and go, well, that's all we're fighting for at the moment. This man is in imperious form. Once more taking the gold, and everybody else is looking up to him and wondering how they can catch him.
So there we go, ladies and gentlemen, as they get on the top step of the podium for those fantastic images that we will see online very soon, I'm sure. That is your men's PTS4 podium of the Volvo World Triathlon Paris Series Swansea.
Well, if you thought we'd seen some smiles today, the next men's medal ceremony, the PTS 3 category, is going to have a very big smiley man on top of the podium. Nico van der Berg, the Dutchman, perhaps gave us the happiest interview that we could understand, at least today.
Yep, he won the interview. We're giving out random medals, interview medal.
And I imagine that smile is going to be emanating from him as he moves up to the top step of the podium. You just see him there making his way with Daniel Molina, the Spanish athlete, and Michael Herta, the Frenchman.
Another French medal, isn't it? So many today. It's going to be a great party tonight for the French athletes.
I'd like to be on that Eurostar home.
Coaches
and
as well.
Coaches.
Support team. They're the people that actually feel the victories as well. The friends and family who support at home as well.
Yeah, Nicholas Beckett was very pleased with what he saw in terms of the organisation today, and also what he saw with his French team that he's in charge of, and Michael Herta just adding to their tally. Big fan of the Dragon as well, which is always good to see. Daniel Molina, the Spanish athlete, taking the second step on the podium today. He and Nico van der Berg are going to have an interesting battle if the top two in this category continue to duel like this. But the Dutchman was about 6 minutes ahead of Molina. Didn't really have a reply.
Winner of the gold medal, the 2022 Volvo World Triathlon Paris Series Swansea, representing the Netherlands, Nico van der Berg.
Well, he was a winner last year in Yokohama and in Leeds, and he's been saying that he wants to take that next step forward once again after a few frustrations, I think, in 2022. Didn't start in Besançon and was disqualified in Montreal.
Yeah, I saw the disqualification, but you never know what for. So there, that sounds, yeah, obviously he didn't follow the rules, but obviously really disappointed, but giving him a lot of fire to come back here and have a great result, and winning by almost 5 minutes.
Mightily impressive indeed. And the Dutchman then taking the gold.
The Volvo World Triathlon Paris Series Swansea. As they step down from the podium, and next medal ceremony
There will be an American up on the top of the podium for the women's PTS2 category, followed by an Australian and an athlete from Finland. No French athlete on the podium in this one, which is almost feels like a novelty here in Swansea right now. Hayley Dans with an excellent performance in the end, winning by around about 4 minutes or so ahead of Anno Francis. Lisa Lia able to come home in third ahead of Nila Ludwig, the German athlete. fair bit of gap between Lilia and Ludwig in the end. She was working right towards the end, though, to ensure that she finished as impressively as possible, and she'll be very pleased with her bronze medal here today.
Winner of the silver medal representing Australia, Anu Francis.
Anu Francis, at one point in the build-up to this event, we thought was going to be the lone female in the PTS 3 category, but moved into the PTS 2 category for today, finishing up with a silver medal for the Australians.
And in first place,
Perhaps a smile that rivals Nico van der Bergt in terms of on the podium. As Hailey Dans, the American, takes the top spot. Keeping the shades on, cool as you like. There we go. Great performance from her. She said she's going to take a little bit of downtime before getting ready for November and the World Championships in Abu Dhabi.
Downtime with some fun races. And a lot of these athletes' fun races seem to be Ironman 70.3, so I wonder if that's what Hailey Dans has got planned too.
Paraseries Swansea Women's PTS 2.
That's a medal to add to the trophy cabinet for the American for all three of these women.
Our next medal ceremony is our men's PTS 2.
But just when you thought we were done with French medal winners today, the final medal ceremony today is the men's PTS 2 category. Jules Ripstein taking the top spot. Lionel Morales first, though, will be up for the Spanish contingent. Around about 4 minutes behind the eventual winner, Lionel Morales. We saw him a few times just continuing to push through as we were ducking and diving between all the finishes and all of the athletes, but Morales able to come through and take the bronze.
In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing
Always good to come to Wales and make a new friend, that's for sure.
Yeah, I love the athletes loving the podium as well.
Wim de Pep taking the silver medal, the Belgian athlete. Again, didn't really have a response to the Frenchman, but pleased as punch with a silver medal, you'd imagine. And he gets to stand on the podium today.
And in first place, the winner of the gold medal of the 2022 Volvo World Triathlon Paraseries Swansea, representing France.
But it's another Frenchman on top. Jules Ripstein able to take the gold medal, continuing France's charge through Swansea today.
So there we go.
Two-time world champion with another medal. I think if you're looking to get another world championship victory in a few months' time.
Well, that will be the aim, along with, of course, impressive performance expected by this French team as we move towards Paris 2024.
Going to be some great images being taken.
As the final medal presentation finishes up.
Congratulations to all.
And it's fitting at least that we have a Frenchman in the final medals presentation as well, French athlete, because they have been littered throughout our ceremonies.
Onto the stage
Ripstein.
for a bit of a champagne moment.
Able to enjoy what will be the grand finale as the gold medalists have just been invited onto the stage to enjoy a champagne moment.
Need a lot of bottles.
Gold medalist, if you're around, please hang back.
I just hope it's locally sourced.
Onto the podium for some celebrations.
Oh, one's gone early already.
Oh, Dave messed it up. Dave, come on. He's had plenty of practice too, right? He's been on the top of a lot of
Should
podiums.
be used to this. Although I think somebody's been shaking them up already before the athletes got their hands on them. The corks are popping. The celebrations in Swansea will continue. And a superb day of the Paratri Series finishes with champagne for the victors. The French team will be enjoying their ride back to France, as will all of the victors back home from Wales today. But this has been a day that all of these athletes will certainly want to drink in, although they seem to be wasting the majority of the drink that they have. Got to say that the Volvo World Triathlon Para Series Swansea 2022 is complete. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable day of action from the south coast of Wales. A huge thank you to Johnny Rao down there, getting all of the interviews and working his socks off down at the transition area as well. A big thank you to Helen Jenkins for joining me here in the commentary booth. I know you've enjoyed it as well. And a big thank you to everybody else who's tuned in, who's worked on the broadcast. And a huge congratulations to all of the athletes that competed today, especially those that stood on top of the podium. And we will be back for the World Championships in Abu Dhabi in November. For now, goodbye.